Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show where everyone's favorite wants to be transformed, have his consciousness placed inside a sentient money printing machine. Adam Frank.
Oh my God, you're getting so good at these. So good.
Isn't that like your perfect dream? You'd be a robot who could print money.
Look at that. Look, I'm like a walking ATM machine. This is great.
It's all of your favorite things combined into one.
Yeah, totally. Totally amazing.
So
yeah.
So I think today, well, we're going to talk a little bit about the Speaker McCarthy thing that's happening right now, probably. And then we're going to watch Neil deGrasse Tyson. A lot of people were asking us to watch this. Neil deGrasse Tyson was on Trigonometry, and they talked about some trans stuff.
Yeah, he said some very intelligent things, and I was thinking, wow, I wish I could be an astrophysicist.
Terrible. Terrible. Wow. Awful.
What? Look, I'm not saying that he's completely destroyed all credibility, but most of it, most of it is gone.
Oh,
look, do you look at Neil deGrasse Tyson and think that's a smart man anymore?
I want to. I really want to, Adam. Okay. I really want to.
Yeah, no. He should have stuck to the debate over whether Pluto was a planet. Okay. He was killing it. He was killing it then. Not so much anymore. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm just waiting for Neil deGrasse Tyson to come out as a trans woman.
Right.
Then everything would make sense.
Does that mean that the woman that he was hitting on would be a bigot because she rejected him because he's really a woman?
Sure. Yeah, no.
You know, it was his assistant that maybe he was trying to hit on, maybe he wasn't. It's not clear.
Maybe we've discovered the reason that all of this is happening because we all know Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, he was doing some creepy things, okay?
Well, I mean, I hope not. Those are just accusations.
I think Neil deGrasse Tyson was using his fame to do some do some creepy things on.
You're only talking about that he had an assistant who claimed that she was hitting on him, right? That's all you're talking about.
I'm not saying any of this stuff was out of bounds. I mean, I come from a world where you are. It's well within your right to ask a woman if they would like to go out with you sometime.
Yeah, not if you're married. That's not.
I mean, yeah, no.
What is this hesitation?
Well, I mean, the hesitation is that, well, it's not technically illegal, but it definitely is creepy.
You shouldn't do it. It's immoral.
Look, I'm telling you. So, look, you're making my point. Neil deGrasse Tyson has done some creepy things.
He was accused. He denied that he did any of this.
I think I've seen enough evidence to know that Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Let's get Adam to become a feminist.
The things that have been the things that have been verified seem creepy, like just in the context of what you're saying.
He just gave her a necklace and touched her hands or something.
Yeah, he made a pass at her, and he's a married man. That's creepy. You just said so.
No, he said he did it. Remember, we watched this video. He said he did a Native American blessing.
Hypothetically, allegedly. Allegedly. Is this better? Is this good enough for you? I mean, I thought the Sitch and Adam show was about keeping it real. Evidently the Sitch and Adam show is about allegedly and hypothetically, and the Adam and Sitch show is about
some evidence.
Keeping it real.
Keeping it real is innocent until proven guilty, okay?
Keeping it real.
Oh my God.
You know he did some creepy stuff. Like all these people in positions of power before the Me Too thing did creepy stuff. That's like they've gotten so many of them. What was it? Look, Charlie Rose walked around naked in front of his secretary. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't find a towel.
Well, that's obviously this. Yeah, but he didn't do anything like that though.
You don't know.
Well, she would have said something. Someone would have said something.
Look, allegedly. Okay, allegedly. Look. I'm unfortunately giving into your demands here. Allegedly.
Look, it wasn't no Charlie Rose situation. It wasn't no what's the comedian who was like masturbating in front of people?
He at least asked look, that was consensual at least.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's so funny. See, this is okay. Sitch, right again. That happened, and all these people were like running out to defend him because it was like kind of during the height of Me Too,
Right.
and so a lot of men were unfairly being dragged for these sorts of accusations, and I was like, guys, no, your boss. If someone's boss should not be asking female employees that work under them to like sit there and watch him, jerk it. That's insane. That's disgusting. That's sexual assault. That's sexual harassment. That person should be like canceled. Like that's disgusting. What the hell?
Well,
That's completely not cool. That is complete abuse of power and authority, and it's horrific. And all these people were like, "No, no, Sitch, it's fine. This is consensual." Blah 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 blah. And then what happens? And then what happens? Oh, it turns out that when he gets uncanceled, he's like the wokest, most wokey who ever woked on the woke side of the planet wokium. And I'm just sitting here like, I told you, MFers, I told you were defending this schlub for nothing.
well, look, you're bringing it back. This is exactly my point here. This is why Neil deGrasse Tyson is doing this stuff. Look, he needs the woke shield. He's like, oh, he knows. Look, we don't know. We have to say allegedly. We have to say hypothetically. He knows if he was dropping his towel in front of his secretary. He knows that stuff. And as soon as he's like, oh my goodness, all of that stuff I did. When I asked people jokingly if I could masturbate in front of them, and they said yes, and I thought, well, I'll just do it then. Those things are going to come back to haunt me here. I need some woke protection.
Okay.
That's exactly what's going on. He's taken out a woke insurance policy here on trigonometry. That's exactly what's going on. You got to admit it. That's what's happening here. We have to just go into the clip now because this is like an amazing intro for what we're talking about. So
yeah, I guess. I mean, we were going to talk about the other stuff first.
Let's just go into this and then see if we can clip it all together.
First. Some people are claiming that he wasn't anyone's boss. That's not what I remember. I remember
Neil deGrasse Tyson wasn't anybody's boss.
No, Louis C.K.
Oh, okay.
I recall that he was people's, like, they worked for him or they were like comedians opening for him. Like, look, he was definitely in a position where he had power over these people, and
it's so obvious.
To pretend otherwise is not accurate.
It's so obvious. He's doing the thing where you throw it out like a joke. Hey, you want to have sex with me? And they're like, oh, yeah, sure. It's funny, a joke, right? And then you're like, oh, well, that's consent right there. Look, she said yes. That's it. Right. Doesn't it seem like that what was look, if Louis C.K. asks if he can masturbate in front of you, you think he's joking.
I would assume it was a joke.
Yes, obviously it's ridiculous. Hey, I'm going to masturbate in this planner over here. What do you think? Think that's a good idea?
Yeah, you're like, yeah, it's hilarious. Go for it. And they're like, wait, what? He's actually doing it.
And the next thing you know, he's whacking off in the
You're like, whoa, okay.
Look, this was funny a minute ago. Now it's not so funny anymore.
Right.
So I'm telling you, I think the Neil deGrasse Tyson woke shield has been activated. So are we at the right point in the video? Can I just hit play, or are you?
Yeah, we're at the right point. Yeah.
Let's check it out.
I was a little bit surprised. I don't have views so much. Let me just clarify. Okay. I don't run around with an opinion that I then foist on other people. I have opinions, and they're my opinions. And I don't care if you have my opinion. But if you have an opinion that you're carrying, as an educator, I want it to be as informed as possible before you.
Irony alert. Woo, 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 woo. Irony alert, everyone.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Yep.
Massive irony alert. Look, I'm not trying to force my opinion on you, trans women or women, you fucking bigot. But I just think you should be informed about how biological sex works.
Yeah.
More than me, because I'm totally uninformed.
He just wants you to have an informed opinion. Okay.
God, this is so...
He has a very informed opinion on the matter. But he wants you to have an informed opinion too.
Sitch, the Neil deGrasse Tyson credibility meter for me is at 0. Okay. Where is it for you? Like on a scale of 1 to 10?
I still have a lot of goodwill built up. I still like Neil deGrasse Tyson whenever he's talking about something not this.
Look, this is how you can tell Sitch is more right wing than me, man. Look, loyalty, fuck you. Like,
well,
you come out and start saying stupid stuff, and you stand under the banner of science doing it. Look, you're dead to me. Zero credibility.
Well, it's sad because I think,
guess what? Pluto is a planet now. How do you feel about that?
There you
Take
go.
that.
It's sad because I remember like when the woke stuff was still like kind of ramping up. He was talking to someone about how he had like a very like classically liberal view of race relations, and about how like, oh, we all do need to be working towards like colorblindness. And he told a story about how one of his favorite comics was it was like during the OJ trial.
Oh, okay.
If you don't remember, well, if you weren't old enough to experience this, during the OJ trial, that's literally like it went on for like a year, and it's all anyone talked about for a year was the OJ
Oh yeah,
trial.
I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, I was like, a tiny child at the time, but I understood people were just talking about the OJ trial. And there's a comic that was like two white scientists, and they're talking about the OJ trial, and they're like, should we talk? And there's a black scientist, and they're like, should we ask him about what his opinion on the OJ trial is? What do you think he's thinking about? Like, and they're like all like trying to like figure out whether they should actually talk to him about it. And then you see the black scientist, and in his mind, it's just like math and equations. Like he doesn't care at all about the OJ trial.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so Neil deGrasse Tyson said that for like a long time, that was his favorite comic. Because
really,
yes, and he was all just like, I don't want to be like known as the black scientist. I want to just be a scientist, and all. Right. And he has like this really awesome, very liberal view on, like classically liberal view on race relations and colorblindness and all this stuff. And it's sad because I think at some point in this conversation, he sort of says something very briefly about like, well, maybe we need to consider like systemic racism or something. I'm like, no, Neil.
Well,
Neil, you're getting sucked down the rabbit hole of wokeness. No. It really just shows how this stuff is so pervasive and just corrupts so many people's minds.
Yeah, he's in luck. Look, he's not going to be remembered as the black scientist. He's going to be remembered as the woke scientist.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, it shows the power of social influence. Because like if he's, he had this view, he's surrounded by all these people. He considers himself on the left, probably. And he sees all the people on the left and all the newspapers, and they all start talking about some issue in his way. And it like pulls him away from his previous opinion. He's like, well, maybe I should, all the people on my team are saying this, so I guess maybe they're onto something.
Look, I disagree with Richard Dawkins on the evolutionary advantages of religion. I think he's completely wrong. But I mean, I gotta give it to Richard Dawkins on the woke stuff. Like, he is no bitch. This is science.
Yeah.
You can't look, this idea that there's non-binary people and men, men and women aren't stable identities. No, like, get out of here. That would be tossing all of evolutionary theory in the waste bin. That's not, you can't do that. So well, I like, he's solid on this stuff, even though he's a super lefty.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Dawkins is like, I would not think of him as a super lefty. He's a person who likes to tell people they're wrong, I think. Mm-hmm. And so I think he doesn't have any of those hangups. I don't think he has that team playing bias.
Right.
That Neil or most other people do.
I saw Richard Dawkins did a talk with Peter Boghossian, friend of the show, and he asks Richard Dawkins about the religion thing. If people can act like, if people are just irrational beings and there's no way that we can avoid that.
Right.
And because a lot of the early atheist community, the Richard Dawkins, they called them the four horsemen of new atheism, right? Mm-hmm. They had this idea that we could just, kind of make people be more rational and embrace rationality in their lives, and religion would kind of recede. And I think that was kind of a failed mission. And when Peter Boghossian asked Richard Dawkins this question, he just is kind of a bit demoralized. Richard Dawkins is like, well, if that's true, then my entire life's work has kind of been a waste of time. And I'm just like, wow, Peter, you really had to ask that question. Like the guy is like, I must be pushing 90. Yep. I felt bad for him. I did. It was a very human moment. But deep down, I thought, yeah, you kind of did waste your entire life on that. I did. Ooh. Yeah, look, I'm with David Sloan Wilson and Brett Weinstein. Like, I think those guys are right about cultural evolution. Joe Henrich, Jonathan Haidt. I think all of those guys are right about cultural evolution and religion. I don't think, look, the New Atheist Project, I think, was a failed mission and doomed from the start just because it imagines a type of a human that just doesn't exist in the real world. It's completely unpragmatic.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, we can get back to Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to make amends for all that seedy stuff that's about to come out.
Before we get back, Boba Peck for $20. Thank you, Boba.
Don't do that. Come on, don't do that during the video. Let's look. Sorry.
Have you guys considered asking Constantine on? I remember you guys covering the Oxford debate. Also listening to Calling of the American Mind, great book, but was sad to hear Jonathan Haidt bought into the Trump both sides misreport.
Sorry to cut you off like that, but just I don't think you should do the super chats while we're doing a video because this is going to be clipped out, and then CT has to clip out a super chat.
This is going to be clipped out.
Well, theoretically, if you didn't do the super chat, it wouldn't have to be clipped out.
No. Okay,
yes,
I don't think our entire watching of the Neil deGrasse Tyson video is going to be its own clip.
Why?
Because that's going to
look now. All this has to be clipped out, but why?
I mean, you could, but it's
this would be
like
a great
2-hour video.
We're not. Look, we're just going to do we're just going to talk about this for like 20-30 minutes. What do you? What do you think? We're going.
But
well, look. If you don't do super chats, and we don't do a side quest talking about what needs to be clipped out, and what doesn't need to be clipped out, this could easily be a clip. I'm just like,
okay. Well, now that I've read that, how about?
Well, no, I don't want to talk about it because I think we should get back to the clip.
I'll reread it.
CT, clip this out, okay? And when I say clip it, CT, in the clip.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm trying to make things easy. Look, I understand. It appears that I'm getting triggered. I'm trying to calm down.
Yeah.
Well, just because it's so easy to do a clip and not read super chats in the middle of the clip and make CT's life a living hell.
I like to make CT's life more difficult.
Well, it's just
make
when
her, work for it.
Well, we do this clip here on Tuesday, and when it comes out 3 Tuesdays away,
well, first of all, CT's gonna have to go through this clip anyway because we've already cursed a bunch of times. So.
Well, look, I didn't curse until at the end of it. So, anyway.
You said fuck already.
Look, let's
you don't even realize that. You don't realize how easily these curses slip from your lips.
It doesn't matter if it's in the last. Look, it doesn't. It only matters if it's in the first part of the thing. And look,
that's not true actually. But I mean, that matters a lot. But if there's a bunch, it does matter. It doesn't matter where they are through them.
Look, what is happening here? And this all needs to be clipped out, CT.
Yeah.
What is happening here is I'm saying, look, you messed up. You fucked up.
Well, I'm just saying she's going to have to go through the clip anyway to add to.
I'm saying you fucked up.
Yeah.
And what you're doing is you're trying to shift the blame to me. You're going, no, wait, I didn't fuck up. You fucked up because you said the F word.
This is a very good Jonathan Haidt moment. I'm not shifting the blame. I'm not doing
You are totally trying to shift the blame.
I'm not doing the elephant defense thing. I'm doing the elephant redirect thing saying, well, she has to go through the clip anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
What? Hold on. Why? Let's just get this out of the way. And by the way, CT, clip all of this out because I don't want any of this in the clip. But why do you feel like you can make CT's life as miserable as possible?
I don't. I'm saying that if
why can't you just concentrate on making an easy clip for CT to clip out and upload to the channel? Why you got to make things so difficult?
Because I like to make things difficult for people in my life. Okay.
No, I think it's more you just don't think about it.
No. So if this is the goal, is to make like very easy to clip things.
That's the whole goal of the Tuesday stream. I brought it up like a million times.
Okay, then we need to both.
We've talked about this a billion times.
Cursing. We need to both stop cursing.
Look, if I'm on a roll and it's like comedy, if it's comedy wise appropriate, I'm gonna say,
okay, all right,
he jacked off in the fucking planter.
Right. Why?
Like, you there's you got a way.
And I said masturbation. I'm like, oh, that's gonna make the go yellow. I knew as soon as I said,
look, it could be worse. We could be talking about a school shooting with guns. Like CT, please clip that out. By the way, that's not a good thing to talk about.
Right.
Look, it's funny that look, Sitch and I should be having this conversation off stream. It's funny that it's on stream, but I just looked pretty please. What is the line from I think
Pulp we spent
Fiction?
Another 20 minutes talking about
hold on. What is the line from Pulp Fiction? When he says, "What? You're gonna just boss me around, tell me to clean the car?" Yeah. Pretty please with sugar on top. Don't fucking read the super chats during the clip, okay?
Okay, wait, look, fuck it. This guy, the ego, this guy thinks he's fucking Winston Wolf over here.
I am Winston Wolf.
Get out of here, motherfucker.
I am Winston Wolf. I'm coming in here. I'm coming in here to save this motherfucking clip. And all you're doing is shooting.
Do you see a sign outside this show, Adam?
Don't say that.
Do you see a sign outside this show that says clip storage?
Look, don't say that. Don't say that. We'll get in big trouble. No,
do you see a sign that says make clips easy for CT storage outside the show? No, it says the Sitch and Adam show.
You got Sitch here shooting clip in the face. Yeah, come on. Can we just look? Can we get back to the clip? Can we just do the clip without the side quest? Look, this is already impossible to clip out. It's like my thinking is, why are we even watching this? Why are we even doing this if we aren't making a clip? It just seems silly.
Okay, we'll have a conversation about that afterward.
You look, land CT, on an opinion that you dig your heels in.
I'm
trying to move on.
Back this shit up. CT for $2. Why do you hate me, Sitch? Exactly.
Why are you eating super chats? We're going to the club.
Look, CT could do 10 times the work if Sitch didn't make 20 times the work for her. Look,
says the guy who just keeps
rant over. Look, the reason why I told you to stop, because I don't know where the side quest started, so I couldn't mark it. But at least now I can mark it. Look, I'm bringing up the super chats thing, so CT can see the super chats graphic and know where to go in the file to cut where all the mayhem ends, so she can cut it out. There you go. All right. Let's pretend none of that happened.
43:13. Let me go back.
Let's pretend none of that happened. And look.
There we go.
Go.
Possible before you land on an opinion that you dig your heels in.
Absolutely.
So this is my, I see that as my role as an educator. So continue.
Quite. And the spirit of my question is very much in order to understand this, because one of your functions over time has been to communicate scientific knowledge to the public.
Yeah.
And that's why I was quite surprised to hear you talk about the idea that we all exist on a spectrum where you wake up one day and you feel like you're more female and more male.
Apparently, the XXXY chromosomes are insufficient. Because when we wake up in the morning, we exaggerate whatever feature we want to portray the gender of our choice.
Yes.
Suppose no.
Did you say that? Who said that?
That was
in the
I
clip.
assume that was Constantine or his co-host.
No, I think that they inserted a clip from some
to.
other, like this is from some TikTok or something. I was thinking about this. Look, I think gender expression is largely driven by sexual selection. Do you have a take
entirely?
on that?
What else? Of course it is. What else would it be?
Yeah, but look, this whole idea that the queer theorists have takes sexual selection out of the realm. Like they think your gender expression is just comes out of you as like an authentic self. When I'm like, no, gender expression is being driven by what people looking out in the environment and saying, what do the mates that I want to attract like?
Well, that's true. It's funny because that's what they say. That's true. But in reality, it is sexual selection still, because it's them signaling to, it's like if you're goth and you put on goth stuff to attract other people that like
exactly.
goth. Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm woke, so let me put on woke stuff to attract other woke people.
Right. And see, they also want to call it cultural, but you look at birds where sexual selection is primarily what's driving selection in birds. And
yeah,
look, the female peacocks are driving more male plumage on peacocks, right? Or I guess they call them peahens, but that's clearly what you would call something like a gender expression, right? Birds having this crazy plumage.
Of course.
So
doing all the intricate dances and all that stuff.
Right. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, as a scientist here, what is this all about? This is nonsense.
Yeah.
He's basically just going off on, it's whatever you feel internally.
Listen, he wants you to have an informed opinion.
I forget.
Okay.
Yeah. Good show. Informed opinion. Yeah, right.
No matter my chromosomes, today I feel 80% female, 20% male. I'm gonna put on makeup. I'm gonna do that. Tomorrow I might feel 80% male. I'll remove the makeup and I'll wear a muscle shirt. Why do you care?
Yeah.
What business is it of yours to require that I fulfill your inability to think of gender on a spectrum?
I hope I'm not.
Okay, so the answer to the question is, if this was just a situation, and it's kind of annoying because I think Constantine does bring this up and then they never really get back to it.
Right.
The question isn't just like, oh, I want to dress in whatever aesthetic I want and everyone just should accept it or not, be bigoted to me towards me because of my aesthetic, right? It's not like, oh, I want to dress up like I'm goth. Because that was controversial. I remember, some parents would get really mad when their kids would put on all the black clothes and the eye makeup and all this stuff. Both boys and girls. And it's like, okay, that's very different than saying, oh, I want to identify as a different gender and you need to acknowledge this. And if you don't acknowledge this, you're some kind of bad person. Right. And
that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah. You're actually a bigot. And not only that, but then this kind of can lead a lot of kids down the pathway of getting surgery and taking hormones and doing all sorts of like actual physical things to their body. And so to just compare this to like some sort of aesthetic thing that people should just accept, I think is very, not offensive, but very like you're just limiting, you're kind of stupidly limiting the conversation to something that it's not actually what's going on.
Right. Yeah. The punks said, look, I'm anti-establishment. I'm punk rock here. I don't want the establishment to accept me. I rebel at the idea of the establishment. This establishment comes in and says, no, you have to accept me or you're a bigot. Mm-hmm. It's a completely different mindset.
Yeah.
I'm misquoting you there. If I am, please correct me.
Well, let me say that it's not a misquote, but there's an entire setup before I even utter those words.
Oh, I see. Please.
That setup exists in the book, by the way. But it's, as you know, it's very easy to clip something and then...
Oh, we know.
We know.
No, you know. You've heard that
From
this
direct
happens?
personal experience.
Yeah.
So I try my best to have everything I say so self-contained that it's hard to clip it or to misrepresent.
You have to nowadays. Yeah.
So
give us the full setup. Because most people growing.
So he basically claims he's been clipped out of context there.
Right.
Through the education system 10, 15, 20 years from now would have been taught in biology classes that there's males and females, men and women. And in very recent times, in the last 5 years, it feels like this understanding is being challenged by a different view. Explain that to us, if you would.
Well, so it's very simple, actually. And like I said, I don't think I'm saying anything controversial here. I'm just offering a perspective you might not have had, which I would like you to have, so that when you assemble all of your thoughts and feelings and leanings, be they cultural, political, religious leanings, that you have all the information available to you before you land. I would claim that for many people strongly held opinions or views, that when they become more fully informed, that the strength with which they were holding those views tends to fade.
Sitch, is your bullshit detector going off yet?
You know, I will listen. I wish that was true. We all wish that was true. As people became more informed about a subject, the strength of their beliefs would soften because they would realize how complicated things are in the real world. They say, maybe I shouldn't be such a jerk on this issue. Maybe I shouldn't be so strong on this issue. Maybe there's nuance here. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. I wish that was true, Neil. I wish that was true.
You don't think that's true, Sitch?
No, it's complete. I mean, it's true for like 1% of the population, I guess.
It's not true, huh? Oh,
Yeah,
black
no,
pill.
that's not true.
Ouch.
No, people just look for confirming evidence of their biases.
Do you think he's using my definition of nuance here?
What's your definition of nuance?
Needless complexity.
Well, I mean, listen, the trans questions are very complex. It's not a simple thing. But I haven't really heard Neil, I haven't really heard him give, from all the times I've heard him talk about it, I could be missing stuff, but from the times I've heard him talk about it, I've never really heard him give a nuanced or like, quote, intelligent take on the subject. He gives like very simplistic, in my opinion, like dumb takes on these topics. Which, I mean, what the clip we just saw was a pretty dumb take on the topic. So
hugely dumb. Look, they get into the trans women in sports here. It's great.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's never thought about it.
And then he has like a very dumb take on that too. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And listen, Neil's a very smart guy. So this is just a very clear example of ideology kind of controlling and pushing people down these pathways, where intelligent people down pathways of basically trying to, their brain working to justify, you know, whatever the BS is.
Yeah. Woke shield.
Or evaporate entirely. And these are cosmic perspectives that bring your view above all that divides us. This is the power of a cosmic.
The head nodding and the bewildered looks on the trigonometry guys' faces are just the most priceless part of this clip. They're like, oh, that sounds like total BS.
Cosmic perspective. All right. And, you know, there you are from space looking at Earth and you don't see any color-coded countries. Meanwhile, throughout the book, I imagine what an alien would think who has no preconceived notion of who and what we are. They just observe. And they say, oh, what a beautiful planet. I'll get to your point in a minute, but these are my lead-ups to it. Oh, what a beautiful planet. Let's get a closer look. Oh, there's land and oceans and clouds. And then they see one species sort of dominating everywhere on Earth. And it's okay, fine, we got one species. And then they look closer, and then they see that one species killing one another because of who's born on what side of a line in the sand, or who worships this god instead of that god, or no gods, or how reflective their skin is to sunlight.
And now he's making like a covert accusation here. He's like, if you don't buy into all this gender nonsense, you're on the side of genocide.
Well, to give him a little bit, let's try to be a little good faith here. Let's be a little good faith Gary here. I don't think that's what he's trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is that he has this idea. I think this is a very dumb idea. And I'll talk about this when he finishes his thought here, but that there's like this cosmic perspective where if we can all like look at ourselves from the heavens and kind of zoom out far enough, you know, we're all be like, listen, we're all humans living together on this rock and we should all just try to get along, blah, 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 blah. Which, listen, I'm all
I buy into, yeah.
I'm on that train too. So he's just trying to kind of relate this idea that we're fighting each other over useless things. He's trying to say like this is another example of us fighting each other over useless things. And if we only had the cosmic perspective, we would stop.
Yeah. And again, well, I mean, if it's so useless, why are you bringing it up, Neil? If it's such a non-controversy, why are you talking about it?
Well,
why are you the one making the clip?
Sure.
Look, that's the best response to all this. Oh, this is so unimportant. Why are we talking about it? Well,
no. It's not that
unimportant.
The issue is not unimportant. It's that that we shouldn't. I think his argument is that we shouldn't be like bigoted or making these distinctions against people that have different gender spectrum identities than the norm. I think that's what his argument is.
Look, nobody's doing that. Nobody cares. Where it matters is,
but that's not the hosts are not doing that.
Yeah, where it matters is where you're talking about female segregated spaces, and right. Female sports is one of those segregated spaces. So
yeah, it's a bad argument.
Look, why do you care so much? Well, I care because my daughter is not getting a scholarship because she was forced to compete against biological males at the high school.
Right.
That's why I care.
Right.
So why don't you just shut up and and mind your own business? Why are you saying that I don't have a stake in the answer to this question here? Why are you calling me a bigot because I care about my daughter's future?
Mm-hmm.
Look, that's just, it's so, this drives me crazy because they get out here and they want to take the moral high ground because they got no dog in this fight. And they want to actually talk down to people who do actually have a dog in this fight. Mm-hmm. No, get out of here. Move on, punk. Let the people who have a dog in the fight it out.
Right.
Or whatever other reasons they come up with. And they're wondering what the fuck is wrong with this species.
Sitch is going to be very angry at you, Neil. How dare you drop an F-bomb in our clip?
I know.
They're all the same species, and they'd rush back home and tell the rest of their fellow aliens there is no sign of intelligent life on Earth. Okay? This is how I think about all of this.
Look, he's so smug. Right. Oh, he's so smug, Sitch. I just want to
I've heard him, he said this, he tells this analogy, story, whatever you want to call it, a lot. I've heard him say this a lot. And I understand that it's not supposed to be literal. It's supposed to be like this kind of consciousness raising, awareness raising story that supposed to make you think about like the pointlessness of all of these conflicts about stupid things like race or nationality or religion or whatever. Mm-hmm. I don't think number one, I don't think it's going to change anyone's mind. I think no one on planet Earth's mind has changed when they've heard the story. So I think it fails from that perspective. Number one. Number two, I think it's a really stupid story. I think it's an insanely stupid story because if let's assume that the hypothetical is true, that there was some alien species that, visited Earthlings, from space. Presumably, we could be wrong, right? But presumably they would have evolved through some kind of process that was also like evolution, natural selection. Unless this completely unknown process to us of how life would come to be, which is possible, we would assume it was something similar to the process in which we evolved. Which, if that's the case, it's almost impossible, not impossible, but almost impossible for an intelligent alien life to have also gone through similar social, cultural developments that we did, where they would, have started off as bands of hunter-gatherers who were fighting each other, and then they kind of evolved over time and progressed through time technologically and had all the same social, cultural, psychological issues that we all have, because all the things that we have, all the wars and the violence and all the problems we have are all stemming from how we evolved as human beings and how biology affects us to not make us a bunch of big, huggy, cuddly hippies. And if there was an intelligent life that visited us, they would look at us and they'd say, oh, well, that's where we were 1,000 years ago. That's where we were 500 years ago. They wouldn't go, oh, well, we're so smug. There's no intelligent life here. Yeah. They go, oh, look, they're in that stage of development that we were at, 500 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I was doing a little light graphic design.
That's okay.
Shall we continue?
Okay. So, so we look at this whole trans issue.
Did you see the graphic design?
The NPC face. Yeah.
I'm intrigued about how much attention it is getting. Just intrigued by it. And I'm a scientist. I observe, but I'm also an observer of people and pop culture and civilization. My father was a sociologist, active during the civil rights movement of the 1960s into the 1970s.
I wonder what his take on why it's getting so much attention is.
Yeah,
I
he
wonder
never
if
tells
it's-
us. Yeah.
I wonder if it's because there is kind of a zero-sum game going on here with conflict, with rights, and there's a conflict there that needs to be resolved. Or is it because all of America is a bunch of bigots?
Right.
I feel like it's the latter for him.
Mhm.
He just thinks it's all driven by bigotry.
Yep.
I don't know when this will air, but when this will post, but August 28th, 2023 is the 60th anniversary of Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. And that's one of the most popular speeches we know of in the United States. And I bet it has currency elsewhere as well.
Oh, massively.
Yeah,
Massively.
absolutely.
Just because of the message he was communicating and the timing of it and all of the above. I'll have some postings related to that in my media channels. Anyhow, so let's back up. So I don't know all the founding documents of the modern UK, but I do know the ones of the United States. And they include things like the preamble to in our Declaration of Independence, and the preamble to the Constitution, and the Constitution itself. Okay? Let me remind you, this was a document to get the hell away from England. Okay?
Oh, we remember.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if you remember this. And let me just make it clear that the Constitution begins with the three words, we the people. Okay? We give power to those who govern us.
What does this have to do? How did we end up here? Where are we?
Yeah, I was thinking, are
Like-
we going to fast forward? When's he get to the transport stuff?
What is it? This is like so side quest here is ridiculous. What does
And
that have to do
remember-
with anything?
Well, look, remember when he said, look, I'm worried about getting clipped out of context. So I always try to keep things really tight and self-contained.
Yes.
This guy just, I'm not afraid to say it. I don't think he has any credibility left because it's just, he doesn't seem rational to me. Nothing he's saying he contradicts himself too much for me then. Should we move forward, or you want to just?
Well, I
wrap
don't
it up
remember.
here?
Well, we'll keep going because I don't know when he gets back to it. But.
Okay.
Not genetics of a royal line going back thousands of
I
years.
feel like this is like a direct personal attack for absolutely no reason.
Okay, so now what? Okay, so
All we're asking for is a little bit of gratitude for what we did. All right? Is that too much?
We set up your country, and this is how you repay us.
We gave you the language.
okay.
Unbelievable. You ruined the language. You can't even spell properly, and here you are lecturing us
Yes.
about your... Anyway, tell us about the transition.
so here we go. Are you ready?
Okay.
So
Please,
British people are so jealous. It's very cringy, guys. Seriously.
that's true. So listen, they're funny guys. And at least he's like, listen, let's get back to the transition. I don't know what we're doing here. What's happening?
Yeah, enough of the side quests.
Right.
Look, I know that you're looking, you're digging, you're trying to think, wow, how do I make this sound actually intelligent?
let's look at humans physiologically. And then you have these chromosomes, all right? In most humans, high 90% humans, you're either XX or XY, okay? Chromosomes. And that defines your sex. Are you male or are you female, okay? So it's a binary biological representation of your sex, okay? I don't have a problem with that. That's binary, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, well, let's ask ourselves some questions. When you see another human being, do you see their chromosomes? It's just an interesting question. How visible are their chromosomes to you?
No, you see the phenotype. You don't see their chromosomes.
Well, sorry. I obviously, you don't literally see the chromosomes, but okay. And let me not use.
Constantine is so based.
Yes, he's like, I'm gonna shut down this straw man instantly.
He's like, no, you see the phenotype. Can we move on, please?
Yeah,
Let's get to the substance of this argument.
The word phenotype, because half the people who hear that word don't know what it means, and I'm an educator communicator. So I will say, you see the person who presents themselves to you. That's what you see in the world. And I did an experiment in the New York City subway. It was winter, so everyone has on a coat. And I looked at everybody from the neck up. Everybody's seated. And by the way, almost all of human height difference is in their legs, not in their torso. So when we're seated, we're all approximately the same height. That's why everyone could just sit at a big old dinner table, and only the children need phone books to sit up. Everybody else doesn't have to adjust their chair height, okay? So just a little fact. So everyone is about the same height, seated.
Fake news. My great-grandmother was so short. She literally had to drive a car sitting on a phone book.
Wow.
Okay.
Those were the good old days.
That's right.
When you got the phone book out for grandma. Grandma, let's see if we can kill someone in the car today.
And I asked myself, can I know who the boys are and who the girls are at a glance? And the answer is yes. And I got it 100% correct, okay? And what do I mean by 100% correct? The girls had certain features manifest to me. On average, girls had longer hair. If they wore jewelry, there was more jewelry. The jewelry was more expressive. More earrings, more finger rings. Their facial hair was more likely to be tweezed. The eyebrows are trimmed. There's no hair between the eyebrows. Any mustache hair was removed. They're more likely to wear makeup, especially around the eyes. Mascara, eyeliner, eyeshadow. They were more likely to wear the red rouge, or whatever. There's blush or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
More likely to wear that. They were more likely to have fingernails painted.
We get it. My God, this is painful, Sitch.
I know. It's a really bad argument too, but I'll let him finish.
Get to the point already.
Yes.
We get it. We don't need another 35 examples, Grandpa.
He's an educator, Adam.
Oh my God, I can't imagine being in a class. Look, you're in the class for one day so you can get his autograph, and then you're like, gone. This class sucks.
Painted. Okay? Okay. That's how I knew who. By the way, there are some boys who have these features, but by and large, this was unmistakable that those were the girls. Now, how about the boys? Okay. Well, other than the male pattern baldness on older men, okay, or facial hair, the beard and the mustache, could I tell that they were guys? Well, oh, by the way, and for all the girls, there was clothing that they wore that was clearly acquired in the women's section of the store. How about the guys? Yeah. Oh. Well, I'll get to it. There. So now with the guys. Oh, yeah. Okay. The guys wore less jewelry. Their hair was on average.
Okay, it's to the point where I'm ready to fast forward. Let's fast forward. What do you think?
This varies city to city. Many of them had muscles. What I was queuing on, go to a gym to get the muscles.
Here we go. We're going to get to the...
Okay, here's my point.
Oh, the point.
100% of what I was queuing on was secondary and tertiary accoutrements to what you look like when you wake up in the morning. You chose to grow your hair long. You chose to tweeze your eyebrows. You chose to go to the girls. You chose to go to the gym so you have bigger muscles. And if the women,
you chose to grow your breasts giant and huge. Oh wait, you didn't choose that. Oh, okay, sorry. You chose to have wide shoulders.
Large enough, Wear a push-up bra. Those are for sale for you.
They had the push-up
and that
bra.
doesn't work.
Oh, he knew the counter argument. He's like,
knew.
This is wrong. Here, oh yeah, breast implants. Not everyone has big boobs.
He actually brings it
Go
up.
get surgery, as 200,000 women a year in the United States get breast augmentation surgery so that they can be female for you. Okay, so here's my point. We have, and like I said, the clothing, get your clothing in the.
Oh my God, it's
I know.
killing me.
It never ends, Adam.
It's
It goes
killing
on
me.
and on.
Okay, so here's my point. Oh yeah, and I forgot to tell you about. Please make it stop, Sitch. This is the cringiest thing
We're almost
ever.
there. We're so close.
How
We're
is
so
look?
close.
How does this guy have any credibility with you? I'm telling you, I'm going into negative credibility here.
Yeah,
I'm like
listen,
-2,
this-
-4.
This take has really shaken a lot of goodwill or faith that I've
Okay.
ever had in Neil deGrasse, because it's very dumb. It's really dumb.
Not only that, it's dumb and it's long and boring.
Yes.
Look, I can take a dumb take if it's one sentence. The dumb take that is 45 minutes long. You've lost all goodwill with
You
me,
kept
man.
talking in this
Look,
voice.
As soon as they start dropping the Me Too's, I'm like, yep, guilty. Guilty of boring us in that video.
A woman comes out, she's like, listen, I was Neil deGrasse Tyson's assistant. I'm very young and sexy. He never once touched me or said anything sexually inappropriate to me. But he was so boring. He just kept going on and gave the worst examples in all of human history. And I think he should go to jail for that. Adam's like, yes.
Yeah, I am. Exactly.
Put him in jail.
Lock
Long,
him up.
boring stories and examples. Get him out of here.
Lock him up and throw away the key.
There you go.
Look at this. He's so boring, they won't even assault him in prison. They're like, stay away from that guy. I tried to shank him, and he started telling me a story and never stopped.
There you go.
In the girls section, because they know how to dress you, and get your clothing in the boys section because they know how to dress you. All right. And by the way, hair removal is way more efficient today than when I was growing up. It was not uncommon to see a woman with a mustache trying to bleach it or trying to tweeze it. Now it's gone. Because women are not supposed to have hair. We all know this. Guys are hairy and women are not hairy. Okay? This understanding of gender has been built into the beauty industrial complex.
Oh my, no.
So, yeah.
No.
Okay. So wait, well, is he done here?
Look, when those
What?
when those peacocks with their more plumage get more tail,
Right.
that's just the plumage industrial complex, Sitch. That's all it is.
Of course.
Don't
obviously.
you know?
Yeah.
It's capitalism selling them more tail feathers.
Well, even his own argument about the facial hair thing, I mean, that should show you there's obviously something going on deeper here than the beauty industrial complex, where like before people had the ability to get laser hair removal, they were bleaching it to hide it.
Of course.
And
yeah,
if you
no.
look back, I mean, if you look back in human history, it's almost always been that, big facial hair, your facial hair in general has always been associated with males and not associated with females.
Look,
There's like a handful of examples that that's not the case, but that's the exceptions that prove the rule. The fact that like almost all overwhelmingly through thousands of years of human history, it's been that way should tell you something. That it's not just the fashion industrial complex.
yeah, well, it's driven by men getting grossed out by women with lip hair, right? They don't want to feel like they're kissing their dad. It's like, come on. It's very simple. I don't understand that feeling, that sexual selection, intuitive feeling that people have is what is driving the beauty industry. The beauty industry isn't. Of course. Yeah, he's got it the opposite way around. It's like, oh, culture comes in. And this is the leftist perspective. It's like, culture is what teaches us how to think and feel about other people. No, it's driven by these intuitions that we have. Oh, that's attractive.
Right.
Oh, that's not attractive. Oh, that's attractive, right?
Well, see, you don't understand. Reality is like Zoolander, okay?
Yeah.
The beauty industrial complex has been the secret conspiracy, like Kill la Kill, has been the secret conspiracy behind the scenes, has been controlling all of human history this entire time.
look, even in the breast augmentation stuff, and who knows what drives these things, but a woman gets breast augmentation and suddenly she's got like 16 more suitors and her friends go, oh, look, that's working out for her. Maybe I'll give it a shot. It's the same thing. Look, men try to make themselves in attractive ways for women. I mean, it goes both ways.
Yes.
My only point.
Do you want to say something?
Let's see if he's finally done with his point. He said my only point. Maybe we're finally at the end here.
Look, he's been teasing us so long. I don't trust I've lost all faith.
All right.
Was that if who you decide is male and female in the street is a construct of style and trends and what the beauty industrial complex wants you to see, if that's how we establish gender, then maybe some people want to be fluid within that gender identify. So they'll wear a skirt, but maybe have a beard, or they'll mix and match that in whatever way
Neil,
you want.
Sorry.
Hold on. I'm not, wait, I'm almost done.
Look at this. Oh, he tries to stop him.
I know.
He's like, please stop. Constantine, you're like a god over there. Thank you.
So,
okay,
if a person using the tools of the beauty industrial complex wants to mix and match this, and they are expressing their freedom in a free country to do so, why is your job to tell them not to?
Okay.
That's my only point. And so I'm speaking of gender expression and the freedom to do so. And if you want to restrict that, then what country are we living in? Yeah, go on.
Okay. So, let's address this really long, ponderous, awful argument. Okay, all the points. Try to address all the points. Number one, as Constantine's about to bring up, this is not an issue of fashion. No one cares about fashion. No one's talking about fashion. That's not the issue. No one's saying, oh my God, men can't put on eyeliner and, women can't wear baggy clothes. That's not the argument. If that and this is, first of all, this is like an insipidly stupid point because it literally, it doesn't even fall in with what Neil's saying, because with the trans conversation, people aren't saying, oh, I want to look and dress how I want to dress. They're saying, no, by looking or dressing differently, I'm changing my sex/gender. I want to be identified completely differently. Right. This actually is the exact opposite of Neil's point. Neil's saying, well, why can't people, if the beauty industry is dictating what is male and female, why can't females look, the male things and males do the female things? That's fine, Neil. That's not what's happening. People are literally saying by doing the female things, they become women. And by doing the male things, they become men. You're arguing against your own point.
That's such a great point.
And he doesn't even realize it. Number one. Okay. Number two, as you brought up, this is a really stupid point because what people, he's sitting there in the subway. His example, the beginning of this, okay, is that he's sitting in the subway, everyone's wearing big jackets and he's just looking at their faces. He's trying to say, can I determine what sex or gender everyone is by just looking at them? And he says he can 100% of the time. And he says he's using all these things, jewelry, makeup, facial hair, blah, 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 blah. And he's ignoring that, number one, as you said, Adam, all these things that people do with fashion are generally ways of accentuating their sexual characteristics,
right,
in some fashion.
Yep.
That's why they're doing it that way. Okay. Yep. It's not like he's acting like humans wake up like Mr. Potato Head with a blank face. And then they go over to the drawer and they open up and they're like, well, I want my angry male eyes or my soft feminine eyes. And they plug them into their face. And suddenly they're like a chick. That's not how reality works. That's not how any of this works. They're accentuating features that they have already.
Yep.
And great number point. Three, as a scientist, Neil, and this is the example you gave is kind of bafflingly incompetent as a scientist. And you should know this because as a scientist, what you would actually have to do to test this whole sitting in the subway thing, you'd have to say, okay, let's imagine I'm looking at all these secondary things like makeup and jewelry, blah, 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 blah. But what if we did an experiment where we just had a bunch of all these people's faces. We had a collection of male and female faces. We gave them all no facial hair. You had them all have the exact same haircut, and they all wore zero makeup.
Yep.
How good would a person be able to determine the sex of a person by sitting down and just looking at these faces? 100%.
Easiest thing ever.
Exactly. That's the thing. Well, I'd say there's probably 99%. There's probably a couple pats in there somewhere, right? You know, there's a couple of pats in there. But most, like 99% of the time, you don't need makeup. You don't need hairstyles. You don't need facial. You don't need any of that stuff. You look at a person's face and you can determine whether they're male or female on its own, completely blank. And it's insane to me if Neil's going to pretend that that's not true.
I know. That's look, you just have to deny reality to have this position. That's why he's got no credibility. He's sitting there with two comedians and they're like, look, I know what reality is. You're supposed to be an astrophysicist.
Yes. Yes. Well, and it's unfortunate because since his answer was so long, they only really addressed like the last thing he said, as opposed to like everything leading up to it, which is such a terrible argument.
He gish galloped all the way. Yeah, yes. Look, he's trying to make it go. He's like, look, maybe I can talk all the way to the end of this interview and I can get out of one of these things without making a complete ass of myself. Oops.
Yeah.
Failed again.
So this is just this is on every level, this argument fails. Every possible level. And it's baffling to me that Neil deGrasse Tyson made this argument.
Look, if you're in this situation, you're a famous astrophysicist who may or may not have some Me Too stories in your past that have not come to light. Look, just answer the question. I haven't really thought much about this trans stuff. Maybe we can talk about something else. Right?
Well, he was sitting on a subway looking at people's faces, thinking about it.
Yeah, look, he doesn't have enough. This is not a good topic for him.
No, obviously not. Because, I mean, this is the level of sophistication he's taking to it. This is stupid.
This is a problem with these woke topics because he's like, I'm a respected person in the scientific community. People want me to lend my scientific credibility to this schlock. So therefore, I have to make these horrible arguments. But you destroy your credibility.
Of course.
Don't do it, guys. Don't do it.
What? So
first of all, I don't know a single person, and we've talked to trans people on the show. We have trans employees at Trigonometry. We've spoken to all sorts of people about this issue. I do not know a single person who wants to prevent people from dressing how they want or behaving how they want or choosing any name that they want. However, the problem is...
So you don't... But you know such people are out there.
I'm sure such people exist in the same way that there are people who believe that the earth is flat and so on. But they're a tiny minority.
They exist. I don't know how tiny they are, given the dialogue today.
Fair point. However, what I would say is that the conversation in the public consciousness has become prominent not between people who want to defend the right of anyone to dress how they want and the people who want to prevent that. The reason the conversation has become an issue is that we assign and allow certain privileges to people based on their sex. If you are female, you get to go to places that only other females are in, like changing rooms and toilets and so on. If you are female, you get to compete only with people of your sex because females are at a disadvantage in physical competition to males in almost every sport. In other words, we carve out certain areas where your sex matters tremendously, even though we may respect your right everywhere else to believe that you are whatever you are, to dress however you are, etc. So your claim that today you woke up and put lipstick on and grew your hair out long and tweezed out your mustache and whatever, and therefore you are female, has an impact on other people in certain contexts in which that is a problem.
You gave only two contexts. Do you have others?
Sorry, I wasn't finished. And in those contexts, it is essential, people would argue, to protect women from unfair competition and from various risks for which female-only spaces already exist. That's why people are having this conversation. It's not out of bigotry.
Do you have more than those two examples? And I'll address each of those in turn. But do you have more than those two?
So this is really obnoxious.
Totally. Yeah.
Because he's like trying to be like, oh, well, you only have these two reasons.
Which are
only have these
giant
2
reasons. Oh
Right.
my God, they're the Mount Everest of reasons.
Right. Which, first of all, it's like, okay, well, there are more reasons. I mean, just like, let me, if you want to put me on the spot and think about it. Because I mean, they don't even talk about, to me, the number one reason, even beyond all this stuff, is children transitioning and regretting it. That's the number one reason.
Right.
That's the number one reason. Okay. Like that's far bigger of an issue than sports or female spaces or any stuff. All that stuff's important, but I'm just saying they don't even talk about that. Okay.
Right.
Number one. And number two is like, well, there's a whole issue of protection. Should this be a protected class? Do we all have to accept this? What does it mean if we all accept this? There's an insane take. There's a totally insane take related to this that I saw on Twitter where Freedom Tunes, a friend of the show, Seamus, he tweeted out, there was an article, I believe it was from, I'll bring it up for a second. I think it's from like Slate or something. And it was a trans person who was talking about how they would, go on dates and sleep with people.
Yeah, oh, I saw
sleep
that.
With men, and they wouldn't tell them that they were trans.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw that.
It said, the headline for the article is, "The men having sex with me don't know that I'm trans. I intend to keep it that way." Okay.
Yeah.
So Seamus says this is sexual assault, by the way.
Yeah.
That was his response, which I agree with 100%. It's obviously sexual assault. Obviously. Okay. But then we had SDL come over here, and he gave this insane take, a completely insane take, where he says, it's simple. You are morally required to inform sexual partners details that could physically harm them. Like, I have unsuppressed HIV, or I play League is a joke, but you are not required to share any other details, such as I'm transgender or I love Bionicle. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so, first of all, and so I retweeted that. Okay. I quote tweeted that and I said, quote, "Rape is okay if it lines up with my politics."
Right.
Because that's the argument he's giving. This idea that, like, oh, you have to have informed consent for sexual interactions for everything on the entire planet Earth. But whether someone is trans or not, that doesn't apply here. Because with some insane political argument, we would never accept this in any situation whatsoever. Like, people bringing it up, and I thought about this too. It's like, you would never accept a situation where a man, he's like, listen, I want to go have sex with this woman, and she's a lesbian. So I'm going to go dress up as a woman, pretend I'm a woman, and then in the dark, I'll just tell her to put on a strap on and we'll have sex, and she won't know. None of these woke a-holes would say that that's a justifiable thing to do, right?
Right. That's sexual assault.
Yes, of course. And actually, there was a case literally that just happened about this in England, which is kind of insane, where this woman who, I think she was friends with another woman, and the woman was straight and she was a lesbian, and she wanted to be in a relationship with her. So she basically catfished her as a man on the internet for like a year, and then dressed up like a guy. And then they went on a date, and they were like, "Oh, we can have sex, but you have to put on this blindfold." And they did, and she did, and she was having sex with her with a strap on, making her think that she was a guy. And then she took off the blindfold and realized it was a woman, and she freaked out. And that woman is now in jail for rape and was convicted for rape.
Wow. Okay.
So, but the arguments that they levy for this is just so, it's like this insanely stupid cope spiral of insanity that they all know is wrong. And the reason I bring this up is because, again, this is the argument that they make, that the woke people make when they just say trans women are women, right? What they're saying is, the reason that argument is insidious. Okay, listen, I'm all for trans women's right to exist. Okay, and that trans women, I think, should use the bathroom that they're presenting as, and blah 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 blah, and all that stuff. But the argument of that trans women are women is an argument to say that there's no categorical distinction between a trans woman and a cis woman, and therefore, if they're not treated accordingly in all aspects, then you should be thrown in jail for some form of bigotry. That's what they're saying. And so under the trans woman is woman logic, they're saying it's totally justifiable you have no right to know whether a person that you have sex with is trans or not. You have no right to know that. That's the argument.
Right.
That's
This is where that logic reads.
Yeah,
leads.
that's exactly how that logic leads. And that's another part, like, and that's really what's the underlying argument that's happening here, that Neil is completely oblivious to,
a
or
useful
pretending
idiot for.
right, or just pretending doesn't exist when he gives this like insipid, it's just about fashion, stupid argument.
Yeah. Look, Constantine totally eviscerates him immediately.
Yeah.
And he does the ego thing, man. He's like, well, that's the only, look, you only came up with one argument. I mean, it's devastating. I don't know why I'm asking you for more. You're probably going to make it worse.
Right.
But yeah, this is just, it's so obvious. This is why this clip is so amazing, because it's so obvious. Neil is just, he doesn't understand the position that he's up against. It's so strange.
Yeah, it's sad.
Look, if you believe anything because your political rivals believe it, that's the worst reason in the world to believe something. Believing something because someone else believes it, not a good reason to believe anything.
Right.
Anything. Yeah. You got to dig into the evidence. You got to dig into the arguments. Yeah. Be skeptical.
Probably not. Okay. So let me address those two examples directly. I'll address them.
Sports is very important.
You said that.
Female-only spaces.
I remembered. So, but you don't seem to have a third example. So
he's such a smug a-hole here.
And even if you do, we presume that would be a very distant third compared to those two cases. All right.
No, there's a third one I can give you very easily. In this country, for politics, we have female-only shortlists for positions in Parliament. Therefore,
I didn't know about that. That's interesting. Okay.
Well, that's another example. I can give you more. So, female-only shortlists, there are certain targets within corporations for diversity targets to have a certain number of women on the board. Therefore,
yeah, how about we deal with the female CEO problem just by half of the men who are already CEOs identifying as women? They don't have to change anything about themselves. They just say, oh, okay, look, we need more women. Yeah, that's fine. Put me down as female. Like, I'm still married and I got a bunch of kids, but I'm all for helping out.
Here's a good question you could ask Neil. I could say, Neil, why does it matter whether Pluto's a planet?
Oh, yeah.
It's just a social construct, Neil. We just came up with a bunch of arbitrary rules about what makes a planet and what doesn't make a planet. You yourself, you know this. You say, Neil, you said this. I've heard you say this. You've gotten so much angry mail about people that are mad at you about why they want Pluto to remain a planet. And listen, why does it matter? If it makes people happy, Neil, shouldn't Pluto just continue to be referred to as a planet? I mean, does it harm you in any way, Neil, if Pluto isn't a planet?
Well, I'm thinking maybe it's just bigotry. I mean, why the hell?
It's just Plutonian bigotry. That's right. It's just dwarf planet bigotry, now that I think about it.
It is. It is obvious. Look, if there's a marginalized planet in our solar system, I mean, it's got to be Pluto, right?
Yes. Yes. Why does Neil care?
I mean, its orbit is so messed up.
Neil, why do you care about Pluto being a planet? I don't understand.
Yeah. Great point.
When you make a claim that you are female, you are attempting, whether intentionally or not, to insert yourself into categories that are deliberately designed to protect women's interests. That is the concern that people have. So there's 4 examples for you there. Please address them.
Sure. So interesting about the Parliament. I have to look into that to find out what is it try to ensure the representation of women? Is that the goal?
That's correct.
Yes, okay, fine. So it's a perfectly noble cause there. So about personal changing spaces, okay? That's a solvable problem, of course. And we basically have accomplished that here in Manhattan, where I live. Practically all bathrooms are either multi-gender or solo bathrooms, so only one person at a time, or you walk into a space and there's stalls that are closed off, but then you exit the stall and you come to a communal sink, okay?
Yes.
So it's a solvable problem where everyone has a private space rather than for themselves, rather than having a gender private space. Okay, it's solvable on a level. By the way, let me give an example. We have a school from the early 20th century in New York, and
okay, I can't take any more such. I think we should call it quits. I really, I don't care. Look, this guy's off his rocker. I mean, he doesn't make a cogent point beyond this, right? I mean, we can fast forward to the part where he gets angry, and
we can fast forward. Yeah. Well, hold on. You're going to wait. Stop.
The difference is.
And she had very big muscles, and she had naturally high testosterone levels.
Okay, so his arguments so far are we can solve the bathroom problems by basically just giving everyone dividers. And then his second argument is we can solve the sports problem because, it's just not fair for people that perform better than other people in sports to be in the same league, even if they're the same sex. So we should be, he kind of gives this whole, we need to redesign sports so that it's based entirely on skill level as opposed to being based on sex.
Yeah.
That's his
okay.
argument.
Okay. I'm wondering.
The differences physiologically between men and women are not just hormonal. Women have a different hip angle. They have different heart capacity. They have different lung capacity. I mean, there are profound physiological differences, different bone density. We've had professional athletes on the show to talk about it.
I don't have a problem with that. So then you find ways to slice the population so that whatever the event is interestingly contested. So, for example, I wrestled in my life. I was captain of my high school wrestling team.
Back when I was a kid, back when I was a lad. Come on, Sitch. I can't take any more of this. Guy is ridiculous. Look, he's still going on. Look, it's unending. Oh, here it is. Look, this has got to be the point. Look at this. Yeah. Look at that face.
Yeah.
Look, he's so angry. He's like, look, I've been BSing my heart out for 20 minutes here. I told you about back when I was 7 years old, back in 1940, and you're not buying any of this. Why are these kids so smart these days? Okay, here we go.
Social question that maybe can and should be answered at a deeper level than a quota coming in after the fact.
Oh, I'm not a fan of quotas, but if they exist...
That's how I would address that question.
Hold on a second. That's not addressing the question at all. The question is, female shortlist exists. Should biological males be allowed to enter those female shortlists? That's as simple as the question is.
Yeah, I'm saying I would ask why you have the shortlist in the first place. It's because there's something deeper that's wrong with society, that women are underrepresented in governance. So to say now, to protect that now and not try to get to the root of that problem, I think is the cart in front of the horse. So I would go deeper to that problem. So you don't even have to have that question.
But there are women whose opportunities are being curtailed today because they are being forced to compete, whether in sports or elsewhere, against people who have some kind of advantage over them.
We're in a transitional period, so we have to figure that out. But the way to figure out things that require solutions to progressive change is not to regress it to how things once were. If that were the case, I would still be drinking from a segregated water fountain. Okay?
That's a terrible argument.
Yeah.
Look, if
progress for the sake of progress.
Well, look, if societies is functioning with some policy prescription, and then you change the policy prescription and society completely falls apart, going back to the previous policy seems like a pragmatic thing to do. Like, it's easy to point to things where the policy prescription was horrible for society and changing it improved, a la the water fountains thing or slavery. Like, it's easy to point to those, go, oh, look, going back to slavery would be horrible. Yeah, it would be horrible. That one turned out to be just a great change. The change from alcohol being legal to alcohol being illegal was a bad change and actually ended up doing more harm than good. So they reverted back to the old policy, right?
Right.
You got to look at each of the individual policies.
Yeah.
You can't say, look, we tried that before and it didn't work. I mean, it was working just fine until this changed. Like the change really is this, we have to transform society to accommodate transgender people who want to change, who want to basically change their biological sex and live as the other sex. Do we need to change all of society to accommodate them? Well, I mean,
apparently.
I think, obviously we can make changes to accommodate them to some extent. You can't destroy women's sports. That's like, that's a little too far, okay, bub? You can't start letting rapists, male rapists with the worst of intentions, identify as females and start raping all the women in female prisons.
Mm-hmm.
Look, that's a bit too far. And to ignore that just because you want a virtue signal because there's some maybe allegedly Me Too floating around. Look, this is just, it's so simple. It's so simple. And when people dodge and talk about when they were 4 years old to dodge the question, it comes off as completely disingenuous.
Let's merge the water fountains and let's create the opportunities from below so that we don't even need the short list. Okay? That's how I would approach this. Okay, my father worked in the civil rights movement, so I think deeply. My book is dedicated to my father, and the dedication is literally to my father, civil.
See, this is a perfect example of what Sitch is always saying. So many of these people just see wokeness as an extension of the civil rights movement.
Yep.
It's not.
They have no clue.
It's not.
They have no clue what's going on.
All this queer theory stuff, all of this we have to tear down society for tearing down society's sake. That's not civil rights, man. Martin Luther King didn't stand up and say, I have a dream.
Right.
America will burn in a fireball. That wasn't the dream he had.
Right.
Come on. This is it's nonsense. Look, maybe we can wrap this up. I don't know.
If you want, sure. Yeah, we can wrap it up.
Do you want to?
I mean, it's more of the same. So.
Do you want to make any final points on it, or
I don't want to
rush you too much.
So we'll see if he responds.
Did you? Are his DMs open? Maybe we can have.
Well, no, it was a public tweet. I said, why does @Neil Tyson care if Pluto is categorized as a planet? These categories are just social constructs made by humans. Why not change the category? It made people happy that Pluto was a planet and harms no one that it keeps its planet status.
Look, I'm going to retweet that
there you go.
Immediately and say, yeah, what the fuck?
Christian Baller said, I think he's a planet phobe. I agree, Christian. I agree.
You want to do the clip it thing? I like it when you do it, but it's fun to do.
You like to watch me do it, Adam? Is that what you're saying?
I do. Look, do you mind if I do it in the planner over here?
Well,
clip it, CT.
While Adam's doing it in the planner over there, clip it, CT.
There we go. Look, that was
there
fun.
You go.
All right, now that we've done that.
Can I read the super chats, Adam? Am I allowed? Am I allowed to read the super chats? Can
Look,
I read the
I do feel bad. Look, I do feel bad, but I get triggered. We're making
Really?
Look, we're on a roll with this clip. We're rolling along. This is hilarious. You and I got the back and forth going. It feels like a real comedy show here. Like we're doing a bit. We're so on top of it. This is hilarious.
Yeah.
And then you ruin it.
Yeah.
Look, and not only that, look, I feel bad. I feel bad because I want to look. I think we get a lot of super chats on the show because we actually try to engage with the super chats. We can't really engage with the super chats in the middle of a clip. It's not functionally It's not as good. I feel like we should reread the $20 super chat.
We
so
will.
All right, let's do it. Do you want me to send? I said I would send SDL an invite to come on.
Well, I don't. It's fine. I can come on today, but ask if he wants to come on at some point to talk about.
Oh, okay. I thought
insane take.
I thought you meant today, but whatever.
Well, I mean, I will 100% talk to him if he'll come on right now. But I am skeptical that he would come on.
Sometimes that's the way it is. Look,
right.
I got to turn the AC on. Look, this is what I do for my art. Look, I was like, we're doing a clip here. I can't run away and do the air conditioner. I'm going to sweat it out.
Okay.
I'm going to be uncomfortable just for you, Sitch. Just for the audience. I'm going to do it for you
guys.
What
a trooper. What a trooper, everybody.
But now I'm going to go blast that
chat,
AC.
I want you all to give Adam some applause emojis, okay? For the honor, for the sacrifice that he has made for us today.
Am I not magnanimous?
Okay. God. You go turn your AC up. Wow. Beautiful, everyone. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. God, why was Adam being such a whiner now that he's not here to defend himself? What's up with that chat? Someone explain that to me, huh? Is it that time of the month? Oh, hey, what's up?
What do you mean?
Nothing. What are you talking about? Did I saying anything?
What happened?
Nothing happened.
Chat, what was said? Look, I can't. The chat stopped working for me in the middle of the video. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay. They rebelled.
Do you got the chat going?
The chat's working on my side.
Okay.
I mean, it still looks like it's working on the live stream.
Okay.
So
I don't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Back though. I got it back.
Okay. Boba Peck for $20 says, have you guys ever considered asking Constantine on? I remember you guys covering the Oxford debate. Also listening to Coddling of the American Mind. Great book. Was sad to hear Jonathan Haidt bought into the Trump both sides misreport.
Yeah, that is in the book. Yeah, that is unfortunate. But, you know, look, a lot of people...
Hasn't he since fixed his opinion on that?
Fixed? I mean...
Or like, you know, explained that he knows
look,
it's not true or something?
There is an out for him in that book because he's talking about it in the context of describing people's political opinions being shaped by what's going on in culture.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people's opinions are shaped by things that are not true because that was the news story, even though it's completely fake news.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, in that context, he's right. Young people are very political because of the Charlottesville thing and because of George Floyd, all this kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you don't. It sounds like you disagree.
I disagree completely.
Do you?
No, I don't. I'm just
messing. Oh, okay. Whatever. Look, are you mad? Are you salty?
I'm not mad at all.
Okay, good. Don't get look.
I ain't never mad.
Somebody tweeted at me. Oh, Frank says, unrelated. I'm listening to the live stream. You were 100% in the right to stop Sitch reading the super chat, and he knew it. That's hilarious. Thanks, Frank.
There you go. Look at that. Look at that. Okay.
Where's Frank? I want to give him a wrench. No,
there
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Frank. I can't give you a wrench, but thank you for the tweet.
Yeah.
I was on Twitter arguing about economics because I was listening to some of this McCarthy thing, and Sitch and I were talking before the stream. We're actually like, we should go live.
Adam was going on a full rant. You guys would have hated it. And that's why I wanted it to be like, he was going on a full rant about how much he hates this sort of debt ceiling budgeting conversation.
Look, that rant,
beautiful.
Look, it was beautiful in your eyes. Chat would hate that rant.
That's why I wanted it to be public. Every time you go on that rant, I like it and I get more S-class initiates. So it's like a double win for me.
It's true, yeah. Some rants just need to be private, guys.
But we'll get into it. We'll get into it in a second because we're going to talk about McCarthy. But let me just finish the $20.
Okay.
BD for 30 Canadian. Thank you, BD. Says the more complicated the mental gymnastics, the longer the preamble needed to bore you into not arguing.
True. Exactly.
True.
Exactly.
Spencer Harmon for $20 says Neil's the king of saying stuff but not actually saying anything. He's been a wannabe know-it-all his entire public career. He's never been an educator. He's always been a regurgitator of rhetoric garbage. Wow. Harsh.
I mean, I'm kind of agreeing.
Yeah, maybe. Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian says, hold on, Science Man has a point here. Everything should be more interesting, categorized with integrated demographics. No more sexism, no more ageism. Give me the right to watch toddlers get drop kicked in MMA matches.
Oh my God. I mean, look, do they have to be toddlers? Maybe like 12-year-olds.
No.
So
I mean, it's funnier if they're toddlers, right?
Is it? I'm not sure. Look, I understand the comedy of that, but I'm not sure I'm ready to see a toddler get kicked in the gums.
Really? You don't want to see that?
No, nobody wants to see that.
That sounds awful. I kind of want to see that.
I would
now that
do.
You said that, I kind of want to see it.
Look, if you wanted to do like 2 or 3 12-year-olds or 10-year-olds working together against an MMA fighter, I mean, that's interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kids against adults, but they have to work. They have to team up.
Okay, that would be interesting.
Yeah, like make them skinny. Make the weight class like 300 pounds, but one guy is 300 pounds and 3 people are 100 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that would be great. What are you talking?
That would be good. That would be good. Yeah. Okay. Let me send you a picture. You can bring it up while we talk about our next subjects. So we don't have Neil up here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let me keep reading.
Hold on. Mythos Infinite says.
I know. Mythos Infinite for another 20 Canadian says, engage these nuts. There you go. Beautiful.
Isn't it D's nuts?
It could be. It could be whatever you want it to be. Everything's a social construct, Adam. I don't know why you're doing this.
Oh, look at you. You're doing my job. I love it.
Well, I didn't make that. I just found it.
Yeah, I know, but usually I find the thing.
That's true. Well, I found the thing for you. Okay.
You could have just said, Adam, bring up a different picture.
Yes.
Bring up these two. So do you like... Look, let's have our argument before we get into let's talking about this. Are we going to clip this? Yeah, are we going to clip this out? Is CT going to clip this out?
I mean, probably not. Because
we just need to make things crystal clear for CT so she knows what she's doing.
Well, this could be clipped, but no one's going to watch it.
Because it'll be old news, right?
Because it'll be old news. Well, not only that, it could be out tomorrow. It's just, I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you could clip this look, I don't know. You've been working more with CT than me. I don't know if CT can clip it out and have it out by tomorrow morning. It could theoretically be a clip. But
okay, well, we'll see. We'll see.
Well, no, we're not going to see. We're going to decide. That's how.
No. I meant we'll see how it does. Yeah, we can clip it.
Okay. Well, look, I think you need to ask CT if she can clip it and have it up by tomorrow.
CT,
there's no point.
We're directing you to clip it and put it up by tomorrow.
There's no point in clipping it if it's going to come out next Thursday.
By putting it up by tomorrow, we mean having it put up tonight. I mean, and you can't curse.
This is going to be old news.
No cursing.
Fuck.
No
can't
cursing.
Fucking curse.
No, because if this goes yellow, then it's over. It's over. Okay, so we can't say anything controversial. Can't be no cursing.
Fuck.
CT said yes. Yes.
Okay. Look.
All right.
I'm done. I had 3. I feel like sometimes this is weird.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I feel like I'm not my authentic self if I can't drop a couple.
Can't curse. I know.
Look, you're on a rant. You're on a rant, and and you say things like
prick, heck,
or you say
mf'er.
Look, you say bull crap.
Bull crap. I know.
Who says bull crap?
Mothers, 40-year-old mothers in front of their children. Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny? Crap used to be a curse word, and now it's not.
Every time Ben Shapiro says bull crap, I cringe out of my chair.
Now you know why, because he needs that sweet monetization.
He means it. I think he means it. I don't think he curses.
People don't know this, and we'll say this before we get into this, and we can stop talking about this because no one cares. Like, it literally can take a week for a clip to get monetized. And they almost always all get monetized. That's why it's so stupid. Like, the YouTube monetization system is so screwed up. Almost every single clip that we put up or video we put up will end up eventually being monetized. It just takes like a week, and it makes no sense. However YouTube decides to do this is retarded, because you would think that the algorithm that determines this says, hey, if someone's constantly putting up content and we're constantly monetizing it, then just give us the benefit of the doubt and monetize it. But it doesn't do that. It's so stupid.
Yeah, you could monetize it, and then when you check it, well, I guess they don't want to give it the yellow. So did you see that one? One of the, you re-uploaded it and it came up green, and the other one was still
the
yellow.
Name. It was literally just the name of the file that triggered it. It had some incendiary name or something in the file.
Look, CT tries to always kill us on the file name. She's always like, school shooting video. Number 1. CT, look, they can tell the file name.
Yeah. Okay.
Whenever that happens, I try to make it mom and dad wedding fight.
Yes.
Even though, look, when I did the one, the wedding catastrophe, that one never got monetized. I was like, there's no way this is getting monetized. It's like a fight.
Right.
But when I did the video, I was like, crazy wedding viral video. Like, I was like, nah, don't put fight in the title.
Right. Anyways.
Right. Okay.
Let's get into this.
All right, let's do it. Hey now.
So just now, while we were talking, McCarthy's gone. Did you know that, Adam? He's out.
No, you're kidding me.
I'm
really?
not kidding. He's gone, baby.
Look, he was winning the vote. Look,
No, he wasn't.
really?
He was not winning anything.
Look, he was winning the vote. Last I saw, they were talking about it. You're really?
He's done. He's out of here. House
really?
hasn't gone. Yes. Okay. So to explain kind of what's happening.
Matt Gaetz did it. Okay, go ahead. Give the background. Look, I'm shocked. I'm literally shocked right now.
Okay. So he's shell-shocked. Kevin McCarthy is the Speaker of the House for the Republicans. The Republicans are the majority, so they have the speakership. So it's a very slim majority in the House. And Kevin McCarthy was chosen to be the House leader. And part of him being chosen, he agreed to some very, very, very stupid stipulations.
Yes,
and one of the very stupid stipulations was, normally, if you want to oust the leader of the House, it would require a majority vote just to even bring it up, okay, in the first place. And so he agreed instead to have some rule where literally one person, a single person, could decide to bring up a vote to oust the leader, and that was it. And that was it. And he agreed to this stupid rule change. And so that's exactly what happened here. Matt Gaetz, who's on screen, the guy who looks like Joker from the original movie before he got Joker-fied.
What do you mean after he got Joker?
I guess he looks like after he got Joker-fied, but without the white face paint.
Right. Yeah.
You know, like when Jack Nicholson was like painting his face pink to try to still look human.
That's totally him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Matt Gaetz. Yeah. He's got a weird looking face. I don't know what's up with him. But anyway, so that's exactly what happened here. Matt Gaetz, and I believe they're called the Freedom Caucus. Some people that don't like them call them the Chaos Caucus, who are like some of the more extreme right-wing people in the party at the moment, were very, very upset that Matt Gaetz passed the debt ceiling, and very upset that very recently there's all this rumors, all this speculation. Oh my God, there's going to be a government shutdown. Right? That was coming up. There's going to be a government shutdown. Oh my God, there's going to be a massive government shutdown. People in the military aren't going to get paid. People in any sort of government job aren't going to get paid. A lot of government services are going to go into the toilet. Everything's going down because these evil, dirty Republicans are not going to pass a budget. And wouldn't you know it, McCarthy and the rest of the Republicans in the House end up agreeing to pass some kind of budget. And this really, really triggered Matt Gaetz. And so Matt Gaetz decided that today is the day he was going to try to oust McCarthy.
Right.
And he succeeded.
So this was like a last minute thing. I was watching. They were doing a vote, and Matt Gaetz, Kevin McCarthy was ahead in the vote last I looked, and they were also doing speaking. And the rant that we had before the live stream began was just, it drives me insane when they bring up the debt and how we're on a road to financial ruin when I don't think that's remotely the case. Yeah.
Right. Someone asked a good question. They said, if he got enough votes to be dropped, is it that much of a stretch to say he have enough votes to bring it up? So I think I probably didn't say this when I talked about it. I believe that previously it wasn't just a majority that was required to oust the speaker. I think it was a majority from the speaker's party, I believe.
Oh, really?
And so that would not
So
have
Democratic votes can't save him then?
Well, no. Once the vote comes up, so I believe that under old rules, generally it'd be like you have to have a majority of your own party has to vote to bring the vote up in the first place. Once the vote goes out, everyone votes on it. But just to bring it up in the first place, you need to have a majority of your own party against you, as opposed to just one person. Because the way that the vote broke down now is that only 8 Republicans, including Matt Gaetz, only 8 Republicans voted to actually oust Matt Gaetz, to vote. Sorry, 8 Republicans voted to oust McCarthy from being speaker. Only 8 Republicans, Adam.
Right.
The rest was all Democrats. 210 Democrats voted to oust Speaker McCarthy, and 208 Democrats voted to oust McCarthy, and 210 Republicans voted to keep McCarthy.
Right.
So that's what's kind of funny about this whole thing. This is all like, look at what Matt Gaetz did. Look at what Matt Gaetz did. It's Matt Gaetz teamed up with the Democrats. This is what no one's going to. It's funny. Matt Gaetz is not going to flip it this way. Matt Gaetz and the other 8 Republicans literally teamed up with the Democrats to remove McCarthy from being Speaker of the House.
Who is going to be Speaker now? Do we know?
No, we don't know. We have no clue.
Is Matt Gaetz going for Speaker of the House?
I doubt he would get enough. I doubt he would be able to.
Here we have this on CNN Politics 7 minutes ago. Republicans consider quitting bipartisan group after Democrats vote to oust McCarthy. Republicans on the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus are considering quitting the group en masse after Democratic members vote to oust Kevin McCarthy as Speaker, a GOP member said. Did you even know that there was a Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus?
I did. So there you go.
Oh, you knew that? Wow. Yeah. Okay. So that's interesting. I mean,
I sent you a picture of the vote. You can bring it up too, just so people can see it. Okay. So that's what's going on. So McCarthy's out right now. Who knows who will replace him? I doubt it'll be Gaetz, because the overwhelming majority of Republicans were not in favor of this. So, and let's talk about the strategy here, because I feel like almost every single person on the left I've seen talk about this is so wrong, is completely backwards about everything on this topic. Completely. They're letting their emotions control them. And what I mean by that is, if you've ever talked to someone on the left, they hate McCarthy. They hate his guts. And they've been calling him,
as you can see from the Democratic vote, obviously.
Right. They've been calling him for months a wimp, a pushover, someone who's going to let the Matt Gaetz and the minority of Republicans walk all over him and control him, blah, 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 blah. Right. They've been saying this for months. And yet, as soon as McCarthy doesn't do that, as soon as he does stand up to the minority in his party and the crazy people he doesn't, agree with, that the Democrats don't agree with, by the way, those 8 people that the Democrats voted with, the Democrats hate those 8 people. They hate Matt Gaetz. They hate his guts. They hate him more than the other people in the Republican Party. But as soon as McCarthy stands up to these Republicans, which is what the Democrats would want, do the Democrats help McCarthy? Do they give him any sort of kudos? Do they actually reinforce the behavior of standing up to the crazy people in your party? No, of course not. Of course not. They just throw him right under the bus. It's so stupid.
Do they reinforce the behavior that they actually want?
No, they never do. It's what drives me crazy. And everyone does this. Everyone does this. They complain about how the other side is doing something that they don't like, but then they just keep reinforcing the behavior. They keep incentivizing the behavior. If the Democrats were serious about wanting people to stand up to the, quote, MAGA Republicans that are crazy, then they need to actually give them some incentive to do so. And this is the exact opposite. They've literally threw McCarthy under the bus for standing up to the crazy people in the Republican Party, or who they denote as the crazy people in the Republican Party. This is insane. McCarthy literally helped come up with compromises to work with the Democrats on both the debt ceiling and the budget, and the Democrats' response is to throw him under the bus. This is so stupid. This is so bafflingly stupid on every level. The Democrats in the House are the dumbest people in the entire country. This is so idiotic. This really, I get very triggered.
Give the background story so we understand why. Because you kind of have to know what went on with the budget fight.
Yeah, so with the debt ceiling and with the budget fight, it's basically what happened was Matt Gaetz and these 8 Republicans, they wanted to have a debt ceiling crisis. They wanted to have a government shutdown crisis. And the rest of the Republicans don't. And the reason they don't, for just like cynical reasons, is because they believe that if the government has a government shutdown or there's a debt ceiling fight, that it's going to make the Republicans look bad.
Right,
because
to their constituents, who keep them in office.
Because historically, that's what has happened. Whenever there's a government shutdown or a debt ceiling fight, the Republicans get blamed, which makes sense because they're the ones usually pushing for it.
They get a bunch of calls from their constituents, from little old ladies that are going, "Oh, am I going to get my Social Security check? Oh my God, my son's a police officer. Is he going to get paid?"
Right. Yeah. Or people that work in the military that say they're not getting paid, or the Park Service, or I don't even know I don't know what happens at the border, because obviously that's a government job. I don't know what goes on with border security. If
I've had a vacation plan. I've had a vacation plan with my kids forever to go to the Washington Monument. It's not even going to be open.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. And so the Republicans they don't actually want, they kind of want to threaten that so that they get a concession, but they don't actually want it because they know that they'll get blamed.
Right. Yes.
Okay. So McCarthy and the rest of the Republicans in the House basically did their jobs, which is to come up with compromises with the Democrats that everyone can kind of live with, and passes these compromises, which is literally their job.
Well, they did. Look, they did throw a bunch of nonsense at the Democrats, and the Democrats were like, "Nah, we're not down with any of this." But at the last minute, Speaker McCarthy comes in and says, "Okay, look, here's a bill that I think you guys are going to like. We need to vote on it." This is when the Jamal Bowman thing happens, because they're like, "Look, we don't even have time to read the bill, and we don't trust you.
Pull the fire alarm."
Right, pull the fire alarm so we can at least have time to read the bill. So they read the bill, and they're like, "Oh my God, this is great. Sign me up," right?
Yes.
The Democrats are happy with it, but the Matt Gaetz and his people are like, "You gave the Democrats everything. Oh my God, you just bent over and took it."
Right.
So they're So they're completely angry about it. Go ahead.
Which is always the narrative. Whenever anyone compromises on anything, the extremes on both sides say, we hate this. You gave the other side everything. You didn't do everything that we wanted, so you just gave up. That's always the framing of any of this nonsense.
Right.
So, but anyway, one of my biggest pet peeves, something that does anger me to no extent, is when people incentivize the terrible behavior that they're criticizing.
Oh yeah,
I just want to I just want to shake them and throw them into a river, because it's so stupid. It's like, you're such an idiot. You're just creating the very thing that all you do is whine about. And here it is. This is it. The Democrats and all the people who are criticizing McCarthy for not being strong and standing up to the minority in the party. Of course he's not. You know why he's not? Because you a-holes don't have his back. You're not going to defend him. And see, this is the entire framing on this issue from day one shows how stupid and limited of imagination and intelligence a lot of our own sitting government representatives are. Because from day one, they said, when McCarthy agreed to this idea of any one person can bring forward a vote to try to kick him out. Okay.
Right.
All the news and all the Democrats said, "Oh my God, he's giving all the power to the crazies in his own party. What a loser." And none of them said, wait a minute. Did the Republicans just make such a colossal strategic blunder that they actually handed massive power to the Democrats in the House. Because what this means, and this is why the Democrats are stupid, what this meant was that if there were a minority of Republicans that did want to get rid of McCarthy, which they knew was going to happen, they knew something like this would happen, and it meant that suddenly the Democrats themselves are the people that controlled McCarthy's fate. The Democrats had all the power in this instant. Like McCarthy, this is why Matt Gaetz is actually an idiot. Okay, Matt Gaetz is literally an idiot, and he's just lucky. Matt Gaetz is lucky the Democrats are stupider than him. Because if the Democrats were smart, they would say, oh my God, Matt Gaetz is the biggest idiot of all. He just gave us the keys to the power of the House, because Matt Gaetz is going to whine and complain, and he's going to try to get McCarthy kicked out, and the rest of the Republicans aren't going to go along with it, which means guess who's the swing vote that controls whether McCarthy retains power or not? It's the Democrats, baby.
208 Democrats become the swing vote for 8 Republicans.
Yes. Yes.
That's insane.
It is. And Matt Gaetz is such a dummy that he created the situation. And he's only just lucky that the Democrats were even dumber, that they didn't realize he created the situation. He created the golden, Matt Gaetz created the golden opportunity for the Democrats to have McCarthy over a barrel and say, listen, McCarthy, we'll protect you, but you have to give us stuff.
How do you know that they didn't do that, though? Because obviously, framing it this way, the Democrats have massive amounts of power going into this budget negotiation, and the Democrats basically did get whatever they want. How do you know that Democrats didn't say, listen, we're going to vote with the crazy Republicans if you don't give us a clean bill? And so that's why he gave him a clean bill. And then they screwed him over anyway.
But then why? Because then why would you
kill
your golden the goose that lays the golden eggs?
That's a good point. Right? Yeah.
So
this is insane.
I mean, you're right. They could have very well said that and then gone back on it and betrayed him. But there's just no tactical. There's no reason to. Well, there is a reason. I'll explain why they're doing this. It's really stupid. It's like baby brain, like 2-dimensional thinking. Maybe this is what happened. Their rationale is this, and it's so dumb. It's so horrifically short-sightedly stupid. Their thought process is, well, it looks really good to the Democrats if the Republicans are just fighting amongst each other and they can't actually get anything done. That's what we want. And it's like, okay, maybe that does help you a little bit, right? But you know what actually would help you? You know what actually helped the Democrats? It's why they're so effing stupid. It's making me side with Cenk here. The Democrats in power are so stupid, because what do you think would look better for the Democrats if the Republicans are all running around in the House not being able to get anything done? Which, by the way, most of the Trump MAGA Republicans are going to look at this and they're going to be happy with McCarthy being gone. They're not going to be upset about it. So the idea that this is going to hurt the Republicans is stupid. A huge amount of Republicans are going to be happy if the Republicans can't get anything done, because they want the government to not do anything, number one.
Right,
but number
that's
two,
the whole goal of the Republican Party.
Right. But number two,
well, unless it's like build a wall or something.
Right. But number two, what would actually get people galvanized and motivated to vote for Democrats would be if the Democrats could say, listen, we're getting stuff done. Even when a Republican control the House, we're still getting things done. We're still able to do stuff. Okay. Look at all these things we're doing here. Look how awesome we are that we can do things even when Republicans control the House. That's so much of a better message to put out there. Number one, that's so much of a better message to put out there to get people to vote for them. And then number two, if again, as I said, if the Democrats actually want the Republicans as a party to stand up to the people that Democrats call the crazies, like the Matt Gaetz, then you have to actually incentivize them to do that.
Yeah.
So this incident triggers me to no end, because it's like the Democrats are not only just being stupid, but they're also creating the very thing they hate. And it's infuriating to me how stupid they are.
Yeah, getting policy done would always be a better move. But seeing the Republicans run around like idiots is like a second best for them, obviously.
Yep,
so,
but it's it's number one, it's lesser, and number two, it's actually the immoral move. You shouldn't like the Democrats were happy, or they should have been happy. Maybe they weren't happy. Maybe they really did want a budget shutdown. Maybe they really did want the debt ceiling break because they thought it makes Republicans look bad. Like maybe it is that cynical. Maybe they're like, listen, we actually want someone like Matt Gaetz to be Speaker of the House because we want them to be even worse because they think it'll make them look bad. It could literally be that disgusting, right? That could be
they want a government
process.
shutdown because they think it'll definitely kill them in the next election.
Right. That's definitely possible. Which I hadn't even considered until just this moment, which is, if that's true, that's horribly immoral and despicable. But if you're going to be moral, righteous people, you don't have the person who's helping you do the thing you're supposedly wanting to do, like pass a budget and not shut down the government. And then you turn around and you throw them under the bus and let them get run over. Like, it's just it's immoral and it's stupid on every level. I hate this. I hate that this happened. And a bunch of idiots are going to be jumping around on both the left and the right, are going to be jumping around cheering this like, oh my God, we're based, so based. Good job, Democrats. It's going to be like, oh my God.
Well, there's a bunch of nihilists who love to see stuff like this just because it's chaotic. But
well, listen, if people just like it because of that, they're not. I'm not even talking about them. That's just fine. If you just want to give up and say, ha ha ha, chaos, I mean, okay, that's not what I'm talking about. It's not about people that actually like care about strategy and having a functioning government and things of that nature. But
well, I mean, they only passed a budget resolution for the next 45 days. So now they have to do this. Last time, look, it took weeks for them to get Kevin McCarthy approved because they had to do like 25 different rounds of votes and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. How's this going to be an easier fight?
So I only have two outcomes here. Either A, the Democrats are literally the stupidest people on the planet, which is possible, highly possible.
Look,
or
that's likely.
Or they are actually evil and immoral in terms of that they literally want the government to shut down because they think it'll help them in the election. So we are again at the impasse of stupid or evil. And I'm not sure which one it is, or I'm sure there's some combination of the two, because that's the only thing that makes sense here. It's the only possible motivation in my mind that makes sense here for what's actually going on. And I will bet you that you will not see the mainstream media lay out what's actually going on here, that there's the stupid or evil Democrats dynamic happening right here. And that's the only explanation. There's no other explanation for this.
Yeah. This is why you got to read the Dictator's Handbook. You remember the subtitle for Dictator's Handbook?
Yeah.
Why bad behavior is almost always good politics.
Well, yeah, it depends.
It's so insidious.
Well, even this, I mean, again, like even the evil perspective is still stupid, because even if the goal is like, well, we want the Republicans to shut down the government 45 days from now, which they're more likely to do now. The Republicans are 100% more likely to shut down the government 45 days from now. That's what this is. That's what this does. Because now whoever replaces McCarthy is going to say, the Democrats are not going to help me. They're going to stab me in the back if I compromise with them at all.
Right. Yeah.
And so he has to listen. They're just making it so that whoever replaces McCarthy 100% has to listen to Matt Gaetz and these, 8 people.
Yeah, it has to be party line votes from here on out. Yeah.
There's like Matt Gaetz as the Joker and his 8 little henchmen are holding the entire Republican House hostage, and the Democrats are just sitting there eating popcorn, letting it happen because they don't care.
Yeah. You got any final thoughts on this?
Nope.
All right. Clip it, CT.
There you go. But
so you do have final.
I do, but whatever. It's fine. This time clip. Even what I was going to say is, even in the short term, like this was beneficial for them in the short term. In the long term, you'd hope that the Democrats still want. They always claim, "Oh, we want the Republicans to not be crazy. We want the Republicans to not be beholden to a small minority of people in the Republican Party." In this, again, it just incentivizes this. It's so infuriating.
This is why you have to build systems that have the correct incentives.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a horrible example of bad incentives.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
You have any thoughts? I guess you don't have any more thoughts.
Not really. I mean, it's just, it sucks.
Right.
Because I look all this, I just look all of this government shutdown. We're headed towards economic ruin. It's all bullshit.
Right.
Like this is what I was ranting about before the stream. And obviously, look, we already said clip it, CT. Don't put any of this in the clip because nobody wants to hear me rant about.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sure most of the people in the chat, they buy into it. They totally buy into, Adam, we're on look, $32 trillion deficit. We're on the verge of just insolvency. America is a burning wasteland. Look, we're in a burning fire, Adam, and you don't see the flames. Well, I hear the same thing from the Democrats about white supremacy. And we literally laugh about it every week on the show. Right?
Yeah, but that's fake and this is real, Adam. You understand? Right.
Look, you're welcome to that opinion. It is my opinion that what the Democrats are doing with white supremacy is exactly the same thing that what the Republicans are doing with the debt crisis. It's not real. It's not real. I think actually the economy is doing quite well right now, to be honest with you. Look, we have a bigger problem with income inequality than we do with the debt crisis. Like affordable housing is a bigger crisis than the debt crisis.
Right.
It's weird because the debt crisis is literally going to be used to make the real problem, affordable housing,
worse,
a bigger crisis.
Yeah, sure. Right.
Yeah. Yes. Look, everybody, it's so weird because everybody, and this is one of the big reasons why Trump is so popular, obviously, because I do feel like there are a lot of people who are middle-class people who are getting economically squeezed, and they're like, I'm feeling the pain. Oh my God, I'm paying 1/3 of my income in taxes. My health care is through the roof. These interest rates are killing me. My kid can't go to school. I can't move house because I can't afford a mortgage. Like there are all these economic constraints that people are feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And what the Republicans do is they like magically whirl that in a ball and they say, listen, all of those economic pains that you're feeling right now are all because of the debt. How is that any different than what the Democrats do? So everyone on the left is feeling all those same pains. I can't afford to go to school. Obviously my taxes are too high. All those middle class crushing stuff is happening. And what they do is they whirl it all up in a ball and they say, all that is from white supremacy. Right. How is it any different? How is it any different?
It's not.
Nobody's addressing the actual problems.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So look, you'd be better off if you don't fall for either of those narratives.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Old School for $10 says Sitch is missing a third option. The Democrats return McCarthy to power with the promise of ending the impeachment inquiry. Well, that'd be like a funny thing. I don't think that's even possible because when it comes to choosing the speaker, I don't think the Democrats have any power whatsoever. I believe that's entirely up to the Republicans. And even the Republicans that voted in favor of keeping McCarthy, they're not going to vote to end the impeachment inquiry. And I don't think, because some people were talking about this, they're saying, well, the Democrats, what they should do is they should say, hey, McCarthy, you have to end the impeachment inquiry and we'll protect you. Which I thought that was a bad idea for two reasons. Number one, that's like literally an impossible ask. There's no way that will happen. Because if that does happen, then all the Republicans will just vote to get rid of McCarthy, obviously, like immediately afterwards. So that doesn't actually solve the problem. Number two, that would look super awful for the Democrats. Because it'd be like, oh, well, they just shut down the impeachment inquiry. They just shut down this looking into the truth of the matter about whether Biden was corrupt or not. Like it would look so awful. So I don't think that's feasible at all. And I heard some Democrats kind of making these rumblings about that. I think there are a lot of other things they could have probably asked for. They could have worked with. They could have created a good working relationship with McCarthy. It would have been a good sign to show that, Democrats actually were willing to work with Republicans and that they weren't going to allow, a minority of the party to hold the majority hostage. But, obviously politics is all that matters. So.
Yep. Well, you want to read some super chats, or look, you sent me something on Trump. Do you want to talk about that?
Well, let me.
I didn't have time to read it.
Oh, I don't know if that's worth talking about. I mean, we can talk about it, but.
No, I'll read it later. Look, we wanted to wrap up the stream kind of earlier today anyway. So.
Hypebot for $5 says McCarthy is getting removed for not living up to his promises. Why would any Democrat back a guy who won't do what he promises? Well, I mean, that's kind of a good question, but the answer is simple. The promises that McCarthy wasn't living up to were promises he made to McCarthy. I mean, was promises he made to Matt Gaetz and some of those other Freedom Caucus Republicans who the Democrats all hate. The Democrats love that McCarthy didn't hold up the promises that he supposedly made to Matt Gaetz.
Yeah, he gave them everything they wanted.
Yeah, they like that. So it doesn't make any sense.
And they stabbed him in the back.
Yeah, so it's very. This is like, yeah, they stabbed him in the back for basically doing what they wanted, and I can never abide by that kind of behavior. People that say, "Oh, thank you for doing what I wanted. Now I'm going to destroy you." I think that's like one of the most reprehensible and stupid things that a person could ever do. I don't think this is actually good politics either. I think this is actually dumb politics. It's really bad politics. I don't think it's going to help the Democrats at all. Jonathan Rosier for $10 says, you see, Sitch, they are super critically stupid. Their stupidity is so great that it's indistinguishable from malice. I mean, that's definitely possible. That's definitely possible. Stug for $5 says, Sitch, would you like me to incentivize your triggered events with money? Don't worry, I'm incentivizing behavior I enjoy, so I'm only an asshole. There you go, Stug. Thank you.
Where are you going, from the bottom or something?
I was just reading ones. Yeah, I was reading the ones if they're any related to what we were just talking about.
Gotcha.
So, I'll talk about sort of the article I sent you. I'll just tell you what it was about, and you can decide whether you want to talk about it or not. Stream. So, John Kelly was Trump's former chief of staff. Adam, you remember this guy, John Kelly?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. And he and Trump parted ways not amicably at all. They parted ways in very bad terms. Yeah.
That's everyone Trump parts ways with.
Yeah, it is. It is interesting. Why is it that like every single person that ends up, parting ways with Trump, it seems like they don't part in on a good terms. It seems like they almost always part in really bad terms. So you can interpret that how you will.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. But that being said, the reason I bring this up, that they did not part ways amicably, is because it does call into question the validity of the claims.
Right.
Because obviously, if he hates Trump, now you're going to say, well, is that, can you trust that what he's saying is true or not?
Yeah, there's a couple red flags here. It's in CNN, and the headline is John Kelly goes on the record to confirm several disturbing stories about Trump. Okay.
Right.
This is like catnip for people on the left.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Oh, disturbing stories about Trump. Oh, yeah. Let me click on this.
Right. And so basically there was, if you guys recall, when Trump was president, there were stories that he said things like people who were wounded in combat and were tortured as POWs were all suckers.
Right.
And that there were suckers for like doing this because there's nothing in it for them personally.
Right.
And I guess we should probably clip this. And he also said things like, supposedly said things. These are at the time that
you gotta, if you want to clip something, you gotta like set it up and say,
no, you don't need to. It's fine. It's fine. Just cut this out. Okay. And like there was also claims that he called people who gave their lives defending America during, I think, like World War I, losers. or something. Now, at the time that these claims came out when Trump was president, they were all anonymous sources, right? And you guys know how I feel about anonymous sources.
You love them.
No. Whenever I see an article that says anonymous source, I say, I don't care. Anonymous source means nothing to me. Okay, that means that Jimmy's grandmother's cousins, ex-boyfriends, sisters, best friend knew a guy who worked around the corner, told him this story, and we're supposed to believe it.
Oh, you don't love them then?
No. So anyway, so all these like very and to be clear, if Trump did say these things, right? If he did say that people that die as POWs are suckers, and did, say that they were losers, and supposedly there's another story that he was at with a Gold Star family or something, and their child had died in combat, and he said, I don't understand why anyone would do something like this. What's in it for them? Like, why are they sacrificing for their country? Like, if Trump said any of these things, that's insane. Obviously, I think we'd all agree that's insane if that was true, that he said any of this stuff.
It's hard for me to imagine Trump saying these things, to be honest. Because Trump, the one thing Trump does very well is he really understands people's personal perspective. So this story just rings as completely ridiculous.
Yes. Well, the part that seems ridiculous is that he would say any of this to like
the family. Yeah, to their faces. What are you kidding me?
Yeah, right. I don't think he definitely say it to family. I mean, maybe he could say it in privately, supposedly. I agree. It still sounds like not.
You would never say this in private.
Yeah.
Look.
Some people would, but I agree.
Trump is not socially inept.
Yes. I agree that these statements are so hyperbolically egregious. They're so on the nose that I would want some actual confirmation before I believe them, because they'd sound too ridiculous.
Yeah, this is not true.
Like supposedly he said,
garbage.
Supposedly he said about Americans that were buried near Paris, for World War I. It says for the centennial anniversary at the end of World War I, he said, "Why should I go to that cemetery? It's filled with losers." I mean, these are like, wow, okay. But anyway,
this is something that you might say to a friend as a joke.
Yeah.
And that might be the context here. This might be, look, Trump is on a tirade making jokes with his chief of staff that are off the record jokes. Right. Look, he literally said, you can grab him by the pussy. I'm thinking, look, he's joking around with a guy.
Sure.
Look, you don't buy that?
No, I would be more inclined to believe that he didn't say these statements at all, as opposed to
look, you've made some pretty horrendous jokes just on this show that it's obvious they're jokes. But if all of a sudden they're taken out of context.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, maybe. It's definitely possible. So, but anyway, so at the time that these very egregious claims all came out against Trump, they were all anonymous source, right? And now we have John Kelly coming out today, actually, who was Trump's chief of staff for a couple of years, is saying all these statements are true. He heard Trump say all of these things. And so everyone's abuzz saying, oh my God, John Kelly is confirming that Trump said all these things. And I'm skeptical of it because, again, not only am I skeptical because these claims are so egregious, but I'm also, John Kelly is not exactly the best unbiased source of information, right?
Yeah.
He really hates Trump right now. It's kind of like I forget her name, the woman who made the accusation that like Trump tried to like grab the wheel and turn the car because he wanted to go to January 6th in the Secret Service.
Right. I never bought any of that.
Right. Because like all the most egregious claims about things that supposedly Trump said or did on January 6th all came from her. And I was like, oh, like, that's not good. Like, if one person is saying all like the crazy things and no one else is really confirming it, you're like, oh, I don't know. Like, it seems a little sketch.
Trump trying to grab the wheel and wrestle control of the SUV.
Yeah.
if you buy that, like you need to stop taking the stupid pills. Okay.
It seems ridiculous. Yeah, it seems very ridiculous. It's hard to picture that.
Not only that, the claim didn't really come from any firsthand information. It was something she had heard from someone who was in the car.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she had heard it supposedly from a Secret Service member.
Yeah, when they came back.
Yeah, though the Secret Service I don't believe they ever testified one way or the other to confirm.
Of course I don't think they're even allowed to. They're not supposed to say anything like that.
You don't really want your Secret unless there's some like insane crime that happened in the White House. You really don't want the Secret Service testifying.
That never happened. Don't jump reaching up between the seats and going, no, make it right.
Well, and also like because there was this whole thing about whether the car he was even in.
His tiny hand coming through the console.
Yeah, like he even had the physical ability because they're like, well, like it's so big, or the car's so big and he's so far away from it, or there's like a divider between the front and the back. So like there's all these arguments about how it wouldn't even be physically possible for this to even occur at all. But
yeah.
And
don't
also
fall for that.
Yeah. But it's just kind of the same thing with John Kelly. So I'm skeptical of all these claims. I don't know if they're going to get they probably will get a lot of air, because obviously this is a good thing for the media to beat Trump over the head with, but I don't buy it. I would want at the very least the second source who has some more validity to them to make a claim before I believe any of this stuff.
Good. All right.
Clip it, CT.
Nice. That was a good one. That's fun.
There you go. And you could, Anyway. Okay. Fat Brown Buffalo for $20 says, LMAO, a bunch of dudes sparked outrage by attending a woman's only career fair by registering as non-binary. Event organizers said they were disappointed men took advantage of the loophole to get in.
There's going to be more of that. Look, I might do something like that just to show them how ridiculous it is.
Yeah.
Look, so many dumbasses have so much power now. That's what needs to change in society.
Mm-hmm. That is true. We need to get all the dumbasses out of power. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
So you know how we do that?
How?
Custodial voting.
Jesus. I'm glad that my Pluto tweet's blowing up, because I thought I was worried that I tweeted out and people wouldn't understand the subtext of the tweet. I think I'd actually cared about whether Pluto is categorized as a planet or not.
Well, we're live streaming with 1,000 people right now. So I'm sure everyone with a Twitter account was like, I'm going to go.
That's a good point.
I'm retweeting it and I'm liking it.
There you go.
Double whammy.
Thea Wolfie for $5 says, we should treat anonymous sources like the lottery. It's possible, but highly improbable. Yeah, I agree. I do not like anonymous sources. All anonymous sources should be treated as basically trash until proven otherwise. So, Hentai OG Tico 310 for $10 says, hey guys, I just finished my Panda Express while listening to y'all. Keep up the great work. Well, now I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yummy.
Cool. Kind of off topic, but have any of you seen the Bungie Latinx stuff? S-Class is best class, and A-Team is Ken enough.
Nice. I'll take it. I don't know what that is. No.
What is the Bungie Latinx, like the gaming company Bungie?
Oh,
no,
look,
I haven't
found
heard
it.
of that. Bungie hides comments criticizing their Latinx post. Bungie, the gaming company, right? It's Bungie, the gaming company, right? The people that make Destiny, the video game.
That's a video game? Cool.
Yeah, and Halo. They said, okay, well, what? I just had the article, now it's gone. Wow.
Who knows?
Okay, anyway. Bungie has been hit with criticism once again after they released a social media post supporting use of the controversial Latinx terminology. Oh, God. Wait a minute. This would be its own clip. Here we go.
Look at this.
Here we go. Another clip. I'll send you the article.
Let me bring it up if you want to read it.
We'll do it. We'll do another clip. We're doing clips like crazy here, just to make Adam happy. Okay.
Look, this is the key. Well, no, this makes CT happy because
That's
CT's
true.
like, you're making CT's job impossible when it's just we gotta say, look, this is a clip. Clip it out.
Right.
Send it to me and I'll bring up the article.
I sent it to you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I'm quick. I'm quick like that. I'm ready. I'm professional. Where are you? What are you doing?
Me, I'm kicking back.
What are you doing? Okay.
Read another super chat. Let me get the article up.
No.
I got to take this all the super chat stuff.
No.
Is this? Oh, okay. Bungie hides.
No. Don't tell me what to do.
Look, that's.
Is that gonna go to the clip? No.
I'm gonna bring the baby Sitch up. Do that a couple more times.
Caleb the Cynic, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's
Thank you.
awesome. Where's the watch together window here?
Tylenol pain relief for $10 says, "Hey guys, big fan of the show. Keep up the great work. Tim Pool appearance anytime soon." I'd have to go do my face reveal first. Adam, I'm heading to LA for the first time next week with no agenda. Any recommendations? And Sitch, face reveal when? That's the $1 million question.
I mean, I made the recommendation to go to Hoggly Woggly Texas Barbecue 1,000,000 times, but
nice.
There's also what's the museum?
Anything
the Broad Museum is pretty good. I mean, there's some good escape rooms in Southern California. Look,
I've never done an escape room. I really want to try one.
Okay. Well, if you ever come to Los Angeles, maybe I'll take you to escape room.
Nice.
I delegate all this stuff to my wife. My wife does all the.
Your wife is the planner.
Look, I think Sammy G said, "Look, I'm coming to LA to go to this thing. Do you know of a restaurant to go to?" And I went, "Well, of course I do." And I leaned over to Jessica and I was like, what are some restaurants? What are some restaurants? And look, I gave her my phone. She typed out, I think, like 75 to 100 restaurants.
Oh my God.
Send. Right back at you, Sammy G. Yeah. So that's how I roll, just so you know.
Read a super chat.
What are you doing? What are you doing? I'll read a super chat. I don't know. Look, Gorsero for $5 says, "I am astral projecting into Sitch's house to get the face reveal early. Unfortunately, living thousands of miles away, I don't know how to get back." Oh no, Goracero's stuck there in your home with you, Sitch.
Hey, girl. I'm waving at you. I can see you there. My third eye's open. I can see. Yeah.
Drop your pants around your ankles and wave it at him.
I'm gonna moon. I'm mooning him right now. I can see my butt. Okay.
Stuck for $2.
Wait. What was he doing? Can you read that again? What was he doing? What's the activity he was doing?
He's astral projecting.
Say that again.
Astral.
There it is.
Astral.
You were adding some extra letters in there.
Astral.
Astral projecting.
Astral projection.
Astral projecting. Yes. There you go.
It still sounds bad. Astral projecting sounds like.
Yeah.
It sounds like maybe you've got a tummy ache.
You're using your ass to travel to a plane of existence.
Hey, you're projecting out of your astral.
You're projecting out of your. Oh, but also thank you, Tylenol Pain Relief. That was his first super chat. I think there's a big one there with.
Okay.
Look, they changed the icon. They made it so much more fancier.
Did you already read that one?
I did.
Oh.
But thank you.
I heart them when they're done. So.
There you go. But yeah, face reveal. I don't know. We'll see. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hoggly Woggly Texas Barbecue is to die for. Oh my God.
We'll have to try it. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready to do this article?
Yeah. What is this?
Okay.
Niche gamer.
Okay. Bungie. I already screwed it up. Bungie hides comments criticizing their Latinx posts. So this is Bungie, the gaming company that everyone knows that's responsible for Destiny, the video game, and Halo. Now, I haven't read this article yet, so I don't know exactly what's going on here. So let's find out together.
Okay.
Bungie has been hit with criticism once again after they released a social media post supporting the use of the controversial Latinx terminology.
Controversial?
Yeah.
Wow.
Bungie shared a social media post discussing their new Latin at Bungie initiative and used the word Latin A, E, O, or X in the process. Okay, so we've gotten so woke that we can't even use Latinx. It's Latin, Latina, Latini. What is the E? Latini? I never even heard that one. Latini?
Right.
Latin? How do you say that?
Who knows?
Latino.
Look, you get to pick your own variation of it now. People cannot even decide on a variation.
Yeah. I never even heard that one. How do I say Latini? You're not Latino, you're Latini.
Latina, Latino, Latinx.
Or Latini. I kind of like
Latin.
Latini. You're like, well, is that guy white? I don't know, he's kind of Latiny.
Latin.
Like, he's a little bit Latin, maybe not. He's a little Latiny. Okay. But anyway, so the tweet was, being Latinaeox is more than just a location on a map. Just as being Hispanic is more than a language we might speak. We are proud to introduce our newest idea, Latin, at Bungie. And they have this little logo, which is the Bungie logo, but of course it's got a bunch of like pride, weird, garbage shoved into it.
That's the ugliest logo I've ever seen in my life.
It's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Yeah. I thought the gays were supposed to be good at like creating aesthetically pleasing things.
I guess not.
The word Latinx was fabricated by a certain sect of individuals to be inclusive, but many actual Latinos find it racist, often calling it a colonialist term, and is technically grammatically incorrect for their language.
Look at that.
There you go.
You white folks, you white liberals trying to colonize our language here.
Yeah, and you know what? And the argument there, which is true, is the idea that, because this whole wokeness stuff was created primarily by white people. And they're saying, oh, your language is offensive to our woke sensibilities. So you have to change your language for our woke white sensibilities. It's completely racist. 100%.
A gendered language? How offensive to trans people. I'm sorry, this can't stand. You guys have to change your language immediately.
Right. Okay.
The condescending pieces of garbage here.
Yes. Their message further explained the whole Latin at Bungie. Introducing Latin at Bungie. Hispanic Heritage Month is underway, and we are proud to introduce our newest Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Association, aka IDEA.
Oh.
Latin
Horrible.
at Bungie. I don't know why I can't say Bungie correctly. Ideas are employee resource groups to help Bungie employees connect with people of similar cultural backgrounds and their supportive allies. These groups serve as a resource for advice, a forum to share thoughts and perspectives, and a way to amplify and celebrate cultures, not only in person, but also in our games. Latin at Bungie first began in 2022 as a way to celebrate our identity, acknowledge our different experiences, help educate the Bungie community about the Latin and Hispanic culture, and support our local communities. What, like, if you're working at a video game company, okay, that's making Destiny and Halo games, why are you sitting around like, listen, I really need to be educated on Hispanic culture, like right this moment? Like, what does that even mean exactly, to be educated on Hispanic culture?
What's up with these pictures with all these white people?
Oh, we'll get to the pictures.
Okay.
We'll get to the pictures. Okay. But let me keep reading this because it's so cringy. Ultimately, we aim to improve Latin culture. Oh my God, they're going to improve Latin culture.
Whoa.
These races.
Look, we just need to fix your culture for you guys.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry.
That's not condescending.
We aim to improve Latin culture representation. Okay, they say, listen, safe. In our games and bolster the representation of employees with a Latin or Hispanic background in our company. In turn, we hope that will result in better connections between our games and our gamers.
Did it say Hispanic for real?
Did I say Hispanic?
Yeah, I thought it said Hispanic.
No, it says Hispanic.
Okay.
Do you think that the average gamer, even the average Latini, the average Latiny gamer is like, oh my God, this game doesn't have enough Latinese in it. I don't know if I can play it. There's too many non-Latinese in this game.
The only people that care about this are a bunch of self-hating white people.
Yes. See, anime is a great debunker of all this nonsense, okay? American comics are dying. They're becoming woker and woker and woker, more, quote, diverse and dying. And no one cares about them. And the anime manga market is completely dominating American culture. And no one is, like, the majority of Americans, they're not Asian. They're not Japanese. They're not sitting around like, oh, I can only watch animes if it has Americans in it. I can't watch all these animes featuring all these Japanese characters, all these Japanese people.
Yeah, you know why they're watching that stuff?
Because it's actually good and entertaining.
Yeah, because it's not woke. It's not there to lecture you on your politics. They're like, oh my God, look at these stories.
That too.
Men are men, women are women. They're falling in love. They're having relationships. Something I can actually relate to.
Mm-hmm.
It's so sad how far people have just lost their minds.
Okay, so underneath it, there's a picture. It says, one individual provided photos of Bungie's team in the past compared to what it is now. So we have the past team, supposedly, and you see it's like 95% dudes. I think there's like there's literally 2 women, I think, in this entire picture.
Right. So, so the one below is now, I mean, I don't see one guy in there. It's like all white women.
Yeah, the one now, it's not only white women, but a lot of them look very like hipster in terms of like what they're wearing.
This is so crazy.
There's no guys in there. Well, okay, but here's the question. Like, who are the teams? So they like literally just say, listen, we need to round up every single woman that works in the company and take a picture. Like before it was the programming team, and now it's like, listen, just get every woman and just get her. We need to be in a picture with her right now. But that's what it looks like.
Right. Yeah. So the guys are like, they made it optional. They're like, look, we're taking a group photo today. You don't have to come if you don't want to. And that's why it's all women.
Yeah.
Because the guys are like,
you're right. And then the guys want to take a picture.
All the guys are like, oh, I'll just work through that. I don't care. I don't care about that.
Well, also that's a good point. Because look, if you look at the guy picture, it's very clearly that this was just like an on the spot group photo. Like people are just kind of dressed however they're dressed for the day. It's not professionally shot or lit. It's just like the lighting that exists in like reality.
Yeah, horrifying lighting.
Right. It just looks like a normal picture. But then if you look at the bottom picture, look, everyone's wearing like professional makeup.
It's like outfits, staged.
Yeah, it looks like they have like professionally done outfits, professional makeup. They obviously have professional lighting. It's like the lighting is perfect. You know, it's like a very crystal clear photograph. Like, so it's obvious this was some kind of press release to try to just make the company look good. It's not right. It's not a real thing.
This company is amazing. Look, men are not allowed to work here.
There you go. We just did a video about how like it was 88 of the SP 500 companies. They said that 94% of the people that they hired between the years of 2020 and 2021 were not white. Right. And they were bragging about this. They're saying it was good. Look how we've only hired 6% white people. Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, no. There's nothing to brag about, guys. Yeah. Look, we're just complete racists. Here, let's brag about it. No, that's probably not a good idea.
The tweet earned the video game company scorn, and Bungie have been caught hiding replies that disagree with their narrative. Hiding replies is so useless because everyone could see them. Like, it's just literally a pointless endeavor to do.
Are you hiding replies from the world or just from yourself?
Exactly. Some of the comments Bungie hid away, which likely only helped give them further attention. And the replies were, yeah, it's Latino or Latina. It's Latin-A/O. Anything else is a slur. Ooh.
You must be new here.
You must be new here. I like this one. It's the Gus meme. Hispanics, when you call them a slur, laughing. Hispanics, when you call them Latinx, they're gonna kill you.
Oh, that's such a great meme.
Then another one says, don't call me Latinx Mason. I'm a proud Hispanic American who plays Halo, watches anime, and votes Republican. There you go.
Look at that.
Oh, and this one's a good one. Which white non-Hispanic employee wrote this?
True.
There you go.
Mr. Rogers flipping the bird.
Wow, is that actually an item? What game is this item? You have the chancla. What? Is that from Starfield or is that from Destiny? Because it's pretty funny.
I don't know. The shoe?
The chancla, Adam.
Oh, nice.
It's the mom's sandal that's gonna get thrown at somebody. That's it. If you're white, you don't know about the chancla. Okay.
Right.
Anyway, wow, this whole article is just like okay. So I'm not gonna go with the rest. The rest of the article is literally just tweet replies. So.
Right.
But anyway, so that's pretty lame, pretty pathetically lame of Bungie to put out this garbage. Oh, look at this. I actually brought up the tweet on Twitter. They got noted. They got community noted.
Right.
It says
What's
the term
community note?
the term Latino and Hispanic should not be used interchangeably since their meanings describe qualities of two different populations that sometimes overlap and sometimes don't. Latinx is a term that most Latino population don't identify. Ooh.
Snap back.
Got him. So I'm gonna be real here. As a white person, as a white non-Latino,
right?
What is the difference between Latino and Hispanic?
I don't know. Not sure.
Okay, I found a chart. Latino does not include Spain and includes Brazil, and Hispanic includes Spain but does not include Brazil. That's bizarre. I don't know why is Brazil like the one magic country outside the loop here?
Maybe they don't like Spanish people.
Okay. Well, there you go. Anything else, Adam?
No, this was very interesting. I think I called it. I knew it had to be a bunch of self-hating white people.
True.
And that picture just screams, look, we all work together, have great jobs, make 100K a year, and feel guilty about how we don't want to hire any Latinas here, any Latinos, any Latinx, any Hispanic here, any brown people here.
Well, this is good because I'm glad I looked up the difference between Latino and Hispanic because I had a friend of mine who I used to always say Hispanic instead of Latino.
Right.
And he like one day he's like, stop saying Hispanic. Like, I'm not from Spain. And now I get to be like, look at this chart, a-hole. You're not from Brazil either. I was right. Get out of here. You don't even know your own culture. I win. Remember that argument we had 15 years ago? I win.
I don't think doing gotchas on people's identity is a way to make friends, Sitch. I think you should probably avoid that.
Well, he's already my friend, so listen, he just has to put up with it.
Okay. Clip it, CT. Look, I got to it before you.
Right. I'm impressed. Listen, I'll be serious. I don't know why. The word Latino, I think Hispanic sounds so much better than Latino. I don't know why. Well, I think they should get rid of Latino. Everyone just adopt Hispanic. It's fine.
Society should just completely bend to what you think sounds better.
Yes, I agree.
I thought you would.
Sam says Spanish is Spain. Hispanic is everything. Latino is Latin in South America. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm going to say Hispanic. Yeah, what about Hispanic?
Yeah, sometimes I've heard people say that.
Right.
Feminists.
Doug for $2 says, I'm surprised they haven't tried Hispanics yet with an X. That's funny. Jamie the Panda for $2 says, I'd rather be called a slur than Latinx. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a lot of people.
It's so dumb. It's like the people come out and think, oh, look, this will make everyone feel better. Let's just change. Let's just do something that is obviously going to piss off everyone. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. Language has to evolve natural. Well, I guess you could make the argument that they're trying. No, they're trying to force it. They're not trying to adopt language. naturally. The natural thing is some cool hip people will start using Latinx, and all of a sudden it will get popular and reach some sort of critical mass, and then people come in and say, oh, well, everyone's saying this, so we should just change the definition. Now they're trying to do it completely opposite. They're saying, look, this single white woman who works at a game company think the culture needs to change, and I have the power, because I control this user interface on this very popular game, to change the culture by doing this thing. So it's completely top down, authoritarian, right? Those two processes are very different.
True.
Yeah.
True. A 1, a 2, a true. Okay.
I saw Adam.
Did you ever send SDL that message?
I never did. No, you want me to send it to him now? Look, we were only going to stream for a couple hours.
Well, just set it up for the future. It doesn't have to be today.
Okay, I can do that. Want me to ask him if
he's
he
probably
wants
not
to come on
going
next
to
week?
agree to come on, but
no, I'm on good terms with SDL. Why wouldn't he?
We'll see. So let's see. WTF1A1A for $2 says, LOL, War Thunder having more leaky info than a brothel. Yeah, I'm sure you guys, if you guys don't know this, there's a video game called War Thunder, and people keep leaking military information on the War Thunder forums.
What? That sounds horrible.
Yeah, the latest leak supposedly was on the War Thunder forums. A player recently shared the technical manual for an AH-64D Apache longbow helicopter, which I guess you're not supposed to do. So there you go. That's pretty funny. What is the point of, like, listen, I know that some of you are listening right now. Okay. How nerdy do you have to be that you're like, oh, I really want to read an instruction manual for a helicopter? Come on. That's even beyond, that's too nerdy for even me. Okay. Who cares?
Well, I mean, if you're the Chinese military,
yeah,
I mean,
obviously,
of course you want to read it.
Sure.
Well, how do you know that that's not what happened?
Well, they're not the ones putting it out there. They'd be the ones sucking it up, right?
Yeah, but so what happened? It got posted on some forum. How do you know it's not a Chinese military officer saying, "Oh, I'm a nerd. I want to read that. I'm very interested in that."
Yeah, exactly.
Look, so much of this stuff online, I just feel like is being driven by Chinese operatives.
Yeah, see, someone in the chat says internet arguments are more important than secret documents. Such, yeah, because I think some of the first documents were leaked just because people were arguing with each other about we're just arguing with each other about something. They're like, well, I have secret documents that show you're wrong. I have to win this internet argument. Soldo says, you have obviously not met pilots and vehicle operators. That is true. Yeah, I understand people that like do that as their living would be interested in it, but it's hard for me to imagine anyone else who's not in that field would care. You're right. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. It's like cars. I just don't get cars either.
Did somebody ask them to post it, or they just posted it for fun?
I don't know. It doesn't. The article doesn't say.
Oh, look, all these articles are garbage.
That is
anything
true.
Interesting. They never answer. I want to know who solicited the posting of this.
Someone says, jokes on you, Sitch. I didn't know about the forum until now, but I'm seriously thinking about joining it. Those manuals sound cool. Uh-oh, I just spreaded the knowledge. I think they've already took the manual down, so you're out of luck. PC for $2 says, but what if I identify as an attack helicopter? Well, listen, if you identify as attack helicopter, I believe you should get all the secret government manuals about attack helicopter specifications, just so that you understand who you are as a person.
Right.
But
maybe it's that crazy gender surgeon who was like, you got to post this. Look, this might be a new surgery I could do.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But listen, you have the pinky swear and pinky prayer promise that you're not going to leak any of these secret attack helicopter manuals to the Chinese government. Okay.
Wow.
It's the promise.
I promise.
A very dead horse for $2 says, Brazil speaks Portuguese, not Spanish. That's true. That's true.
You don't know that that's true.
I did know that that's true.
Oh, really?
Yeah, of course. Who doesn't know that? Adam doesn't know that.
No, I know. I knew it, but I just,
Okay.
I knew it from my research.
Right. Yeah, I didn't think that would be why they would be excluded from the Hispanic Latinx thing, but that makes sense. A very Wooster for $20. Thank you, Wooster. Says, as a Mexican, I think the term Ibero-American, descendants of the Iberian Peninsula, is more accurate. Latino is too inclusive as it included the French colonies, and Hispanic is too exclusive as it excludes Brazil for accuracy. Who cares about Brazil? I apologize to any Brazilians who are listening. But who cares? Listen, if Brazilians want to have their own magical little category where like there's Hispanic people and there's Brazilians, then fine. They can get their own special little magical category, okay? That's fine. Okay, let me start from top.
Going back to, I read the top one though. You can't read Gorosero again.
Stuck for $2 says, Dwarf Planets was appeasement, changed my mind. I mean, that is true. That is true.
Appeasement is a little. Look, we need to save that for special occasions.
No, it was appeasement. Listen, the scientists Hitler were marching through trying to take our planets away from us, and we appeased them by giving them Pluto. Okay. I guess what I'm trying to say is that Neil deGrasse Tyson is literally Hitler. That's what I'm trying to say.
I love how Sitch and I fight, and it always produces 10 to 15 super chats.
Yeah,
it's good to know. Yeah, Sitch and I, first of all, we love fighting. Second of all, it's profitable.
Yeah. Ostracy for $2 says, clip it out, CT.
Right. This was when we were fighting about reading the super chat.
We can't really say we were fighting. You were fighting. I was just
you were
bystander.
You were fighting too.
I was just listen. I'm just walking around whistling like do 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 do, and then bam.
I'm trying to curb your behavior. You just got a bad habit of doing weird stuff in the middle of a clip. It's just
wow.
Look, CT and I both are united in this front. We're like, look, CT can get the clips done faster if we're all on the same page. You want to be a special snowflake. And like, look, all snowflakes are unique. Look, all snowflakes are one of a kind. I'm a one of a kind spirit. You can't contain me. It's true, Sitch. You know it's true. The Butter Amble for $5. Says not a fan
of full vids as clips, especially when it's premiered. It's really confusing to know what I've seen or haven't seen. Jack Striker Gang. There you go.
Well, thank you for sharing your opinion,
Adam.
Butter Amble.
Yeah, Adam.
Not a fan of full vids as clips. What does that mean?
Yeah, like, if he's like a whole...
Oh, clipping out the live stream?
By clipping out the entire
just so you know, people have... Sitch and I have done some recorded videos, which are very popular, obviously.
Right, so, because it's new content.
But I put bonus in the title at the very beginning, and I put bonus in the thumbnail in each of the thumbnails, and people love that because they're like, I listen to the live streams, so I avoid the live stream clips, which the clips are clearly marked. They have clip in the thumbnail,
right? So
you can just skip a clip. So there you go, Butter Amble. Now you know the secret sauce.
There you go.
You can, if you see clip in the thumbnail and you're like, I listen to the stream, I don't need to watch the clip, you can. But we are actually, the channel is growing in leaps and bounds because there's a lot of people, believe it or not, who don't have 10 hours to listen to a full live stream. They're like, I love Sitch and Adam. I love to hear when they fight over stupid shit on the live stream. And I love that CT clips it out to make Sitch look bad. So I'm here just exclusively for the clips. So we have I think about 5,000 people who watch the clips and don't watch the live streams. So we're hoping to build that to 10,000 people, 20,000 people who just want to see the short clips. But at the same time, we have our core audience. I mean, we have about 25,000 people. Well, no, I guess we have 25,000 people minimum that watch the Sunday show and 14,000 people minimum that watch probably the Sunday show and the Tuesday stream, because those are usually the low marks on both of those streams. And then we have this other 5,000 people who just watch the clips. It's just, look, it is what it is. And then, I mean, I think the people who watch both the live stream and the Tuesday stream watch the bonus content. The bonus content usually gets 15 to 25,000 views. So we're going to continue to do bonus content, right, Sitch?
Of course.
Every time I put bonus though in the thumbnail, well, CT's doing the thumbnails now, but every time I see bonus in the thumbnail, I think of Anna Kasparian bitching about the bonus hole. I don't know why. I can't stop.
That's
now
funny.
You guys are going to think it when you see bonus.
Right.
You're going to be like, here's the bonus hole.
True. That's what we should call our bonus clips, the bonus hole.
Look, I don't like the bonus hole.
You want to get sucked into the bonus hole with a bunch of bonus Sitch and Adam clips?
Look, I'm with Anna. I don't like the bonus hole nomenclature
What if it's
either.
the bonus zone?
I don't like any of this.
It's a bonus zone, okay?
I don't like any of I
And
don't
you just
like
listen, to enter the bonus zone, you have to walk through the bonus hole, okay? It's just a coincidence.
I don't like that the word bonus, which used to be completely neutral, has been tainted.
Tainted by the taint.
Oh,
CT for 2 Canadians says, Mom, Dad fighting in public. You're embarrassing me. Yeah, Adam, jeez.
what?
Calm down.
People, this is one of the highlights of the stream when we get a good fight going.
That's true. Andrew Clark for $2 says, thanks so much for having me on Sunday. You're welcome. It's good talking to you, Andrew. Talked about kinky stuff.
I did look up the word nomenclature to make sure that I was using it correctly. And I am totally using it correctly.
Who said you weren't?
This is one of the good things about having a good vocabulary. But every once in a
Right.
while I think, am I using that word right? Do you have any new words that you're trying to use more often?
I don't think about those things. So no.
I think about it.
Yeah.
I think, look, I want to use this word more often. This word makes me sound smarter.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start using the word. And I know you're just stealing off of all my hard work, because I
don't think
start
that's what's
using a word
happening.
like nomenclature, and next thing you know, you're saying it
I've
all the
said
time.
nomenclature probably a lot in the past. I think this is
No.
what's going on.
This is the first time nomenclature has ever been uttered on this
No.
show.
You're doing the common brain bias thing. You discover some new word that excites you for some reason. I don't know why
Yeah.
nomenclature excites you. And you start saying it, and because you're thinking about it, you hear me say it. And so you go, Sitch stole it from me. But you don't realize it's a word I've always been saying, like whenever it comes up. You just never cared to pay attention until now.
Not true. Like the last
Okay.
the last one that I did, I got from reading, and I was like, that's a badass word. Why don't I say
was
that
the
word
word?
more? Voluminous. And ever since I started saying voluminous,
I
say
said voluminous all the
time.
time. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I say these words like regularly whenever they come up, and you're like, oh, well, I just read this word in a book and now I'm saying it. Sitch must have copied it from me.
What you're saying is completely untrue.
Okay. Okay. Chat. Am I being gaslit here? What's happening here? I feel like I'm being gaslit by Adam here.
Look, I have the provenance of the whole situation.
Now that's
here.
a word I don't use very often.
Well, yeah, okay. Provenance now is going to be a word that I'm going to use because it sounds cool, and you're going to start adopting. But I literally, I remember reading in the book voluminous and thinking, I'm going to use that word more often because it's the perfect word. It sounds cool, and it means a lot of something.
Yeah.
And we usually, when people say a lot of something, they don't use a cool word. They say a lot. So I literally wrote down voluminous on my desk here. So the provenance
he like carved
of
it
me,
into the desk. Adam took out a knife and he carved voluminous into the desk.
No, I wrote it down. I wrote it down.
Yeah.
So look, what is your provenance of you saying voluminous? I don't remember you saying voluminous on any
It's just a
show.
word. It's a word I'm aware of. It's a word I've used. I know I've used it.
I've never heard you use it, and I listened to you talk.
Why would you remember me using it?
Because
I don't remember every word you've ever used.
Look, that's easy. That's an easy thing to answer. I would remember it because I wrote it down and am trying to use it more often. And if I heard you use it, and every time I have heard you use it, but every time I've heard you use it, I think, oh, now he's using my word.
Okay.
Look, I never heard you use the word before I took it out of a book and started writing it down.
Myriad?
I'm dead. Look, I'm dead serious.
Is that another word? Myriad? I feel like we've said that a lot.
Myriad? I mean, myriad's not a word that we say a lot.
Okay,
no, but I mean, it's a good one. I mean, I definitely would say it more often.
I feel like, okay, this is the only bone I'm willing to throw you. I'm sure if you've used some like big word like voluminous that I've never like processed you saying, that I will then say it in the same conversation.
Look,
like, immediately after, because I think it's kind of funny. I'm like, well, Adam's using a big word, so I'm going to use the same big word. Like, that's the only thought process that ever occurs to me in this situation. But I can guarantee you, I've used the word voluminous. I used the word, what was the other fucking word
we were
talking about?
You have used the word voluminous.
I've guaranteed I've used these words before you read about it in a book.
Look, you have used the word voluminous after I took it out of the book, wrote it down, and started saying it. Look, you have started saying it after you heard me say it. Look, I'm going to get you again. Because I'm going to do another one. I'm literally going to do like a members only community post. I'm going to go, look, I'm going to use this word that Sitch never uses. And let's see how long it takes him.
Sitch has already used that word. You're wrong.
Let's see how long it takes him to start using. Look, I already got provenance.
Right. Lucy, I'm not going to use that word. Lucy is right. I am now going to intentionally try to. Now I'm going to be cognizant of trying to. Did I take cognizant from you? Is that another one that I stole from you, Adam? Cognizant?
I think we both say cognitive.
Okay. No, I said cognizant, not cognitive.
Cognitent is the word.
Now I can't say it. You've just stolen my ability to say the word properly.
Obfuscation is the one that you can't say.
That's the one I can never say.
But I've learned to say.
Supposedly.
Obfuscation, I'm like an expert at now.
Cognizant. I said it correctly the first time. I don't know, however you pronounce it was wrong.
Cognitent.
Cognizant.
Look, it's so easy. It's so
cognizant.
easy.
It's a Z, Adam.
Cognitrent.
Okay. Now that I'm thinking about it, which is the easy way of saying cognizant. Now that I've become aware of this, whenever you use any word that I hear that's like kind of a big word, I'm going to write it down. I'm going to intentionally start to use it a bunch of times just to trigger this conversation.
Sitch is so jealous.
And then I'm going to pretend like, what do you mean, Adam? I always said this word.
Sitch is so jealous of my voluminous vocabulary that he can't take it.
You're gonna start sounding like what's his name? Michael Eric Tyson.
Look at all the big words
all his
coming
big words
out.
in intentionally.
Everyone's throwing big words in the
voluminous
gaslight.
Yes, there is a lot of voluminous gaslighting.
Cognoscente. I mean, that sounds like something I would eat at an Italian restaurant. That sounds like a delicious dish.
Okay.
Give me some of that cognoscente noodles. Can I get that with a white sauce?
There you go, Adam.
Look, I like voluminous amounts of white sauce.
Yeah. I'm gonna say voluminous elephant.
What is the word that everyone makes fun of Vosh for saying? Because ameliorate.
Ameliorate.
Like he says, ameliorate.
Why does he say that a lot?
Because it's one of those big words that.
No, but in reference to what?
Everything.
Oh, okay.
You can't listen to a Vosh stream without him saying ameliorate 75 times. I mean, it's become a meme. Everybody makes fun of him every time.
That's not a word. I don't know if
every time he says it.
I'm sure I've said it occasionally, but it's not a word I use often. So,
look, I don't.
It's not one. That's not a Sitch word.
You got to admit, there are certain words that you hear people say that you're like, I could never use that word because I would be worried I was using it incorrectly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's kind of,
I mean, yeah, sure. If I don't know what a word means, I'm gonna not use it, obviously.
yeah, it's kind of cool to get past that and say, look, I'm going to use the word ameliorate now. I'm going to use the word cognoscente.
Is this a clip? Is this a clip about you accusing me of stealing your words?
Don't clip this out. This isn't a clip. I mean, look, if you want to clip it out, you can, but I don't think it's like a very good clip.
No, probably not. Thea Wolfie for $2 says, Adam, you were such an ultra crepidarian. I've never even heard of this word. Have you heard this one?
That might be good. Should I write that one down?
What does that word mean? Do you know?
Everyone's using their favorite words now.
Ultra crepidarian?
I don't know what it means, no.
A person who expresses opinions on matters outside the scope of their knowledge or expertise.
That's pretty good.
That's an awful word. That is a terrible word.
But it goes with the actual word. Because that word...
Crepidarian? What does that even mean?
Yeah.
What's a crepidarian? Is that someone... What does that even mean? I never heard that word.
Yeah, but it's just nobody's heard that word. So it's a perfect word for that.
Okay. I mean, ultra obviously means beyond beyond the scope. It's a terrible word because it sounds like a race of aliens in Star Trek. Oh no, the ultra crepidarians are attacking the ship. Like they could slip down into an episode of Star Trek and no one would blink. Stock Producer says, "Embiggen is the perfect cromulent word." What does cromulent mean?
Provenance. You know the
Cromulent.
definition. You know the definition of provenance.
I do, but it's in my mind it's very Christian-y, so I probably
Let's hear it.
use it. But hold on, have you heard cromulent before?
Look, he's stalling so he can look it
Acceptable
up.
or adequate? He hasn't heard that word.
Cromulent?
Cromulent.
Cromulent. That's a good
Cromulent.
word.
That sounds like a fake Rick and Morty word.
That is a good
Doesn't
word,
it?
though.
Embiggen,
Cromulent.
yeah. I don't think I've never used the word embiggen. That is a good word though. It's a funny word, but not something I've used.
You should use it more often.
Well, because it's funny, but okay.
Oh, Brittany Ventney just entered the stream here. Why you
There
got to
you
do
go.
that? Don't.
Sodos for $2 says, "Who was the first to use the term cope spiral?" That's a great question. I'm pretty sure it was me.
Sitch and I both came up with that together. Doomer wasn't even on the stream or around or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Doomer claims that he came up with that word, but we all know
Doomer
he
is
stole it
lying
from us.
now.
Yeah.
So, okay, where was I before we got in on this side quest with Adam claiming words?
The provenance of words.
Okay,
It's even worse.
there you go.
Yes.
You
It
can
was
listen. You can
it
keep
was the
provenance all to
provenance-
yourself. Okay.
Look, it was the provenance of Voluminous on the Sitch and Adam show.
Well, it was really the provenance of the cope spiral, but
No.
Yeah.
Provenance
which was
means
me.
where something originated
I know it's what I literally just said.
or was nurtured
Yeah.
in its early existence.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey Wolfie for $2 says, "Oh my God! All right, fellows, no more sick." Jesus, what is this word? Sick. I don't even know how to say this. Adam, I want you to try to read that word with your dyslexia.
Where is this?
The last super chat.
The one that just came in?
Yeah.
Thea Wolfie for $1.99.
Yes.
All right, fellow, no more sesquipedalian chicanery.
Oh, you did pretty good.
Yeah, I know what a sesquipedalian is.
You do. What does it mean?
I do, yeah. The provenance of the
chicanery.
word sesquipedalian
Yeah.
is actually from my friend Isaac, from when
He
you know
created
Isaac.
the word.
No, Isaac introduced me to the word sesquipedalian because he used to
Okay.
say it all the time,
Why?
which is how I can.
That's weird.
Isaac invented sesquipedalian chicanery.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Sesquipedalian is someone who is fond of big words.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So like Michael Eric Dyson.
Yes.
Okay.
Michael Eric Dyson is the quintessential sesquipedalian. Yes.
This might be ironic or hypocritical, but I do feel like, or oxymoronic, I do feel like the word to describe the person that uses big words should not itself be a big word.
I totally agree, but
Sesquippedalian is a terrible word. It's another one of those sounds like a alien race from Star Trek words.
Sesquipedalian, a
That's a
very
terrible
long word.
Yeah, characterized by long words, long-winded. Yeah, it's awful. I mean, it's a good thing to know because sometimes I would be like writing something. I'm like, oh, like for humorous purposes, I want like all the big long like versions of it of the same word.
Yes.
And I didn't. It's hard to look that up, but now I guess I could because I could use sesquippedalian.
Yeah,
like a
Michael
reference
Eric.
point.
Look, Michael Eric Dyson is the perfect example of this. Yes.
Yeah.
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 That piece of garbage.
Chicanery, I never liked that word. That sounds like a very old, like, that sounds like grandpa's entered the chat.
Chicanery.
Stop
the chicanery, you.
I never heard anyone under
you
like
Zoomers.
I never heard anyone under 70 use the word chicanery ever. Okay.
You stop it, you Zoomers. Stop the
Never heard
chicanery.
anyone under 70 unironically use the word chicanery. So
yeah, that's why. Look, chicanery I don't use on the show because I don't want to seem like an old time.
yeah, exactly.
Chicanery, the use of tricks to deceive someone.
Yeah.
Usually to extract money from them. Oh,
Like a huckster.
right. Yeah.
A swindler.
Yes.
Con artist.
Good super chat though.
It was.
Great word. Look, you thought you were going to get me, but
Yeah,
didn't
I
work
didn't.
out.
Isaac to the rescue.
Didn't work out.
That's
Yeah.
Sesquippedalian.
I've known for 20 years.
Oh, here's another one, Adam.
Oh, no.
Read
Oh,
it.
I don't know that one.
Say it.
Ammoneus.
Read the whole super chat.
Adam is also quite ammonious. I don't know what that word is.
Thea Wolfie for $2. Adam is also quite Ammonian. Ammoninus?
Yeah, what is it?
Wait, what? Amanuensis. Amanuensis. Is a person employed to write or type what another dictates or to copy what has been written by another.
Someone skilled in the transcription of speech.
That is not
what I
Adam.
have.
That is the opposite
Yeah.
of Adam. It is like inverse Adam.
Yeah.
Can
Not
we
so
do that?
good, but I mean, I talk into my phone a lot. That's
Right.
why I get so many typos and stuff.
Mm.
The phone screws up, and I'm to the point now where I don't care. It's funny you get those grammar Nazis that come in and oh look, you misspelled a word here and there. What is up with those
Speaking
people?
of grammar Nazis,
What? I'm not a
Adam
grammar
Friended
Nazi.
over here.
Oh
the
yeah,
biggest fucking grammar Nazi on the planet Earth. Chat, I want you to know what a big authoritarian grammar Nazi Adam is. Okay, Adam was criticizing me. He said, "Sitch, you idiot." He criticized me in the DMs.
Look, I'm sharing the DM just so I have my side of the story.
Because no, you're not allowed. You're not allowed. That's leaking. You're leaking DMs. Okay, I don't give you permission.
You're allowed to leak your side of the DM, and I'm just gonna leak what I said.
Adam said, "Sitch, you idiot. I hate your guts. I want you to die in a fire." Because the grammar Nazi Adam was mad that I put an exclamation mark in front of a question mark. It's supposed to be a question mark in front of an exclamation mark. So I don't want to hear you complain about no grammar Nazis. That's the most grammar Nazi thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Okay. What comes first, the exclamation mark or the question mark? Who cares? No one cares.
Well, first of all,
yeah,
this is evidently contested. So whether or not the question mark comes first or the exclamation point comes first is contested. Like there's no hard and fast grammar rule on it.
so you're just lying.
The hard and fast grammar rule on it is always be consistent. So you do it one way and CT does it the other way. So
no one has ever noticed this but you.
Yeah, but look, I'm I'm more interested in just consistency among our titles on the channel.
Yeah.
So that's
This
all
was
I'm
in the
saying
group,
here.
CT. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm
which way
saying
did
here.
which is the way that I do it, which is the way that CT does it? Because I literally don't even know which way I do it. Because I don't even think about it.
The thing that makes more logical sense to me, and this is the way that I think it will end up being eventually when the true grammar Nazis step in and say, okay, enough messing around here. Enough fucking around here, okay?
Yeah.
This is the way that you do it.
Okay.
When you're reading a question,
right,
it's good to get to the end of the sentence and know, okay, this is obviously a question.
Right.
If you put the exclamation point first, you don't get to the question mark until one character later. So I think it's better that the question mark is with the word on the end.
Okay.
And then you're like, this is a question and I'm excited about the question or whatever. Yeah. So it makes more logical sense to me. So, and I know the consistency rule. You don't want to look, you're not even equipped to do the consistency thing because you're like, I just do it randomly.
Okay. Let me give you my thoughts on this. I don't know which way I do, but I'm guessing I do the bottom.
Yes, the incorrect way. Yeah.
Okay. Your logic, your Vulcan logic on why the question mark should come first is solid logic.
Okay, good.
I agree with the logic. That makes perfect sense. But
you aesthetically like it the other way.
Yes, aesthetically, you already know. Aesthetically, it looks stupider. I don't know why.
I can read your mind.
I don't know why. I have no explanation why. But the exclamation mark coming before the question mark just looks visually better. Okay. Does it not? Am I not wrong? Does it not look better?
Well, it looks wrong to me just because I have the logic I've been using for like 20 years on this.
Tell me which way looks better. Just based on the pure aesthetic of it, it looks so much better to have the little question mark hugging up against the exclamation mark, okay, instead of the exclamation mark spooning the question mark. It looks so much better.
See, this is another thing that I notice when I read other people do it, and I do notice I see question mark first 90% of the time when I see it in the wild and I see other people doing it.
Right.
And really only about 10% of the time do I see it your way. So that is another reason why I think,
I've never really paid attention, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do pay attention just because it's like,
wow, it seems you're both wrong. It's exclamation mark, question mark, then exclamation mark. There you go.
Yeah.
It seems pretty split, actually. A lot of people are all over the place. That's right. Okay, we'll do a poll. This is a very important question.
I know. Yeah, no, do a poll by all means. But where you're going to get in trouble is if you turn in your college thesis and you've mixed and matched. Like
okay,
that's
yeah.
So I mean the rule is consistency no matter how you do. Mm-hmm.
There you go. I did a poll.
Do it up.
Like how I asked the question.
What looks better? Oh, that's totally cheating, but
I did both. Theoretically. WTF 1A for $2 says exclamation mark question mark is better. Like embedding I'm being yelled at before the question. Yeah, see, I think that's kind of how I intuit it. Like that the question should come at the end and the tone of the sentence should come first. I think that's probably why I did it that way. So
well, I mean, I told you it is a contested thing. So
right,
the grammar Nazis
50-50. Oh my god, this is like the closest poll we've ever had.
The grammar Nazis have not come in and put their foot down yet. So
yes,
look, and I you know me, my whole thing is I just want it consistent. Like I don't want to look at it differently every time.
Mm-hmm.
Like what the hell what's going on here? But I know it seems like you do it well, obviously you do it exclamation. I think CT does it the opposite way. And I do it the opposite way.
I've literally never paid attention enough to notice what is like the way in which people do. I never even thought about this until. So
You're usually pretty good about attention to detail, though. I mean, all your video making, like you have minute details that you constantly pay attention to.
Yeah, but this is something I would have paid attention to much in my life. I can't. Where is this emoji? Someone said that oh, here it is. Uh-oh.
Oh, there's an emoji. Interesting.
The official emoji from YouTube, Adam, is exclamation mark question mark.
Look at that.
Got him! We got him, boys! The official YouTube emoji, baby! Yeah!
Do you really think YouTube's opinions settles it?
I'm just saying, we got the official emoji, boys. We got him.
You really think that settles it, huh?
That's definitely a point in my favor. Look, it's convincing the chat. Chat's now starting to vote with me, baby.
Right, yeah.
Look at that. That was that appeal to authority.
YouTube, the company that loves to censor conservatives and shadow ban people.
Look at this poisoning the well.
I'm just saying.
Look at this. Oh, you shouldn't trust YouTube.
Look, okay.
Here we go, boys. That's the official Sitch emoji right there. Sitch pointing at the exclamation mark question. There it is, boys. There it is. We got him.
All right, I guess it's settled. I guess it's settled. Okay.
There it is. And then
now I have to re-letter the entire comic a fourth time. Amazing.
You do, yeah.
No.
How does that feel?
I'm not going to re-letter the comic.
You have to. What do you mean?
No.
Wait. Okay, here we go. We have the technology chat. Okay, we're gonna do it. Here it
What is that?
It's coming. Look. There it is.
Oh, how is that?
There it is, boys. There it is, boys. We have the technology.
So we have the exclamation point question mark has pulled ahead and is the clear decisive winner, I think.
Look at this.
So I do think the logic is that's overriding here is putting the question mark at the end of the sentence, just clearly at the end of the sentence.
Well,
so
I mean, as I said, my logic besides the aesthetic look of it is that I think the tone of the sentence comes first before the question, whether it's a question or not, comes first.
Well, and obviously punctuation is supposed to be at the end of the sentence.
Well, they're both punctuation. They're both obviously at the end of the sentence.
Well, no, one is at the very end of the sentence, and
right, but I mean they're both after the words. Okay.
That is the.
Oh wait, that's an argument in my favor, isn't it?
What do you mean?
The question mark is more of the punctuation than the exclamation mark, isn't it?
Well, it is that it's a question. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly. So that should be at the end.
Well, maybe YouTube's tip, maybe the emoji is tipping the scale. Maybe when the grammar Nazis come in, this will be the final decision.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what the internet says about this.
Ask away.
Is there a difference between a question, exclamation, and exclamation question?
I thought you already looked it up.
I didn't look it up, no.
Oh, you didn't? Look,
No.
I've looked it up, and that's the position is that it's contested.
It looks like there's no actual answer. No one cares. That's answer the question.
Well, if you ask the grammar Nazis, it is contested. What they'll tell you is do whatever you
mean it's not. There's no answer if it's contested. That's what I mean.
Yes. Well, they'll tell you do whatever you think is best and just be consistent. Like don't go back and forth throughout your novel / story / whatever.
Fair enough. You know, it's funny. I think.
No, it's interesting that this poll is fascinating because it is a clear, decisive. Although this isn't a good poll because obviously
the final solution for the question. That's true. Okay. Anyway, moving on. PC for $2 says this argument is how you know that Sitch and Adam are married in real life. True.
And that isn't even the argument we just had. That was the
No.
previous argument.
That was
we
the
had
clipping argument. Yeah.
during the clip,
Yeah. True.
which is always fun.
Right. What? Why is Sammy talking shit about Ravenclaw? How dare she? That evil
watched-
Slytherin over there.
I watched about, I think, maybe 15 minutes of the Mob Psycho. Is it Mob Psycho
Yes.
500 or
Psycho
something?
100.
100, okay.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's
I
totally
know.
amazing.
I
Yeah.
know. It's beautifully animated.
It is so beautifully animated.
Yeah, I know you like it.
I was like, I have to watch this when I'm not in bed falling asleep, because that's why I only watch like 5 minutes of it.
And the intro songs are great. Everything about it is great.
Yeah, no.
Mabakun. I assume you're watching English because you can't read. But...
I was watching it in English, yeah.
Yeah.
I had
The
to get my
English dub
wife
isn't
to
too bad. But...
I had to get my wife to do the magic with the TV.
Right. Ostracy for $5 says, Adam, why are we even doing this if we're not going to clip it? Chat. We can hear you, Adam.
Look, I saw all the super chats coming in. That's why, I mean, look.
Mm-hmm.
It's very profitable TIFF.
There you go.
You guys should understand.
Oh, TIFF. That's a good word I'm going to steal from you.
TIFF I've been saying ever since we had the identity politics debate.
Have you really been saying TIFF a lot?
Yeah.
I had never even noticed.
I started saying it on the identity politics debate.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like you just made that up.
I don't like to use the same words over and over again, especially when we're on a show where we're talking about stuff. So many times you're listening to someone and you think, I've heard them say this 100 times. I mean, I
But
noticed
if I use different words, it'll be okay.
Well, look, using different words is the key. If you want to make the point a second time, learn to say it a different way. This is why one of the reasons why Jordan Peterson got really boring to me. I'm like, this guy has like 5 things that he says over and over and over again. What a fucking, what a joke. Look, imagine if you had you were a comedy writer or stand-up comedian. You're like, I'm going to do the same set my entire career. That's basically Jordan Peterson. I think Sitch left.
I didn't leave.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, listen. Don't blame me, Jordan Peterson. Solidos for $2 says Sitch just doesn't know the pain of video editing. That's true. I've never edited videos in my entire life. I just don't understand.
Look, I don't get it, because he does know the pain. It's like, why do you want to?
I just don't get it. I don't know. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, Sitch is a sadist, so this all makes sense. True. Blue for $5 says, even if you remove all clothing, makeup, and hair, you can still differentiate the 2 human sex phenotypes. Exactly. And that's why I was like, what Neil is saying is so stupid, because if he really wants to test this, that would be the experiment, which I could almost guarantee you, number 1, has already been done. Okay. And number 2, not only has it already been done, but people can, with 99% accuracy or 95% accuracy, figure out what sex someone is if, removing all hair and makeup and clothing. And it's just like their faces.
Yeah,
because men and women's faces are structured differently.
The most important thing from an evolutionary perspective is to be able to tell the opposite sex of your own species.
Right.
It's like it's just so stupid.
Yeah. That
Neil deGrasse Tyson would even go down this road. It's so stupid that he would even look down this road from a distance. Fondue for $2 says, it's okay, Adam, I'm with you on this one. Did you read that one?
For what?
With you reading the super chat in the middle of the video. I think you skipped
I skipped that one. I did, yeah. I don't know why I skipped that one. I guess I just
Fondue for $2. It's okay, Adam, I'm with you on this one. Look at that. Look,
I'm glad you made sure to make sure I didn't skip that.
Yeah. Why are you throwing Fondue under the bus?
It was listen. I just blocked it out. I couldn't see it. I couldn't perceive it. Okay, it was such a wrong super chat. I couldn't.
Did you read PCs too? $2. This argument is how I know.
I did.
Yes. Okay.
And you said, well, that's not even the argument we just had. Remember?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Sam Wallace art for $20 says, I'm an artist, a graphic designer, and a copy editor. Question mark, exclamation mark is unambiguously the best option. Question mark first, then the volume of exclamation mark. Question mark, exclamation mark properly conveys the jarring outburst. Exclamation mark, question mark looks too calm. Now,
Yeah.
I do...
Look, sometimes you do more than one exclamation point too, and that puts you in a weird situation because you're going exclamation, 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 question mark?
Yeah.
That doesn't look right.
Well, no, I think it looks more right than question mark with a bunch of exclamation marks. So I actually disagree with that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. But
you think 3 exclamation points and then a question mark looks better?
Let's see.
That? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I think it still looks better my way. But you do bring up a good point, Sam, which is that the question exclamation mark does look more jarring. I do agree. It does look more jarring. So if that is what you're trying to do with the word, then yeah, I would agree that's the better option. So
I don't. Where is that super chat? Is that a?
It just came in.
Oh, stop doing that.
Well, okay. Excuse me. Excuse me, honey.
Sam, well, oh, it's $20. So okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I just like to read along because I can't. It's easier for me to put my 2 cents in if I can read along.
Which is funny because you literally listen to books and you don't look at any. You're not looking at what you're listening to.
I'm an artist, a graphic designer, and a copy editor.
Right.
Question mark explanation is unambiguously the best option. Yeah. Question mark first, then the volume of exclamations properly conveys the jarring outburst. Explanation looks too calm. Well, yeah, no, that's my. I'm with Sam, but this is why it's a contested thing.
There you go.
People have big ideas on this. You didn't know this.
I didn't even know this was an argument. I didn't even realize what I was doing. I wandered into this war, Adam, without even knowing what I was. I had been killing my entire life. I had been slaying. I'd been massacring the question mark, exclamation mark people this entire time, just stepping on them like ants. And I never realized the war, the massacre that I had been part of until just now.
Look here, I'm going to show you the real third rail of streaming right now.
Uh-oh. Oh, everyone, wait. Are we gonna get in trouble? Are we gonna get banned? What's going on?
There you go. There it is. There it is.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Look, it's like the black hole of.
There you go. I love it. I love it.
Where you fall on circumcision depends upon how many exclamation points you put after that question mark.
That's true. Thank you. Doomer says, don't forget to downvote the stream. Thank you, Doomer.
Did he? What? Doomer. Please stop.
Mr. Tickle Trunk for 14 months. Thank you. Says Neil deGrasse Tyson just started in the Bailey. The argument isn't about fashion. I bet he probably doesn't have any interest and is just parroting.
He is totally parroting. That's all he's doing.
I think it's just, I literally think it's just, I saw my team is supporting this. Let me construct this argument to support my team. That's
to help them out. To add my credibility as a scientist that has no credibility left.
Right.
To this argument.
Well, I mean, I think he lives in New York. I'm sure he hangs out with a bunch of lefties. So maybe one of them has some trans kid or something.
Hangs out in the women's restroom quite often.
Looking for new assistants.
Sitch. I love it. You're finally joining in.
But I'm sure he probably knows someone, some trans kid or trans person or whatever.
Well, look, it's New York. Let's be honest. It's New York. He's very liberal. He's got 5 friends with trans kids.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
And of course, he's not going to say anything because he doesn't want to offend his friends.
Mm-hmm.
The kids are going to say, Neil, why didn't you say something? 10 years from now. Have you, Oh man, I would listen. I can't remember who it was, but I was listening to a podcast, and man, this podcast was brutal because the person was saying, yeah, the once the detransitioner numbers start going up, the people who went through this process and realized, you know, I was just a kid, they're gonna feel so mad at the adults in their lives. Like, what the hell were you thinking?
Yeah, I know.
I was just a kid, and you let me do this crazy shit.
There'll be a voluminous amount of regret.
There's going to be a voluminous amount of hatred
Yes.
towards the adults in their lives that let this happen. And you know, it's, look, Neil deGrasse Tyson, look, you're supposed to be a scientist.
Right.
And you're sitting here slapping my mom and dad on the back with this stuff.
Neil's over here obfuscating the whole conversation.
That was pretty good.
There you go.
Obfuscating.
RBGH fan for $5 says Tyson had several Me Too allegations in the past. He had to get his mind right to defend himself, which is be damned. Yeah, that was your theory as well. That could be true. Yeah. Lives and Does Wall specifically for $10 says, maybe I'm imagining things, but it seems like there's a unique gesture and body language used when in mid-smug ideological rant. The gesture seems to differ from left to right. Has anybody studied this? I don't know, actually, because I mean, I have a really bad habit of like, I wasn't really looking at what he was doing when he was talking. So I wasn't really paying attention to his body language. But that would be very interesting if there's like a smug, or if there's a specific body language that people read as smug. Because obviously the person doing it is not intending to be smug, right?
No, it did have an era of, I'm a big celebrity, I'm a big scientist, I am the authority on this. Why are you questioning my authority? That's exactly how the exchange comes off when he's like, "Oh, you only have 2 things. You don't have 3 things. You have 3 things. Do you have 4 things?
Yeah, that seemed really smart.
Do you have 5 things? Do you have 6 things? Look, I'm the authority on this, and here you are back talking me in this interview."
Yes, that seemed really smug. I didn't really interpret the whole like aliens come down and look at us. Like that to me doesn't sound smug.
Right.
But I can understand. I can understand how other people would interpret it as smug.
Even the I will have to look into that is like, you are beneath me, and I can't trust what you're saying. So I need to actually independently fact check what you've said here in this conversation, because it doesn't really pass the smell test for me. That's how that came off. Yeah.
Right.
It's like, you don't you don't know how there's quotas in Congress? Get out of here, Neil. Look, that's what he's saying is not, it's not, you know, it's not, I have firm belief God exists. It's not like there's a quota in the UK Parliament. That's eminently believable.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, this part really made me cringe. Why are we assuming that aliens are super pro LGBTQ as a default setting? It's just a weird and useless hypothetical. Yeah, what if the aliens come and they're like super like religious? They have their own like religion and they're hyper religious, and they're like, oh no, we purged the gays long ago. Like, why would you assume that just because they're aliens they're going to be like hyper progressive?
Yeah, can you imagine? The aliens are like, oh yeah, we were at this stage at one time too. It didn't work out well.
Yeah, what if the aliens come down and they're like, ew, you let your gays out in public? And then they like, there's no intelligent life here. They just leave. It's like, okay, was that change anything, Neil? It's like, this argument's stupid.
Oh, you're right.
Who cares what aliens think? Who cares about the musings of hypothetical aliens? Okay. I gotta tell those hypothetical aliens to fuck off.
Even that, look, even as hypothetical as smug, because it basically says, oh, the aliens are so much better than us.
Right. Yeah, that's
they know the aliens are progressive like me.
Right. Yeah. What if the aliens are huge assholes?
Yeah. What if they're Nazis? What if these aliens?
Yeah, like listen, when the aliens at Independence Day came down with all their like tentacles and they wanted to destroy all humans and take our resources.
They
real
didn't seem
question
very
was,
progressive.
how do they feel about LGBT rights? That's the real question. Are these aliens that are trying to wipe us from existence progressive or not?
Yeah, because then you know whether or not to fight back, right?
Yeah, I mean, if they're progressive, I guess we just have to let ourselves be killed. So, yeah, does Neil deGrasse Tyson eat animals? That's a good point. What if the aliens come down and they're like, "Ew, look what you're doing! You're eating all these animals. It's disgusting." And it's funny because, like, what if, and this could be like very true. You could have aliens that evolved from a species of herbivores and not omnivores. Like, just say whatever the plant life had enough nutrients to foster intelligent life. And if you had a species of aliens that evolved from herbivores, they'd probably look at like omnivores and carnivores as like horrifically despicable and disgusting.
They're going to be robots, man. It's not going to be... The aliens are robots.
Well, then they're just eating oil and shit, so they're not going to care.
Yeah.
Just drinking oil. Just guzzling oil. Go. Got to keep themselves lubricated.
What's the oil called in Soma? Let me know in the chat.
It's called the bonus liquid.
It's something like that.
Edward Senior Fortudo says, should Neil deGrasse Tyson's mouth be called his penalty hole?
I think that's a good name for it.
That's very funny.
He should be being fined for all the stupid stuff that he's saying.
There you go. PC for $5 says, no, Sitch, all the aliens live in peace and plenty because they avoided the evils of capitalism. Socialism obviously produced the first interstellar society. There you go. How hilariously funny would it be if we do meet aliens and they're like, oh yeah, we tried all that socialism shit and it didn't work and it was awful. And they like say they're like, they are the super advanced technologically and like morally very advanced society, very compassionate. They're like, yeah, socialism just sucks. It's retarded. Liberalism is based. Like, how hilarious would that be?
Yeah, it'd be great.
Oh my god.
Get alien confirmation.
Yeah. Like, no, that stuff doesn't work.
The real Holsternator gets it right. Structure gel. That's what it's called.
Structure gel.
Structure gel. Yeah.
That's awful.
You don't like that?
No. Disgusting.
I think Neil deGrasse Tyson is only being animated by structure gel at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. He's 100% structure gel.
Is it actually what it's called in Soma?
Yes.
That's funny. Kadak Intention for $5 says, remember when Bill, the science guy, went we was Kangs to shut people up on the race issues? No, wait, what?
Bring that clip up.
Where's
what are you
that
talking
clip?
about?
Wait a minute. I'm unfamiliar with this. Bill Nye went full we was Kang. No. Wait, what?
That can't be
Someone
real.
explain this to me. How do I look this up? Because like, if I type in Bill Nye, we was Kangs, I'm not going to find whatever I'm looking for. I can
You're going to find a bunch of memes.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to find that.
That super chat was pure chicanery.
Bill Nye uses science to explain why racism doesn't matter. Okay, that doesn't sound we was Kangs, though.
Oh, look at this. Devil on your shoulder, member for 7 months. Free Will Seeker says, Adam, you played Soma? Look, I'm not going to answer that until there's an exclamation point on either side of the question mark there. Hell no, I didn't play Soma, but a lot of the comments when Sitch and I talked about transhumanism, everyone was saying, oh, Adam is talking straight Soma. This is from the video game Soma.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I never heard of the video game Soma until you guys started talking about it in the comment section, but I immediately went to this amazing technology called YouTube.
He didn't even know what Soma was. He thought it was that medicine that he took every day that made him feel better.
Soma is from the book. What book is Soma from?
What book is Soma from?
Do you know?
Yeah, of course I know.
Oh, damn it. Anyway, someone will say it. Aldous Huxley's the author, but I can't remember
Brave
the name
New
of the
World.
book. Brave New World, yeah.
Yeah.
So Soma is basically ecstasy in Brave New World, but
well, it's not really it's like an all around.
Yeah, it's
makes you feel good but placates you.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you ever done ecstasy?
No.
placates you pretty hard. But
Okay.
the so I went and I looked up a video on it that explained the plot of the game, and I mean it's badass. It looks fun. So, but I never played it. I just watched the video.
Okay, well, you should play it.
So now I know. Now I know what structured gel is.
There you
now
go.
I know what's animating Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Structured gel.
Yeah.
I didn't see anyone found the Neil. What was the Bill Nye thing? I didn't see anyone in chat mention it. I'm gonna assume it's not.
Can I do a new poll? I have another question for the audience.
Sure. I won that poll. Yes, you can do a new poll.
Well, did you? Are you? Look, I'd be happy.
58%, baby. I win.
Look, I would say that. Are you done? Are you finished?
What? So what are you gonna say?
Well, your previous position, your position is, I do it randomly.
No, I'm pretty sure.
So random.
I'm pretty sure
I don't even remember which way I do it. I do it whenever I feel.
Listen, I'm free. I don't let myself get bogged down by society's rules. Okay. I do whatever feels right at the time.
Okay, so is that still your position then?
No, my position is exclamation mark question mark. That was always my position.
Okay. Because this poll needed a third option.
Yeah.
Either whatever. Like,
no, that's the pussy option. People need to take a stand here. Okay.
So it's been settled for you.
It's been settled that I'm correct.
Okay.
The one that I intuited, surprise, surprise, Adam, the one that I just accidentally intuited to do is the correct option. Look at this. I'm right.
Well, I mean, it's like I said, it's contested. So I don't think I don't think there is a right answer, but I call it a win if you're just going to do it consistently. Like, that's really all I wanted anyway.
I mean, I am consistently going to probably do exclamation mark question mark.
Okay, good. What are you going to do if it's multiple? Are you going to do multiple exclamation ports and always do the question mark at the end? Just so I can solve that riddle too? Okay.
Yes. You mean like if I like that?
Sometimes I do this too. If I'm like, if I really want to emphasize that this is a big question.
Okay.
So
Yeah. I've done that.
You do
before.
that too. Okay.
Sure. We've all done that. We've all done the multiple question marks. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I can't remember I was going to do another poll on something. I can't remember what it was.
God.
It sucks.
Out of here. Was it about
aliens? It'll come back to me. So,
Woo!
Damn it. Anyway. 470 votes. Most people want the exclamation point first. 58%. And the question mark second. 58%. 41%. Like it the other way around. So, and also we got a $20 super chat that says the other way around is better. So someone willing to put their money where their mouth is.
There you go.
I think we should count that for at least.
Capitalist, that counts as 200 votes, so they win.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm not opposed to that. I like money. Okay. Moondoggy for $5 says, this reminds me of how New York subways have these, quote, normalized women armpit ads. It's so nasty. Ew, what? That's disgusting. That is disgusting.
I have seen those. Yeah. Ugh. It's like a woman with hairy armpits in a fashion ad. Yeah.
Oh, I find that so disgusting.
Do you?
Yeah, I really hate that. I think that's gross. That's one of the grossest things I can think of.
Women with hairy armpits?
Yeah, that's really bad. I don't know. I have no clue why, but it's like instant turn on.
I've seen it so much.
Oh no.
Because in Northern California,
it's cold. You gotta keep it warm.
Well, no, it's just there's a lot of hippies, and the hippie girls always have hairy armpits.
Oh, it's so gross.
Yeah.
Tell them to stop it.
Can't
tell them to stop.
Can't tell people what to do, especially when you're smoking their weed.
I say, listen, bitch, stop it. I'm gonna go buy weed from someone else if you don't shave your
Look.
armpits. I'm gonna vomit. Okay, I got here. I came here to get high, not to get sick.
Look, thanks for sharing your weed with me. And by the way, I brought you a razor.
True, the most dope. Hairy armpits are a million times worse than elf ears. True. What the hell, Adam? What the hell?
Yeah.
That's so much worse.
Well, I agree.
Oh, okay.
Look, I don't like women with hairy armpits either, but I'm just saying.
Right. Gross.
It doesn't. I don't. I don't throw up in front of them.
I do. I throw up. I throw up on them. That way they'll learn. Okay. Say, "Wah, stop it.
Oh.
Stop it."
Oh.
Right. Now there's hair in other places I'm in favor of, but just not on the armpits. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Right.
What's your first thought for 6 months? Says, who has a bigger fall from grace, Jordan Peterson or Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Neil deGrasse Tyson by a mile.
I'm gonna say Jordan Peterson just because I held him up high. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a science man who's wading into cultural issues and just bundling it up. So
yeah, but Neil deGrasse
different.
Tyson has been famous for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Peterson became famous, what, 3 years ago?
Right.
You're talking about a 30-year career as a public figure? Oh, that's just sad.
True. Thea Wolfie for $10 says, hey, Sitch Adam, what do you think about the argument against trans people in male bathrooms? Because those who have had bottom surgery are at risk of rape in male bathrooms. I don't understand. Are you saying like if they're a trans woman, they could be raped by a man in the male's bathroom because they have a vagina? I mean, they could be raped even if a man could be raped by another man in the butt.
What? Aren't they talking about a trans woman in the? Aren't they talking about a biological male in the woman's restroom?
We said those who have had bottom surgery.
Oh,
No, he's not talking about that.
Does it even work when they have bottom surgery?
No. It says against the argument against trans people in the male bathroom, not trans women in the female's bathroom. So it's against trans people in the male's bathroom because a cis male will rape them. I mean, I don't know if that. Well, first of all, my position has always been people should go to the bathroom that they look and present as. So if they look like a woman, they should go in the woman's bathroom.
That's a pragmatic rule. That's the way it should be. Yeah.
I mean, the only problem is, it's funny because someone said it's really hot or not, and it's like, I mean, that kind of is the answer to the question, because you get in these weird situations where you have these people who are transitioning or trying to transition, and they just do not look like a woman, and you're like, okay. I guess you go to the male bathroom then. I don't know what to tell you.
We reacted to a video that a lot of people online were getting incorrect. It was a person that looked very much like a male and got castigated for going into the female bathroom.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And everybody assumed that it was a male trying to pass as a woman. No, it was a woman who was transitioning into a man and was going into the women's restroom because that was the law. They had to go into the restroom of their biological sex. But it created this situation because the little guy looks like a dude.
Right.
Yeah. So everybody was like, get out of the women's restroom. You're not. We don't believe in trans. They're like, wait, I'm a biological woman.
Right.
Yeah. So it's just, that's the kind of thing you want to avoid. We don't want penis inspection day. Okay.
Well, how hot is the woman doing the penis inspection? I mean, that's the real thing.
Okay. Like,
what?
how is the penis inspected?
I mean, not in a way that hurts you, obviously, Adam. What are we talking about here?
Look, Richard Dawkins
Adam
makes
doesn't understand anything about penis inspection.
Richard Dawkins makes
Yeah.
a very cogent argument in one of my favorite books, The Selfish Gene, at how
I don't remember Richard Dawkins talking about penis inspection day in the Selfish Gene.
well, he does talk about oral sex and makes the case that blowjobs
I remember this,
are women's way of inspecting the penis of men to
that
make
sounds
sure that
really silly.
that they're functionally healthy.
What, you know, when people talk about how like Evo Psych goes off the rails sometimes, I remember reading, I'm like, this is that moment. This is the moment where Evo Psych has gone too far.
Look, Dawkins, to his credit, doesn't say, you know, this is a full-fledged theory. He's like,
you were going to say
this is-
full-throated, and then you decided not to go that route.
I was never going to say full-throated, but I was.
You should have.
But I should have, yeah. This is not a full-throated theory. This is a hypothesis. And obviously this would have to be studied more. I don't look, if you could what Sitch is saying is if he could participate in that study, he'd be down.
Who wouldn't be down to participate in that study? What are you talking about?
How would you do that study? You would be like,
well, there's no way to study that. What do you mean? How would you determine the evolved reason for why a woman is doing the action?
well, he hypothesizes that it's a health inspection. So what you would do is you would get men at various health levels.
Yeah.
And you'd have women give them blowjobs and assess their health. And if the women did a good job at this, you'd say, okay, well, there's something to this.
That's retarded. Because you'd have to, like, you understand to do that study. Because usually, like, I would imagine most these sorts of like health checks would be just by looking at the person and looking how they look. So you understand that to construct this experiment, you literally have to have guys like in a fucking glory hole, like getting sucked on. Like this experiment can never happen.
What, you just blindfold the researcher?
Oh, okay. You mean you blindfold the woman? You're like,
yeah.
No, she has to look at it because the whole point is like she's like closer to it, so she can really like inspect it up close.
I mean, I don't think.
And you have to have this like multiple women doing the same guy. Like this is a terrible experiment, Adam.
I don't think that's how
this
the
is just. It's not an
works.
experiment. This is literally just a porn. You've just constructed a porn. Okay. Like no, you literally construct a plot to porn. Like I'm actually shocked. I would be shocked if this doesn't exist. Someone's like, I'm a researcher researching why women get blowjobs. It was like the guy's got like crazy glasses. He's like, oh, I'm just doing it. Like, I'm just doing the research, everybody. And then he goes behind the curtain and flips his stick out. He's like, please proceed, test subjects. This is for science.
I think this could be a plot line in Supervillains Anonymous.
This is not a plot line. It's about stop it. You fucking pervert. Oh my God.
This is perfect.
Right. See what I have to put up with, chat? Chaotic Intention for $2 says, why does Neil remind me of whoosh? There you go.
Neil? Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I'll give you, it's the sophistry. That's why. It stands out like a sore thumb.
Fire Sky 15 for $2 says, Kevin McCarthy is out. There you go.
Did you see that super chat? That's what gave you the heads up?
No. You actually want to know what gave me that? I say funny. My father literally text messaged me the moment.
Really? Yeah. Hilarious. Why your dad is into
He's
politics.
very excited about politics.
Wow.
The real Holtzinator for $5 says, I wonder if Neil ever wonders why the common person doesn't trust science and experts anymore.
Yeah.
They talked
that's
about
the
that
problem
earlier in that stream regarding COVID. So, and it's funny because then they immediately go to the trans stuff.
What a ding dong.
What a ding dong. Giving a full-throated defense here. Lois for £2 says, have you seen any of Laserpig's videos on Russia Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
one of
they're
them.
great.
It was very, very funny. It was the one about the Russian tank that was fake, that didn't exist. So, but I've only seen a couple. The ones I've seen are very funny. Read that one. Read that one. Read that one.
Are we going down?
Caleb the Cynic, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Oh yeah, welcome new members. We love you guys.
Bull Moose for $5 says, about time. I hated Neil for being a condescending Redditor for years.
Oh no, he's a Redditor.
I know.
Ouch.
Being a Redditor is a state of mind, Dad.
Sitch is a recovering Redditor.
No, I've actually was never, ever, ever involved with Reddit.
Oh,
I used to go
okay.
on 4chan a lot, but I was never really big on Reddit.
I haven't been stoking the Reddit flames lately.
That's good.
It's kind of pathetic. People are still trying to talk smack about us, but nobody's interested now. It's like a pathetic attempt at getting
flavors,
attention.
You know? People get bored, you know.
Yeah.
I saw President Sunday whining. I don't know what it was because again, I couldn't listen to that conversation. The Vosh Emma Destiny conversation.
Yeah, I still
so garbage. I was like, I can't listen to this.
Has better audio surfaced, or I saw they both posted that on their channel, but I don't know.
If anyone has a version where the audio is not ass, send it to me. Because I saw President Sunday was complaining about it. Because he was like,
he complains about everything though. It's like
he was whining. He was like, I give Vosh and Emma props for trying to like reach their hand out to Destiny, and Destiny just backstabbed him. I was like, I don't know what he's talking about, but I guess I'll never know.
Backstabbed him, huh?
I don't know if he used the word backstab, but you know, that was the idea he was trying to throw out there.
I think somebody messaged me something about Jesse Single came up or something like that.
Yeah, well, someone super chatted that on Sunday. That Destiny attacked Emma on Jesse Single. But
okay. Someone DM me that too.
Oh, okay. CT for 2 Canadians says, I've seen Insidious, no astral projection for me. There you go. Yeah, it's weird. It's like one of the few movies where astral projection ever comes up. And of course, it's a horror movie. The Insidious. That movie sucks. It's really boring.
I haven't seen that one.
It's boring. I do this thing with my friends where whenever we watch a horror movie, we just call the monster by whatever the name of the movie is. And I think it's funny. And I don't know why I think it's funny, but I just think it's funny. The monster in the Insidious is the Insidious.
Right.
It's the Insidious.
That's cool. What's
see.
the monster in Monsters Inc?
That's Sully. What do you mean?
Oh.
And Mike Wazowski.
It's not the monster.
No, it's Sully. What's Sully's last name?
Who knows?
What is Sully's last name? Sully James. Oh, that's right. That's why it's Sullivan James Sully. That's why. That's ridiculous.
Oh,
it's Sully.
Funny.
Mike Wazowski. Okay. Let's see. Very Dead Horse for $2 says, oh, other one. Brazil speaks Portuguese, not Spanish.
Brazil, Very Dead Horse messaged us about the Jamal Bowman stuff.
Oh, what are you saying?
Something about.
Talked about it on Sunday a little bit.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, didn't we?
I think he pulled the fire alarm on purpose to delay the vote, but I mean.
So
what are you going to do when they throw a bill on you that you need time to read?
AOC, who is obviously a very unreliable protagonist, claims that in the video you see him trying to open the door first and it's locked and then he pulls the fire alarm. But just, I don't like, someone has to explain this to me because I saw what it looked like. It just looks like a very classic fire alarm. It's like the red box that says fire alarm with like the little white handle. So it's not like it's confused.
Yeah, but did you see the sign? The sign says if you pull the fire alarm, the door is going to open in 30 seconds.
I understand that, but that's different. There's lots of doors that say that because by law, if there's a fire, they want people to be able to get out of the building as fast as possible. So a lot of these doors that have like automatic locks will be automatically unlocked in the case of a fire.
Right.
Okay. That doesn't mean, but if you pull the fire alarm, the fucking fire alarm is going to go off.
Yeah, the question is, did he pull the fire alarm, wait 30 seconds, and go through the door? It sounds like he did.
Yeah, but you know the alarm is going to go off. Who thinks they're going to pull the fire alarm and nothing's going to happen and the door's just going to open 30 seconds and then that's it? Who thinks that? If Jamal Bowman honestly thought that he could pull the fire alarm and nothing would happen except the door would open, he should be removed from Congress for being an idiot.
Look.
He should listen. If he did it maliciously to delay the vote, I think he should get in trouble, but not removed from Congress. If he's too stupid to know how a fire alarm works, he should be removed from Congress. Everyone knows what a fire alarm does when you pull it.
What is your position on this? Because look, my position is that he knew that he could pull that fire alarm and have a believable excuse, and it would delay the vote. I think that's exactly what happened.
That's what I assume happened, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we're both
Right.
on the same page. And,
Yes.
and the morally, he's like, look, I'm justified in doing it. They're throwing this bill on us. We don't even have time to read, and they want us to vote yes. Like,
Well, I
nah.
don't think that's, I don't say that's, I don't agree with that justification, but I'm assuming that was the thought process.
Why don't you agree with that justification?
I mean, I don't think you should pull the fire alarm to delay a vote. That's very childish.
Look, how are you going to read so you're going to vote no on the bill?
Well, I don't know. Maybe what they should do is that they should create new rules in the House that you can't just drop a big bill and say, "Oh, you have like 30 minutes to read it." You know.
Okay, well,
That's what you should do. You shouldn't pull the fire alarm. Like that's ridiculous.
I don't give a fuck. Look, he
Okay.
pulled the fire alarm. Everyone's losing their minds over it like it's some big deal.
Because you shouldn't be doing shit like that in
Look,
Congress. What
I
do you
pulled
mean?
the fire alarm 4 or
my
5
God.
times when I was in junior high.
Did you really?
Who cares?
Is it just,
Yeah,
but
it's hilarious.
Okay.
Everyone runs out, goes in
oh
the
my
field.
God, you're that asshole. You are that huge asshole.
Look, I'm only kidding. I never
Yeah,
did
sure.
this. Okay,
Okay.
I never did this, but there was a couple times when the fire alarm was pulled, and I suspected I knew who did it. But
Yeah.
yeah,
There's a difference between an 11-year-old pulling a fire alarm and a grown ass House of Representative person pulling a fire alarm.
not if you got to get through. Not first of all, if you got reading to do.
Yeah.
That's going to take some time,
Okay.
and you got to get through the door. But look, I don't buy the story that he needed to get through the door. I think he's like, I know that there's this confusing sign,
Yeah.
and if I go there and pull
How is it confusing? Who's never seen that sign? I've seen that sign a million times. Who doesn't know what that sign means?
well, the sign gives him plausible deniability for pulling the fire alarm.
If
So
you're
I'm just saying-
if you're an idiot.
look, people are gobbling the story up. So I mean,
That's because
it's working.
It's only because only people that want to defend him on the left are gobbling it up. It's a stupid story.
Well, look,
As I said, okay, this is my official
it's
position.
plausible enough that they can gobble it up.
No, people gobble up the dumbest stories of all time. Okay, you know how many people I'm arguing with on Twitter that literally don't understand anything about the electors case are gobbling up the literal dumbest fucking parts of that story, Adam. People will gobble up anything. Anyway, just to get my dig there.
I think it's
So listen,
there
wait,
are
wait.
limitations to what people will gobble up.
Sure, to some extent. Here's
Right.
my take. Here's my full take on the situation. Okay. I agree with you that I do think that Jamal Bowman pulled the fire alarm intentionally and with forethought and malice in order to delay the vote.
And probably half a dozen Democrats that knew he was going to do it.
Yes, that'd be my guess.
They probably drew straws beforehand. Okay, which one of us has to
That's true.
come out and say we were the idiots
they
that pulled the
played-
fire
they-
alarm?
There were like 10 Democrats and they played rock, paper, scissors to determine who was going to pull the
Look,
fire
I
alarm.
think it's even worse. They were like, look, give it to the black guy. Make him do it.
Yeah, there you go. They're racist. Okay.
Look, the
Right.
Democratic Party has always been the party of racism, and we know it. We got
There you
your
go.
number, Democrats. We know what
Well.
happened here.
To be fair, every party's been the party of racism. But anyway, putting that aside, okay. So yeah, I do think that was the intention. Now, what should have trouble should he get into? Okay, I do think he should face some. I don't think he should be removed from Congress, but I think he should face some kind of punishment whether it be kicks off his subcommittees or whatever, he should face punishment for pulling the fire alarm. You should not be pulling the fire alarm if you're in the House of Representatives. We're not children. We're not babies. He should face punishment for that. Unless here's the one thing, as I said, is that if it's true that he's honestly so stupid that he doesn't know what pulling a fire alarm does, then he's too stupid to sit in Congress and should be removed from office.
I can't believe look, it's
that's
not about
the only way. That's so dumb. That's
I can't believe you're calling this stupid when you completely buy into they did it on purpose. Like, that's not stupid. That's actually smart. Look, even
wait, what are you talking about?
Look, even they're picking among the congressmen that are going to do it. They pick the black guy because they know the black guy. Like, if you throw the black guy out, that's racism.
You didn't understand what I said. I said if he honestly didn't know that pulling the fire alarm would set the fire alarm off, that's stupid, and that's what he should be removed from Congress.
He did know it. I'm
just saying theoretically, hypothetically, the hypothetical aliens at him are coming down. They're like, you don't know what the fuck a fire alarm does. Look, we're aliens and we know what the fire alarm does.
He knew what the fire alarm was going to do. That's not even contested.
No, that is contested. He's saying that he didn't think it would. I thought he.
He said he knew the fire alarm would go off. He knew, but the sign said it would open the door in 30 seconds, and that's what he wanted to do.
So, but why would he think it's justified to hit the fire alarm just to open a door?
Because he had to get to the vote.
Well, he only had 30 seconds to get to the vote. That's not true. That's not what the timing was. He had time to walk around to wherever the correct door was that he was supposed to go through.
Look, the only reason he pulled the fire alarm was to delay the vote.
Yeah, okay. I'm just this story is retarded. Anyway, Stug for $2 says, "You don't know the data, Sitch. The data." That's true. I don't.
Look, people, don't ask me the breakfast question because there's no hypothetical necessary here.
Right.
Jamal Bowman knew what he was doing. Like, to say he's stupid.
Yes.
Is not the case. Like, he knew what he was doing. He did it deliberately to delay the vote. And not only that, he did it where he knew he could point to this sign and say, "Oh my God, I'm so dumb and I'm so humiliated. How stupid of me."
You're right. I think they should have on C-SPAN, should be televised. They should actually televise on Fox News. Jamal Bowman has to write on a chalkboard 100 times, I will not pull the fire alarm to open the door."
Look, I want to see the scene that takes place between the 4 or 5 Democrats who concoct this plan, where they're like, okay, which one of us is going to do it? Well, if Jamal does it, they're going to say we put the black guy up to it.
Right.
Well, but if he does it and he gets kicked and he gets in trouble, they won't kick him out because he's black. He's got the black immunity item.
Exactly.
Like, smart, I can't do it. I'm white. They'll censure my ass tomorrow.
Exactly. Very smart.
Look, some sort of conversation like that took place.
Oh,
it did, obviously. Right. But then they were like, but if we give it to Jamal, won't that create negative stereotypes about black people? Because he will have to come out and say how stupid he was.
Right.
You're like, yeah, that's not good. Who's going to do this?
Stug for $5 says he should be made to parade around DC on a float, which plays the clip of him pulling the fire alarm on repeat. That's a good punishment.
I think. Look, if
he has to wear like a sign, like the big placard around his neck that says "I pulled the fire alarm." It's got like a sad looking dog face on it.
Look, what if they release the video?
Yeah.
And he pulls the fire alarm, and then he looks over at the camera, and he gives a thumbs up and winks. Okay. Look, he's showing his mates that he did it right.
Listen, if he had pulled the fire alarm and then done the Dr. Zoidberg like crab run away, then I would be all for like forgiveness. Like, I'm like, that's just such a good meme.
Look, he's gonna hold the bill up.
He'd be my favorite congressman if he had done that.
Look, we haven't seen the video. Maybe that happens.
I've seen the video. He does not Zoidberg crab run away.
Have they shown the video? Have they really shown the video? Have they released the video? No, they've only showed the still.
I thought I saw like a clip of him doing it. Maybe my mind just made that up.
They have only shown the still, unless they've released the video and I haven't seen it. But I wanted to see the video, so
Right.
because I want to
saw a
see if he
clip of
goes through the door. Obviously, he's got to go through the door.
it. Someone
right?
said he didn't go through the door.
Really?
Yeah, but I don't know
He
if that's
pulled
true.
the fire alarm and then goes through a different door.
Well, because the fire alarm went off, he's like, "Oh shit, I gotta get out of here. Let's book it. Let's book it, Dano." Whoop, 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 whoop.
He booked it to his office and started reading that bill.
Okay.
Look, are we done?
No. WTF 1A1A for Joe says, Adam, it's people in War Thunder who want to win the debate. True.
What is War Thunder?
That's the game that people
Oh.
are leaking the military secrets.
Oh, okay. I still think there's probably some Chinese spies in there.
You know, it's true. That's going to be the beautifulness of in a few years when AI video generation gets better. You're going to be able to make the video of Jamal Baldwin doing the Zoidberg right away. After he pulls the fire alarm, and it's going to look great.
Yeah. I don't even know why this is a story, to be honest with you. It seems so stupid.
Soldos for $5 says someone playing the game War Thunder got mad that the game version didn't match real life. People on the forum didn't believe them, so they felt the need to prove themselves. Oh my god, that's so autistically stupid.
That is sad.
Yeah.
Your life is so meaningless that you have to prove things to absolute strangers on the internet.
And something so hyper specific like some element of the helicopter does not match the real life helicopter.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you just post the one part? Why would you post the whole manual? Like, wouldn't you just have like a screenshot of the one part?
Right.
Anyway.
This reminds you of the Disney Star Wars chick that got fired and me not like caring enough to want to prove what I said on Twitter and everyone like losing their minds.
Fired about what?
Gina Carano. It just reminds me of the Gina Carano tweet. I'm like, look, I don't have to prove anything to you. How dare you not prove it all? Every autist in the world all of a sudden comes to Twitter. Oh my God, you made a claim that you're not willing to spend 5 hours proving right now to us. To us total strangers.
Right.
It's like, touch grass. Get a life.
Oh, that's a good point. We should call Congressman Jamal Bowman now. We should call him Congressman Hodor.
Hody-do.
Because he wants to hold the door. Hodor, yeah.
That really, I mean, that kind of was a fall from grace with the
Hodor?
With the Game of Thrones. Yeah.
It sucks. It's one of those things that I feel like if I read it in a book, I'd be like, that's like cool. But in the show, it was done so poorly that it's just stupid. It's
stupid in a book too. I can't believe they did it.
It is stupid because, well, it's stupid because in the book, I'm assuming, and as I think he's actually said this, he's not physically holding a door. He's holding an area. So it doesn't even make sense that it'd be hold the door anyway. Like, why would you say hold the door to refer to someone holding an area?
Yeah.
Right?
At least,
like, the idea is cool. The idea that this character has this weird name and he has this weird phrase that he always says and no one knows why he says it at all. And then it turns out like, oh, it's because you like melted his mind in the future and made him like do this. That's why and your power is so great that it actually like affected him in the past.
Right.
I mean, I think that's a cool, like it's a good reveal. I just think like the fact that it has to do with the door is what makes it kind of stupid.
At least Daenerys flame throwing the entire city. At least Daenerys. At least Daenerys flame throwing the entire city looked cool.
It was so dumb.
I know, but it looked great.
It looked fine, but
at least it looked great. The Hody door thing was total cringe, and it didn't even look cool. I mean, it was like, oh my God.
No, I agree. That's why I said the concept. Yeah, the way it was done in the show was stupid. I'm saying I like kind of the idea of the concept, but
so sad.
Well, Congressman Hodor.
Right.
Let's see. Aaron Villarreal for $5 says, the way I understand it is Hispanic means of Spanish origins. A Latino is a person who speaks a Latin-based language, Spanish specifically. Well, there you go. Blaine's
Cool.
Escape Corner for $5 says, want to know why anime is winning? Tune into Blaine's Escape Corner, at least until I go back to Japan and then launch my food truck based.
Oh, cool.
What kind of food are you going to have in your food truck, Blaine? Is it going to be like American food? Are you going to have like little burgers or something?
I love food trucks. It's amazing.
They're very hit or miss.
Really?
Yeah. But when they hit, baby.
Right.
Tidge for 15 months says it's called the what? It's called the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon. Look it up. Okay.
I'll let you look that up.
Bader-Meinhof. Also known as the frequency illusion. This is a cognitive bias that causes people to think something is more common than it actually is. This occurs when someone learns something new and then encounters it again soon after in multiple places. That gives them the impression the new thing is happening more frequency, when it's actually they're just noticing it because they know about it. Well, there you go. That's right. That's exactly what it is. The Bader-Meinhof frequency illusion. Well, thank you, Tidge. That's exactly correct.
Yep. Good job.
Blaine says it's going to be okonomiyaki, yakisoba, and yakitori. Yeah, but you're a gaijin.
Delicious.
You're a gaijin. Shouldn't you have to sell a gaijin food or something?
It's got a good point there, Blaine.
I mean, are you going to put like gaijin things in your yakisoba?
Oh my God. Stug for $2 says, do you guys finish each other's sandwiches too? That's disgusting, Stug. I can't believe you would say, look.
Listen, I don't eat my crust, and Adam's like, are you going to eat those? And he eats the crust.
No.
No, you don't do that.
We don't do that.
You don't do that? Okay. Who doesn't eat their crust?
I love crust. Yeah. Crust is delicious.
I don't love, well, it depends on the bread we're talking about.
Oh, I was thinking pizza crust. Sandwich crust is...
We're talking about sandwiches, yeah.
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 Sandwich crust is... I mean, it's okay. I'm not a big bread person, so...
Well, pizza crust is again, it's very dependent, because if it's like a good crust, then the pizza crust is amazing. But if the pizza crust, sometimes the crust is just kind of like, meh. Like, is it even worth eating the crust?
Right. Fondue for $5 says, Adam expanded your vocabulary so you can say things with more rhythm. Why explain your vocabulary if you can't sound like a Shakespearean character?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sitch. That's aimed at you.
There you go.
I'm trying to expand your vocabulary, Sitch.
The finish each other's sandwiches was a reference to the whole... I don't know where it started. I think it said in Arrested Development where they're like, we finished each other's sandwiches instead of sentences.
Oh.
Anyway. Why?
I mean, we do finish each other's sentences. I mean, that's... Look.
Try not to.
We're
really
pretty good at that, really.
Okay. I don't know if we are.
Equinox. How dare you do that?
What do you do?
Look at what he did.
What do you do?
We just settled the question mark exclamation point.
Oh, Equishadox?
Yeah.
Adam doesn't like sliced bread, question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
Yeah.
Oh, they do say it in Disney's Frozen too. Yeah, I think they probably say it in a lot of things.
Guys, we're going to have consistency in the chat with the question mark exclamation point.
No, we don't.
Point
Be free. I want everyone to... Okay, here's the only consistent thing you have to do. You guys, whatever you do with the exclamation mark, question mark, you have to do the opposite the next time you use it. That's the only thing. That's the rule. You just have to keep doing the exact opposite. Just to really annoy Adam.
The autistic people are the ones that are going to be annoyed. Look, I say order the world randomly. That's one of my key philosophies. So
no, it's not.
It is.
It's retarded.
Look, I very seldom organize things effectively.
Speaking of, Mythos Infinite for 5 Canadian says, you two are the gayest men married to women since ancient Rome. Keep it up. Very entertaining. It's pretty funny.
Look, it's a comedy show.
It's a comedy show. Sidebar for $5 says, after I got a Honda Civic, I noticed that everyone has a Honda Civic too, Adam. They're copying me.
Oh, that's so good.
There you go.
Well, but it's different with Voluminous.
Okay.
Sitch literally was copying me, so.
Nicholas Van Neal for 7 months says, it's so obvious, Sitch. Voluminous and nomenclature are Adam's N-words. There you go. True.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm gonna mastermind another one of these.
Okay.
Look, and you guys are gonna double check it. You're gonna say, look.
You can't actually, because now whenever you use any sort of big unusual word, I'm gonna like realize what you're doing.
Doesn't matter.
I'm gonna start repeating it on purpose now.
This is like the Prestige.
Okay.
You're
gonna prestige me?
Look, I'm telling you,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
gonna do it.
Yeah.
And you're still gonna fall for it.
Okay. All right. Toxic Mix for $5 says, Adam, you think vocabulary is your ally, but you merely adopted vocabulary. Sitch was born with it, raised with it.
That's great.
That's
Look
true.
at that. That
Or
was
my Jewish racial
amazing.
bonus. Yeah.
That was amazing. That was a good.
It's a good Bane. Our Bane impressions are great. I don't care what Chad says.
Yeah. No, I liked it in the Bane voice. I don't know why you did it in the Bane voice, but it worked out.
Because that's the Bane meme, Adam. Jeez.
Oh, it is?
You thought darkness was your ally?
Oh,
you merely
yeah.
adopted it? Yeah. Okay.
Look, so good with the memes.
Yeah.
If only you had a good vocabulary.
I know, right? Andrew Clark for $2 says, I feel like Adam is topping from the bottom. I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment, but you could take it how you will.
Ugh. Knock it off, Andrew.
J-Mac, our surrogate father.
You skipped a bunch. What
I read
happened
those.
to these? You already read those? All the $2 ones?
Yes.
No, you didn't.
I did. J-Mac, our surrogate father. Thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for $50. Thanks so much. Said, do you guys remember in grade school when they asked you to use one word to describe yourself? In 5th grade, I read the dictionary to find the perfect word for the yearbook. I settled on syllogistic.
Wow.
The word fits Adam quite well. I don't think I'm familiar with that word, syllogistic.
Look, I'm going to have to
What does that mean?
enlist J-Mac here for help in my plan to foist a new word on Sitch.
Syllogistic in logic is the formal analysis of logical terms and operators and structures that make it possible to infer true conclusions from given premises. Well, there you go. I mean, I've heard syllogism, so I guess I could have tried to deduce it from that, but
That's
okay.
interesting.
There you go.
Syllogism means deductive reasoning.
Yeah, so type of logical argument.
Syllogism, deductive reasoning in which a conclusion is derived from two premises.
Right. Two propositions. But,
Two propositions?
Yeah.
Isn't it premise, conclusion with syllogism? I believe it is.
Okay. Thea Wolfie for $2 says, do both of you like Bathlycopian duchesses? I don't know what any of these words mean. What is a Bathlycopian?
I don't know. Gonna have to Google that one. It's not in my dictionary.
I'm a big fan of the Bathlycopians.
What is it?
It's ancient Greek for big-breasted.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Wow.
I think it actually translates to deeply bosomed. There's your good big word. Bathlycopian. Bathyclopian? How do I pronounce this?
Bathyclopian, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see what the image. Let's go to the image tab for this one. Oh yeah. There's a whole subreddit on this.
Oh, really? Okay.
Excellent. I'm so glad I learned a new word today.
There you go. Adam he found a new word to look up for genres. He's doing image searches. Bathycoplian. However you say it.
I 100% support the Bathycoplian Duchess. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Fondue for Joe says, just think of it as its own unique punctuation. There you go.
Right. Yeah.
Boba Peck for Joe says, iterating. You guys should invite Constantine on. Yeah, I'm down.
Sure.
Stug for $2 says Gunderstank is the best wizard house.
Gunderstank.
It is the worst name.
Is that really a house?
No, I think that was from, I'm trying to remember, it's from, I think this is from Billy Mandy or something. They had like a Harry Potter making fun of episode. I don't think that was actually for, I don't know, it could be. Maybe like I could also believe that that was like one of those weird houses that like J.K. Rowling is like, in America, they have House Gunderstank or something. So, at Liberty by Jinkaza for 9 months says, right, once a month, do a massive stream and then do these shorter shows. I am here to enjoy the banter.
Well, we definitely do banter on the show.
True.
It's one of the fun things to do.
We try. Okay, it's from Billy Mandy. Thank you, Stug. Through the wormhole for $5 says, Sitch, no bad faith here. Legit trying to understand. If a woman gives me some sloppy topping. And then they turn out to be trans. How is that sexual assault? What do you mean? How is it? So how is it not sexual assault?
What's sloppy toppy?
Let me ask you a question.
Is that oral sex?
It's oral sex. Let me ask you a question. This is the answer to the question. Okay. If you are straight and you're like hitting on a woman or a woman's hitting on you and they're giving you oral pleasure, okay? In the word of dudes in my car, if they're giving you a BJ and then you realize that when the lights are on, it's actually a dude, not even a trans woman, it's just a man giving you a blowjob. Is that sexual assault? Is that sexual assault?
I mean,
obviously the answer is yes. The answer is
okay.
Yes. The answer is obviously yes, 100%. Okay. If you're a lesbian and you are being hit on by what you think is a woman and they start going down on you and you realize it's actually a man who's pretending to be a woman, that is sexual assault.
What if it's a man that identifies as a woman, though, and you ask him specifically, you say, look, are you a woman? Right. And they say, yes, I am a woman.
Right. So now the response to this is like, but Sitch, how are you saying that trans women are just men or that trans men are just women? How dare you make this comparison? Right.
Ha ha! We got him. Got him, Chad.
And I'm saying, no, I'm not saying that. That's irrelevant. What I'm saying is, when it comes to someone having sex with someone else, okay, obviously the person is allowed to set whatever boundaries they want. It's not up to you, okay? If someone says, listen, I'm racist, I don't want to have sex with, black people or white people or Asians, okay, you can disagree with that, but that's their right. It's their body. They can do whatever they want with it. You do not have a right to demand that anyone does anything sexual with anyone else, okay?
But you can trick them.
Unless you're married to them, then you can force them and it's not right. But anyway, okay. Yeah, you have literally no right to someone else's body.
Clip it, CT.
You have no right to do anything else with anyone's body. Everyone can control who and what they have sex with. Okay.
Who and what they have sex with?
Yeah, that's not true. Who they have sex with. Okay. Don't have sex with any what's. Okay.
Yeah.
So the idea here is, okay, if you know, and this is why this is like a very dishonest way that like SDN people are framing it. If you look up polling data on like, does a straight man, how many straight men would have sex with a trans woman? What do you think the data is on that? If you were to guess,
pretty low.
Yes, it's very low. Something like 3%. Okay, well at least on a poll, right? Very low, very low, and everyone knows this. Right, or can intuit this, and because whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant. The average man, the average cis straight man, for whatever reason, doesn't want to have sex with a trans woman. Okay, doesn't want to have sex with a trans woman. So therefore, if they don't want to have sex with a trans woman, and if they knew the person was trans, would not allow the person to suck their penis, then yes, it's sexual assault. Because we all can infer this and we all understand this. Okay. And this is why it's very obnoxious because there's like this very dishonest, shallow. I'm not saying that the super chatter did this, that you did this through the wormhole, but I'm saying SDL and a lot of people that are interacting with on Twitter were doing this, They do this very dishonest thing where they say, well, Sitch, how is this any different than like someone saying, I really will not have sex with anyone that likes Legos. I don't have to tell someone all of my interests, everything about myself, just so they can make a determination about to have sex with. And I say, oh, well, you're a dishonest, lying piece of crap, because you obviously know that the idea that someone wouldn't have sex with someone because they like Legos is like a very bizarre, far off thing that people wouldn't even be aware to even bring up in the first place. It's not even something that would enter someone's mind. Okay?
You wouldn't be able to say 97% of men would not want to have sex with a woman who likes Legos.
Right. It's not,
like,
yeah.
That would
it's not,
never even be a thing.
It wouldn't even be a thing that anyone would even think of or dream of. Right. Now, if someone said, I will not have sex with someone who is huge into Legos, and then you lie about to have sex with them, well, that's a different story. Right. But on its own, right. But on its own,
that's just comical.
I know, but it's why it's silly. But on its own, okay, that's not like a thing that comes up. But we all know, and if anyone says otherwise, they're a lying big liar. Okay, they all know that the idea that someone who is a straight male or a straight female, whether or not they want to have sex with someone who's trans, is a hot, contentious topic at the moment. And that's most people, according to polling data, don't. And everyone knows this. And everyone is aware of this. And that's why the way it's being phrased is evidence of the dishonesty in the first place. Because it's like, well, if you knew that it wasn't a contentious issue, why would you hide your trans status from the person in the first place?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's deceptive.
Yes. It's the whole, well, it's better to seek forgiveness than ask for permission thing. You wouldn't hide your trans status if you thought it didn't matter. If it didn't matter, then it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be like, well, I'm not going to tell people. And so it's annoying because it's one of those things where like everyone involved knows they're lying, or they either don't know they're lying because they're so deluded. They're so elephant. They're just an NPC. Their elephant has such control over such an obvious thing. Like the idea that you should not have informed consent over the people that you have sexual intercourse with. It's a disgustingly insane thing. It's so obviously not true.
Doesn't this logic kind of give cover to the casting couch? Like implying that you can help someone get a part or a job, or, you know, lying that you're fabulously wealthy, or you're friends with some celebrity just so you can fuck somebody. And
yes. Yes.
But it's completely untrue.
Yes. 100%, Adam. Yes. Rape by deception is illegal in some states. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm like, I mean, this completely sets back the entire Me Too movement if this is the direction you guys want to go.
Of course. Let me show you how tortured the logic is. Okay. I presented someone on Twitter. I said, listen, is it justified for a person? So there's a man and he wants to have sex with a lesbian, a woman who's a lesbian. Is it justified for him to put on a wig and like dress up like a woman just to have sex with this lesbian?
Right. Yeah.
And they said yes. If she doesn't explicitly say, "Are you a man?" They said it was okay. And then
they're only saying yes because of this whole trans
I understand
thing.
that. I understand that. And so I said, oh my God, you're insane if you think it's justifiable for a man to dress up like a woman, go to a lesbian bar, and then bring a lesbian home and have sex with her. And he said, whoa. That's not what I said. You've changed the hypothetical. And I'm like, well, how did I change it? And they said, well, you said that they were at a lesbian club. And I said, well, wait a minute. What's the difference? It's like, well, they're a lesbian club. They're specifically looking for lesbian. And I'm like, okay, you're telling me that if a guy's dressed up as a woman, trying to pretend like he's a woman, hitting on a woman, you can't infer that she's a lesbian? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you idiot?
Man, I hate arguing with people on Twitter.
These people, that's what I'm saying. These people, it's like, it's retarded. All this shit, it's the dumbest, wildestly stupidest argument ever. And they all know it. They all fucking know it. Okay. Everyone knows it. And other people bring up another good example. Like, is it okay to like trick Muslim people into eating pork?
Yeah. Look, deception is wrong no matter how you cut it. That's the That's the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The funniest, actually, this was probably literally one of the most cope spiral interactions I've ever had with anyone on Twitter. Someone was arguing with me about this, and I said, well, unless you can provide polling data that shows the majority of straight men are totally fine with having sex with trans women, your argument is stupid and doesn't work. And so they cited a poll that showed that the majority of men who are already interested in trans women are identify as straight. And I said, that's not what I'm taught. I said, well, no, you've already selected for men that are already into trans women. That's not what I said.
Of course that poll's going to be skewed.
Right. And they said, no, you should just ask the question better. I win the argument. I was like, okay. It's like the biggest fucking co-spiral I've ever seen in my life. It's pathetic. I was just like, okay, I'm not interacting with this person anymore. Anyway, so that's my answer to the question. I've literally not seen a single person provide any reasonable, like, not insane argument against this, like, why it's totally fine for trans individuals to hide their trans status when they engage in sexual interactions or relationships with people. Because there isn't one. There's 100% isn't one, and they know it. Everyone knows it. It's like it's so stupid. It's almost not even worth. I don't even know if it's worth arguing, except to expose the stupidity of the person trying to defend this argument.
Yeah, it's bad news.
Let's see. Blaine's Escape Quarter for $2 says, Soma, these nuts. There you go.
Sweet.
Mythos Infinite for 20 Canadian, thank you. Says, by the way, I wasn't able to catch the stream live, but after watching the What If Alt History VOD, I want to talk about AI ethics. How much do I pay to talk for a bit? Or at least get a stream about it eventually?
I mean, we might do a stream on it sometime. Sitch and I seem to disagree quite a bit on the AI stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it could be interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. Just keep paying us in one day.
I don't, I mean, I don't like ethics too much, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm sure it'll come up again. Frank, thanks so much for joining the Order of the Enlightened. Frank, thank you. Mr. Ubacross for $5 says, in basic training, when someone messed up, they wore a sign that said, I am Sofa King, we tar did. Based.
I love that. Sofa King.
Sofa King. Segfault for 17 months. Thank you. 17 months. Segfault says the content fire hose you guys have been putting out lately is getting hard to keep up with. Great work. Oh, and S-Class is the best class.
Oh, yeah. Look, he even spelled it out. Nice.
The Wolfie for $2 says, remember, Sitch and Adam, everyone is agathocacological.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that. So glad you brought it up.
Yeah. That means composed of both good and evil.
Supposedly, Sitch wants to make more content once we're done with the comic, but...
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how people feel about that.
Content for days. Okay.
Look, I think doing a stream... Look, Sitch, it's like physically impossible for Sitch to do a stream that's 2 hours long. I mean, we've done a couple, but...
Bitch, you pretending like you don't gab as much as I do.
I know. Look, yeah. We both like to... It's like the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah.
You made the stream so long.
Right.
Yes.
Mythos Infinite for another 5 Canadian. Thank you. Says, I'm willing to bet 97% of men would be willing to sleep with a woman after finding out she likes Legos. Yeah, exactly.
Look, I go 100%.
Right.
There's no way.
Did you want to know something really autistic and stupid?
What's that?
Did you know that Legos is not the plural of Lego?
No.
It's not.
Impossible.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's Lego bricks.
What? Get
That's
out
stupid.
Of here.
Supposedly this is like the official Lego terminology.
Oh,
from
wow.
Lego HQ. And I say, listen, just like the person that created GIF The person that creates the thing can still be wrong. Okay.
I love
That's
this
just-
word.
That's just the truth of it.
Agathocological.
Agathocological, yeah.
It's composed of both good and evil.
I said that. Did you not listen to me?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
That's
Jesus.
a great word.
Yes. Adam doesn't listen. He gets distracted.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I get distracted by the chat.
Fondue for $5 says, so according to lefties, it's okay for Tate to lover boy women.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great question. Yeah. Yeah. I guess so.
Look, it's all just BS. I hate the fact that people are so ideologically possessed and hypocritical.
Right. WTF 1A for $5 says, every time I hear Cope Spiral, I keep thinking of Emperor Lemon. I don't know why I think of the green boy, but I do. Praise be foamy guys. He stops the stupid. I have no clue why you think of Cope Spiral or why you think of Emperor Lemon when you hear Cope Spiral. No clue.
Yeah,
no
who's that?
clue. He's a YouTuber and he has the downward spiral
Oh,
graphic
okay.
that he always pulls up.
That's probably why.
Yeah, I know. It's being sarcastic. Dodums for $2 says there's a short word to describe people who use unnecessarily long words. Those people are twats.
Twats?
Twats.
Twats?
Why are you saying it like that?
Twats?
Why are you saying it like that?
I'm saying it like you said it.
Twats.
Twits.
Why are you saying it like that?
Saying it like what?
You're saying it like you're like kind of doing a British accent, but not quite. It's
I
very
said it
strange.
exactly like you said it.
You did not. No.
Twits.
Okay, it's creeping me out.
Twits. I saw your movie sucks did a video on, oh, what's the guy? He did a video on the guy who went viral with the freaking out about the gender pronouns in the video game. What is his name? I can't remember it now.
Heel versus babyface?
Yeah, heels versus babyface.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it, but I was like, is he super woke?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. I guess so. Maybe he is. I don't know. I like his movie videos.
Mm-hmm. He thinks it's silly that people were saying Barbie was feminist.
Really? Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, so we're going to talk about that, right?
I don't want to. No one wants us to talk about Barbie.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
I don't fucking know. I don't even watch his content.
Doomer sent us a list of like 1,000 questions.
Yeah, Doomer is a big simp for him, apparently. So
maybe we should invite Doomer on at the same time and we can do like a 2v2 debate or something. Doomer can be woke and he can be woke, and we'll talk about how wokeness is destroying Hollywood. That would be a good debate.
I don't want to do that just because Doomer, I think, wants to talk to him very badly.
So you just want to you just want to
annoy Doomer.
You want to nag Doomer as much as possible.
Yes.
Look, it would be better though, because it would be a 2v2 debate. It would be like a real debate instead of just like, well, we can't.
What are we debating about?
How woke Hollywood or woke writers are destroying storytelling.
I don't really want to have a debate with your movie sucks about how woke Hollywood is.
That would be a big video though. That would he went on EFAP and everyone loved it.
Was that what they were? I thought they were talking about he was criticizing Critical Drinker.
Yeah, because he thinks Critical Drinker's insane because Critical Drinker believes that
we can talk
writers
about
are ruining Hollywood.
Sure, we can talk about that. Just I don't want to be like a 2v2 debate with Doomer. Doomer's just going to ruin the conversation.
Well, that's true. There's nothing you can do about it, but we just need a body.
No, we don't need... Listen, it's not going to be a debate. We'll just have a conversation with them about it. It'll be fine. Doesn't need a partner. Okay.
Well, when you get triggered, though, it's like it's not fair.
Well, then I'll just
2v1
deal with it.
debates are not fair anyway. So
Just listen, I'll just have to deal with it. Okay.
look, I felt bad when he was on EFAP because it was like everyone was ganging up on
Yeah, but
him.
there's like 7 people or something. 4 or whatever. I don't know how many people were there.
Yeah, it's like 7-on-1.
Hey, look, he's been on EFAP many times, so that's fine.
Doomer's like a berserker though. Like we could put Doomer on his side and we can do anything.
Yeah, but he listen, Doomer is like Kurt, okay? He'll just go off and be crazy. You can't sometimes you can't have an intelligent conversation with him.
Doomer has way more control than Kurt. Let's be real here.
I understand that. But I'm saying he's like Kurt. Like he has the Kurt switch that just goes off.
Right. Randomly.
Right.
It's like a broken switch. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off. You can't really tell.
It's stuck in the on position. Yeah. It's funny because Doomer's in the chat, but he's obviously not listening at all. He's just looking at what people are saying because he has no clue what we're talking about.
Doomer screams in all caps. This entire stream is built on the foundation of Doomer.
Right, but he's not actually listening because doesn't know what we're talking about because he's not reacting to it specifically. So he's just looking at the chat.
I will not take this slander.
Yeah. Yep.
Doomer, I think your cap lock key is selected. You need to There's a key on the keyboard. It says cap locks. It locks the capital letters on.
Yep.
You need to hit that button.
There you go. Look, Mythos Infinite has a good idea. Mythos Infinite for 5 Canadian says, have a debate with Doomer about whether or not he deserves human rights, but make his mic very low and quiet.
Shinto.
Yeah.
Shinto, member for over a year here, says YMS is pretty retarded when it comes to politics, honestly. I love his videos, but his political takes are really bad.
Right.
Yeah. Well, no, I watched a couple of his movie videos. And look, I like his movie videos, so
that's what we'll do. We'll talk first about movies and stuff that we agree with, and then we'll bring up politics where we disagree.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Anyway, wait. I was in Streamlabs and I got distracted by all this.
Don't get distracted, man.
K Bizzle for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, $12. Thank you, K Bizzle. It's a 6-parter, so I'll try to read it all at once. Control your elephant, Adam. It's an economics question.
Oh, I'm here. I'm ready. Look, I'm really falling asleep here, so hold on. Can you read something else and I'll go get a drink? I'm almost out of drink here.
Okay.
My throat is scratchy.
You go get a drink first.
I'll be right back.
Automata for $10 says, so if they're throwing people in jail for years for obstructing a government proceeding for trying to disrupt the vote, why exactly wouldn't that apply to Mr. Fire Alarm? I think there's a difference between a congressperson pulling a fire alarm to delay a government spending vote and people breaking physically into Congress with a threat of violence to stop the peaceful transition of power. And I don't honestly think I'm going to be real with you. It's so obvious the difference between the two things that I feel like it's just like a troll. I have seen people make that comparison and it's very obviously it's a troll. So let's not fall prey to silly trolls. Okay. Jamal Bowman got a mob of people to break into the Capitol to delay the vote. I would agree, but that didn't quite happen. So it's a little bit of a different situation. Okay. The most dope for $2 says it's possible. Would love to be able to talk about this instead of super chatting. It's pretty. Oh wait, this is the end of you saying a bunch of things. I should be reading these in the correct order, not backwards. So.
All right, I'm back. Okay. I love me some economics questions, you guys know.
Okay, here you go. K Bizzle says, Adam.
Yo.
You keep ill-informing people, saying incorrect things because of MMT. The money supply is not the debt. Banks lending out money because of fractional reserve banking is what mainly increases the money supply and grows the economy.
Please stop.
Hold on. The fractional reserve banking is the thing that doesn't exist anymore, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing that like you give the bank your money and they loan it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that doesn't exist anymore, K-Bizzle. But so you're not starting off in a good spot here. But the debt and banks lending out money, growing the money supply / economy are two different things. The debt is all the people in Congress buying things for people to get elected. Child daycare, placate their donors, i.e. big pharma. You're really hitting a lot of the bad buzzwords, K-Bizzle. Minus what tax revenues we have coming in.
Wait, I kind of stopped listening after I heard the fractional reserve banking thing, because I was looking for where they stopped requiring reserve requirements for banks. So, but anyway, let me go back to some of the other buzzwords. Back up to that point, and I'm going to listen.
Okay. Fractional reserve banking is what mainly increases the money supply and grows the economy.
Untrue.
Yeah. The debt and banks lending out money growing the debt and banks lending out money growing the money supply / economy are two different things. The debt is all the people in Congress buying things for people to get elected. Child daycare, placate their donors, i.e. big pharma. Minus what tax revenues we have coming in, plus 75% of the debt is funded from private people, i.e. citizens in other countries' governments, meaning it's getting that money that's already circulating in the economy.
Why are you laughing?
Because that's not true.
I mean, he's got the part about government spending, and sure, they do spend on healthcare and pharmaceuticals and those kinds of things. So, and it is government spending minus the deficit is government spending minus the taxes taken in. Yep. So if they spend $1,000 on healthcare,
yeah, I understand,
and they tax $800 from you, there's a $200 deficit that they've paid out in healthcare.
So do you agree that the debt is funded from private people and citizens in other countries' governments, which means that those private people are getting money that's already circulating in the economy?
No, the government is taking money from them and giving them treasury bonds.
Yeah, it's literally the opposite. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's the opposite. That's why Sitch is laughing.
Yeah, a bunch of people getting their treasury notes plus interest paid to them by the government paying some of its debt down doesn't magically make their money disappear. They have that money. Wait, what? A bunch of people getting their treasury notes plus interest paid to them by the government paying some of its debt down doesn't magically make their money disappear. You understand when you buy a treasury note, you are taking money and giving it to the government. You're buying something from the government. So your money doesn't exist to you anymore.
But he's saying that your money goes to the government, and then the government uses that money to buy something else. That's the way people normally conceptualize it.
Okay. I mean, so even if that was true, that doesn't, I don't know what it has to do with anything.
But the money
how does the money supply increase? It's such a simple question.
Yeah. The money
it increases through government spending money. It's not like, this is why this is so stupid to me. Like literally the only fucking way the money supply can increase is through government deficit, government spending more than it's taking in. Otherwise, the money supply would never, ever increase.
Or it would shrink if they tax more than they spend.
Yeah, or it would just shrink. It's a very, like, I know that when you say that, it's like one of those things that whenever I say to someone, like they stop. Because it's like something that people just don't want to accept, and I don't know why. There's something there that happens, because I've talked to people on all political spectrums. Whenever I say to them, they like don't want to accept it. And I don't know why, because when I heard it, I'm like, oh, I guess when you explain it to me, I'm like, oh, I guess it just logically makes sense. Like, but some reason people have like this emotional hookup about this concept. I don't know why. They
have a total emotional hookup.
I don't even understand why. It doesn't matter.
The emotional hookup. The emotional hookup that they have is they can't stand the fact that the government is taking money out of their paycheck and literally lighting it on fire.
No, but I'm not even talking about
for people to realize.
Listen, that's fine. I understand people being resistant to the idea that the government just destroys the money, but that's a different question. Then how does money even exist in the first place? Well, the government spends money into existence. That's how it exists. The money, like money doesn't exist because the government is not, as I always say, the government is not Joker from Batman 1 driving their fucking limousines down the Park Avenue, throwing bags of cash to just random people. The only way money exists is by the government creating it and then spending it into existence.
which comes from a government spending bill, which was what we were just fighting about at the beginning of the stream, right? Which is what they're fighting about in Congress.
You can still be in favor of the government not spending less money. That's fine. You have to understand the mechanics of how it actually works before you tell Adam that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, I've read a bunch of shit on this. So there's like a massive hubris coming in here and going, oh my God, I saw a meme on Twitter and Adam is totally getting this meme wrong. It's like, no, I'm reading a lot of look, I'm not getting my information from memes.
Yeah.
Normally the way the budget process works in government is pretty fascinating. The budget is, they basically say, do everything like we did last year and do these little minor changes. Like that's the budgeting process. Like everything is the same as last year except for these changes, right? Because it's just so amazingly complex. They just can't go through and say, look, let's do a budget from scratch, right? There's just so much spending. They can't possibly do that. So, so let's imagine it from their perspective, right? You buy a treasury bill. You give your money to the government. The government is going to take your money, and that money is literally going to sit in an account. If you conceptualize it the way normal people conceptualize it, right? So the money is literally, if it's just sitting in an account, it's not being used for anything. It's no longer part of the money supply, right? Like it's literally not going to become part of the money supply again until your treasury matures and they pay you for the mature treasury. Then your money comes out plus interest and it gives you back. And the treasury bill no longer exists. Like that's easy to stomach, right? The treasury bill has matured. So they basically have taken your money out of the economy and just given it back to you plus interest. The whole point of taking your money out of the economy so you can't spend it is so you don't drive up inflation. You're not out there using those dollars to buy a car or competing for other things.
Well, I think, I think the problem is they envision money as being like, there's just one magic trough of US dollars and everyone's pulling from this one trough of US dollars. When in reality, it's like, no, there's two buckets of dollars. There's the dollars that the US government has, and then there's the dollars everyone else in the world has.
I like the infinite bucket because since the government makes the money, their bucket is basically
you're confusing the issue.
Okay.
You need to crawl before you can walk. You need to walk before you can run. Okay. You're trying to sprint. Look, I'm just trying to get people to walk. Okay. Okay. Let's do the two.
Let's do the two. Don't, just ignore that I said infinite bucket.
Okay.
Let's just
They
have a bucket.
Right. People think that there's like, they conceptualize that there's just like one, like God put his finger in the ground, and from that ground a magic bucket of US dollar bills sprung forward, and all private citizens and the US government and the rest of the world are all competing for the dollars in this bucket, when in reality that's not the case. In reality, there's two
government
buckets.
The government has a bank account, right?
Stop, just let me finish my analogy. Okay, there's two buckets. There's the US bucket, the US government bucket, and then there's the bucket of everyone else in the entire world. And the thing is that these buckets and the amount of dollar bills that exist in these buckets are going to be directly inverted from each other. So the more in debt that the US government is, the bigger the bucket for everyone else is in the entire world for US dollars. The more the US government is not in debt, the smaller the bucket is of US dollars for everyone else in the entire world. Now, there are arguments you can make about why you want there to be less debt, because you think it's going to cause more inflation. You want to tap down inflation, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying that the government should be able to spend whatever they want. If you're hearing that, okay, you're adding arguments that I'm not making. All I'm saying is you just have to understand how this physically works. There's two buckets. They are inversely proportional to each other. The more the government spends, the bigger everyone else's bucket is. The more the government taxes or saves or doesn't spend, the smaller everyone else's buckets are. That's just the reality of the situation.
100%.
Okay.
But
anyway,
the reason why I say the government has an infinite bucket that can have,
I know they do, but that's
as many dollars or as few dollars in as they want, is because they have a printing press. Yeah. So at any time they need money, they just fire up the printing press and fill their bucket up with money, and they can spend that money
can create inflation. Yes, obviously.
Of course it can, yeah. But when you buy a treasury bill or something and they take your money back, people think, okay, well, my money went into their bucket and they're keeping track of that. When, I mean, they're not really keeping track of that.
Well, people think when they go and buy a treasury bond, and I'm assuming this is the case, I don't know if 100%, they think like, oh, the government is using money they've collected with tax revenue to pay me off to buy the treasury bond. When I mean, I don't think that's the case. I think whenever you buy any treasury bond, it's the government creating new money.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Nobody in the government goes and says, how much money do we have in the bank account? They assume the way that they conceptualize it is our bank account is 32 trillion negative. We have no money in the bank account. We can't do anything.
Right.
Yeah. And that's what they sell you out there in the public. They say, look, our bank account is dry. We can't do anything. Right. Nothing at all. Somehow we still manage to pay everyone in the military and send out all the Social Security checks, even though our bank balance is in the fucking red. How do we do it? How do we do magic?
The problem is people conceptualize like the government sending out using bonds and stuff is like, they think that's the government going hat in hand to people saying, we need to pay for all these government services. Please give us some money. But in reality, it's like, no, we're just going to print the money, but we want to tamp down on inflation. So give us your money.
That's exactly what's going on. We can
kind of remove money from the money supply while we're increasing the money supply just so we can pay off whatever we want to do.
Right.
Again, you can be against. And this is why this annoys me. People that are against this are against it for secondary reasons. They're just against it because they don't want the government spending more money, which again, you can be in favor of the government not spending money, but you can't deny the reality of the process.
I don't think I think the reason is they're against the government taking their taxes.
Well,
so they have this perception that like, if we could just get government spending to zero, my taxes would go to zero.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's probably part of it too.
Like what the best case scenario is and what they want. And what A-Team offers as part of my platform is the government spending continues and your taxes go to zero. That's the best of both worlds, isn't it? I mean,
yeah,
that's what you really want.
Well, your income taxes, you still have other taxes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, let me finish. I never finished this very long super chat. People getting the treasury notes plus interest paid to them by the government. Paying some of his debt down doesn't magically make the money disappear. They have that money. What results from the U.S. paying like half of our debt and not increasing taxes is that big spending bills would be cut down and excess fat from agencies would be cut down. Economy can still grow because banks lending is what increases the money supply and grows the economy, which isn't obstructed by U.S. paying like half of our debt off. What does decrease the money supply is the Fed selling securities it purchased from the open market, which isn't what happens when we pay off debt.
Okay. I mean, some of that's correct, some of it's not correct, so.
Okay.
But I mean, look, this is why, and it's so frustrating. I mean, I like inviting people on the show to have conversations about this stuff, but it's so, I'm less and less interested in trying to convince anyone. You go ahead and you conceptualize the economy however you feel makes you sleep at night. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to conceptualize it how it actually is. So that's the way that I like to do things.
Excuse me.
And you look, look, I don't even care if you tell me that I'm conceptualizing it wrong. That's fine. I don't care. I'm not trying to convince you.
Right.
Sitch, did you set up your account? Look, I mean, we had my MMT friend on that you guys all laughed about. Remember that?
What's his?
Douglas. And Douglas said, listen, the market is going to go down from here.
Mm-hmm.
And he nailed it. It's down like 20%.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think it's down that much, but it is down a good 10, 15%.
Right.
Yeah. I remember because I wrote it down. He said the market was going to, he felt the market was going to bottom at 3,200 S&P 500. Sitch, let's look and see where the S&P 500 is today. Or he said 4,200. It's 4,229.
Oh, what? Damn.
Yeah, it's right where he said it was going.
Anyways, let's continue. Let's see. Let me start from the beginning. Arithmas for $2 says, Neil's cosmic perspective is so smooth-brained. Culture, religion, and family are the things that give our lives meaning. Of course, we fight over those things. This sounds like a pothead philosophy. Quote, we're all like people, man. Yeah, it's not great. And Arithmas for another $2 says, I love when you guys argue. It's great, but maybe the business strategy argument should happen off stream. I agree. When you go to a concert, you don't expect to hear the guitarist and bassist argue for 20 minutes over a mistake mid-song. True.
The thing is, though, we don't talk that much off stream. So, I mean, we have had these conversations off stream, but it just like, I guess it doesn't really get resolved. So that's why I got triggered. I'm like, Sitch, why can't we just make things easy?
The Kai for $4 says, I read an H manga about aliens almost killing humanity off because of their hypocrisy. Bought all the people they killed off, made them forget about the aliens, and ended up saying, quote, creative works and cultures that value diversity do not thrive. All right. Sounds like an interesting H manga. Dr. Live for $2 says, the people who are most wrong are the subhuman freaks who put a space before punctuation marks. It's so ugly and wrong. Who does that?
All right, I want to get this right because I don't want people to correct me in the comments.
Yeah.
Since Douglas came on, the market is down about 8%.
Okay.
So he called the top, and now he's saying, he's saying that this is about the bottom, 4,200. So
okay. Dotems for $2 says, I'm curious at what levels of debt to GDP and interest rates would make Adam concerned. My understanding is that MMT argues a wider acceptable ranges, not no range. And that seems fairly dependent on ZERP being the base case.
I mean, this is a thing. A lot of people talk about debt to GDP just because other people talk about debt to GDP. But when you ask them, you know, why is debt to GDP important? Why is that a thing? Why is that important?
Mm-hmm.
Give me your logical train of thinking on why 2 times debt to GDP or 4 times debt to GDP.
This would be my
important
this would
metric.
be my assumption of what the answer would be. They'd say, well, you need to have a certain amount of money coming in to pay off the debt, right? And then you would say, well, but the money doesn't pay off the debt. We just keep printing more money to pay off the debt forever.
What is your typical debt to income?
Is that your answer?
What is your typical debt to income ratio on a mortgage?
I don't know.
Look, when you take out a 30-year mortgage on a home, can you pay off that mortgage in 1 year?
No.
Okay, well then why are we
30-year-old mortgage then?
Then why are we concerned that we can pay off our government debt with 1 year's GDP?
Well, no, but okay, wait, let's not strawman it. The idea is like using the mortgage thing, even though it's a bad example because that's not how the government money works. Like you would be concerned if year after year, like the interest rate payment on your mortgage is increasing at a rate that's much higher than your income or revenue, because you'd be afraid you wouldn't be able to pay it off, right?
Well, some years, look, the interest rates are decided by the Federal Reserve. So, like for 10 years or so, we've had 0 interest rates. So there's literally been no interest on
right, but interest rates are really
government
high
mortgage.
now. Yeah.
Look,
okay, but
I'm saying, look, when you take out a mortgage on your home, you're like, I don't make enough income to pay this off for 30 years, and you structure the loan so you can pay it off in 30 years.
Okay.
When people talk about debt to GDP, look, I understand the logic in the mortgage. Explain to me the logic in
I just did.
The debt to GDP.
You didn't answer what I said.
Well,
I'm assuming the argument is you need to have, they would say you need to have GDP to reach some level to make sure you can pay off the debt, right? It's supposed to, it's like, oh, you need to have this amount of revenue coming in to pay off the debt, right? That's the argument.
In 1 year.
No, just for whenever. It doesn't matter in 1 year.
Look, I don't
understand
what is your argument? First of all, what is the debt and what is the argument?
Okay. You asked me, you said, why do you think people care about the debt to GDP at all in the first place?
And my argument is the only reason they care about it is because they hear other people talking about it on Twitter and going, oh my God, I can't believe this debt to GDP. It's so bad. But when you ask them specifically, well, why is it bad? What is bad about it? Explain to me why this is.
I just did, because they say that you're going to have to pay off the debt. All right. You have to
in
pay off
1
the
year.
Debt. No, stop.
Why?
Stop saying 1 year. There's no 1 year. You're adding that. Okay.
What does GDP stand for?
You understand, okay, that when people are talking about this, they're talking about trends, right? They're not saying, oh my God, we had one bad year of GDP to debt ratio. It's over, right? They're talking about they want the trend to go in one direction or the other, right?
Right.
Is it, can we say that?
Go ahead. What?
Okay. And so, so when people, I'm assuming, I could be wrong, because again, I don't care about any of this shit. I'm assuming when people talk about the debt to GDP ratio, they're talking about a kind of trend. And they're saying, oh, well, we need to have some kind of trend of GDP going in some direction. It needs to keep going up and up and up to pay our debt, which also keeps going up and up and up. Because their argument is that if the GDP doesn't keep going up to match our debt, then the quote government will default on its debt. They won't be able to pay for it and everything will collapse, right? That's what the thought process is, right? That's their argument. That's why they care about it, right?
Sure.
Okay.
And?
Okay, that would, so and then your response would be like, well, they're not using your tax money to pay the debt. They're just printing money to pay the debt, which creates more debt, right?
Well, look, my whole point of bringing it up is because, look, people ask about the debt to like people complain about the debt to GDP, and they really can't. Even your argument is not really logical to me because, like I said, in the mortgage situation, you're like, okay, it's going to take me longer to pay this off because I don't make enough money to pay it off in a year.
Okay. Move this 1 year thing. I don't know. You have to just throw that away.
Look, because GDP is literally all of the products and services that a country produces in 1 year.
Okay. Then if we're going to do
that's why it's important. It's like it's like your yearly income.
Right. Okay.
If you make 100K a year, and the GDP is 100K GDP, that's the same thing.
Okay. Let's use the 1 year thing. You have a 1 year mortgage. Okay. Your mortgage is coming due in 1 year. You're going to be concerned that if your revenue, the money you're making, is not going to pay off the debt from the mortgage coming due that year, right?
Right.
Okay, so then that's what that would be the GDP to debt ratio concern, right?
And this is why I brought up the mortgage.
Okay.
How many people take out a 1 year mortgage on their home?
I'm just trying to use this framing that you're talking about.
Look, this is why, look, I don't know. First of all, let's dial it down. I don't know why you're getting upset about this, okay?
Because I don't know why you're like dragging in this weird place.
Look, people, would the world be a much different place if they only offered 1 year mortgages?
Okay, forget it. I don't know. I don't understand where the disconnect and the miscommunication is coming from.
Because I am asking you, why do we all agree as a society that people generally don't make enough money to pay off their home in 1 year? It takes them 30 years to pay off their home.
Right, of course. Sure.
But in society, we also claim that we can't have the debt can't be 30 times our GDP.
Okay.
Tell me why that is.
Well, I would say it's because there's going to reach a point where if the debt goes past the GDP, that's going to be a good indication that inflation is going to run out of control.
But that's the thing. There are countries that have 5 times, 10 times, 15 times the debt to GDP, and they don't have inflation. This is why I'm asking you the question. I'm like, when people talk about debt to GDP, they're only talking about it because other people are talking about it. They're not talking about it because I understand the problem. And the reason I keep bringing up the mortgage is because I'm trying to explain how the problem. If you don't know that GDP is the amount of products and services that a country creates in 1 year, like, you don't really even know what you're talking about.
Okay. The GDP it's not exactly the thing, but isn't the GDP like a good estimate of, like, I mean, literally the amount of goods and services that exist in a country that are
because there's all kinds of goods and services that weren't created in that year.
I understand that, but I'm saying isn't that like a good? You're saying that you don't even think that's even like remotely related to the amount of goods and services that exist in a country. Is the GDP?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I would imagine that there's some kind of correlation between the amount of goods and services that exist in a year for each country and its GDP. I would guess. Okay. And so I would also imagine that, therefore, if there is some correlation between those two things.
So you're saying all the products and services that were produced last year no longer exist?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just
okay.
I'm saying I bet you that if you did some statistical analysis, you would find that the GDP has a correlative factor to the amount of goods and services that exist in that country for that year. All right. And that therefore you could have some gross or a vague, I should probably say instead of gross, you could have like a vague estimation that GDP to debt could be some vague way of judging, not a very a clear way, but a vague way of judging a potential inflationary threat.
Hypothetically, yeah. They split, obviously, this is why they split things up into durable goods, consumables, that kind of thing. So they can keep track. Obviously, you know, they produce a certain number of cars each year. People don't usually throw their cars away after a year and buy a new car. So they're producing more and more.
Well, they should.
Well, I mean, obviously, that'd be the best
help
way
the economy. Okay.
Look, that's why so many people... Economics, I mean, look, I talk about this stuff, and I'm kind of over it as far as arguing with people who they haven't really done the work to build an understanding of the things that they're talking about. And it's really frustrating because all they're trying to do is nitpick at what I'm saying when they don't even really understand what I'm saying. And they don't want to do the time and work to understand what I'm saying. So
to my understanding of the question that got falls on the sidetrack, what levels of debt to GDP and interest rates would make you concerned? That's a legitimate question.
Yes, it is. But
okay,
hold on. This is why I brought up the fucking mortgage. Okay.
Right.
Like, look, if you're taking out a 75-year mortgage on a home, look, you understand that problem, right? Look, you're not going to live to be 75. You're never going to pay that fucking mortgage off, right? It's a completely different problem. But when you're asking me this thing about, GDP, and you don't even understand what GDP actually means, like, how do you have that conversation?
Okay.
What are we even talking about here?
I thought I knew what we were talking about. I guess I don't know.
How am I supposed to answer that question? Okay. Why is it important for GDP to be enough to pay off the debt in 1 year?
So, okay.
Why is that important?
Well, let me ask you.
Until you can answer that question, I can't answer your question.
Why? Okay, we can all take a breath here.
Look, it's infuriating.
Wait. Here's the way to answer the question. The people that do bring it up. Now, I know you said most people that bring it up, they just bring it up because other people are saying it, right? But somewhere along that chain of someone bringing it up, someone has to have some kind of argument that they make, right? Even if it's a wrong argument, they have to have some argument they're making, right? So what is the argument that the people that think this is a problem, what argument are they making?
The inflation argument, obviously.
Okay, so they're making the argument that I said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't understand. Okay, so that's all I was saying. I was just trying to say what their fucking argument was.
Let's see here. Japan government debt accounted to 240 or 224% of the country's national GDP in June of 2023. Compare that ratio of the 225% to the previous quarter. Okay. So Japan right now has a debt to GDP that is double the United States as of June of 2023.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So
I think I said Canada's higher than ours, right?
Right. So like if you're telling me, look, Japan has twice as much debt, I'm thinking, look, we could do 32 trillion in government spending and still not have inflation problems. We have inflation problems now that very stupid people, very dumb people who don't know anything about economics blame on the printer go burr. Okay.
Right.
They have no concept of the fact that there's another side of this equation here. There's the production side of the equation, but we're getting that worked out.
Right.
So
okay.
Anyway. So if Japan can do 225% debt to GDP, well, what is America's debt to GDP right now?
Like 111% or something, right?
USA. Oh, 100 and according to second quarter 2023, 119%. Okay. So we could go a whole 100% more to catch Japan. Look, I wouldn't do that. Look, the right answer here is obviously inflation. Right now we're in an inflation situation.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be doing it here. Like if inflation was low, you could do government spending and kind of ratchet it up to see when it becomes a problem. But that's really the only way to do it. This is why it's so infuriating, because what is the answer to that question?
Well, so the answer that you would give would be, well, there is not a specific number, because it would be dependent on what inflation looks like at the time.
Right. Yeah. And also it's a lot of the makeup of the country. If you have a country of people who just like to work 8 hours a day and not spend money on anything, obviously you're going to have really low inflation because nobody wants to buy any products.
Sure.
Yeah.
The most dope for $4 says, even with the most, quote, presentable gay person or family, they will just never accept it and want to outlaw it if they could get away with it. Most conservatives can be swayed by the assimilation point, but never for a decent chunk. But even then, the talk of gay marriage being on the table for the Conservative Party is concerning. Makes it hard to think sometimes that most would be fine with it. How many average citizens agree with politicians here? I'm sorry, I skipped to the beginning of that. I mostly agree with the point that showing that you can be gay but still fit in society would be persuasive the most, but I think Rags is ignoring how pretty much can't happen with the Christian nationalist types. Okay. Well, I agree with you with like the Christian nationalist types, but I do think the Christian nationalist types are a pretty vocal minority of the Republican Party. I 100% think, and I think we were on that pathway, that Republicans could, for the overwhelming majority of Republicans, would totally in the future be fine with accepting gay marriage. And it'll just become something of like, well, black people deserve equal rights as white people, like in that same camp of thought. Like I can understand that people could say like, oh, well, in our current situation, it's hard for us to imagine that won't happen. But then it does happen. It happens over time. And I do think that Republicans were definitely trending that way. And I think it's the exact way that it happens, is that, gay marriage passes. It becomes too toxic of an issue for them to even bring up. They're scared to bring it up. And Republican voters just kind of forget about it or accept it slowly over time. And I think that's the way a lot of these political issues change, is that politicians are just too afraid to challenge it, and it just becomes the accepted dogma, essentially. And it definitely seemed like gay marriage was in that that space. I mean, it still kind of is. I don't know if any, I mean, is there any Republican that has come out explicitly on the federal level and exclaimed that they want to get rid of gay marriage or pass like legislation against gay marriage? I'm not sure. So I do think that's how change is enacted. And yeah, there'll always be some section that won't like it, but fuck them.
I think we could lose gay marriage. I think the Supreme Court could overturn gay marriage in the next 10 years. So,
well, I mean, that'd be weird because they're the ones that said it was. They're the ones that said gay marriage was fine.
That was before all the conservative Supreme Court picks, though.
Sure, I don't know.
They have three new Supreme Court. They have three new conservative Supreme Court justices.
I understand.
They overturned Roe v. Wade. Why wouldn't they overturn?
Yeah, but Roe v. Wade was A, on pretty shaky legal logic, and B, ruling from 50 years ago. I think it's a little different. They're like, oh, we're going to overrule something that happened like 10 years ago. I mean, they could, listen, you're right. They could do it. I'd have to go and look at the case because I actually don't remember what the legal logic for gay marriage was in the first place.
Right.
So I don't know. But this is, well, I mean, well, actually, didn't they pass a law? Wait a minute. I think they passed a law, didn't they? To make it legal? Federal law, gay marriage. Or did they just create a bill? Federal. Because I thought they created a bill and then it didn't pass, and then someone said it did. No, here we go. Joe Biden signed H.R. 8404, known as the Respect for Marriage Act, into law, guaranteeing marriage equality for same-sex and interracial couples under federal law. The law passed both houses in the U.S. Congress with bipartisan support. So there you go. So, I mean, it'd be much more difficult for the Supreme Court to overturn it at that point. So. Okay. Where was the most dope for another $2 says, if possible, would love to be able to talk about this instead of super chatting. It's a pretty complex topic, a lot to talk about. I don't say all this to downplay how more accepting of gay people the country is overall. I don't know. Do you want to talk more about gay marriage stuff or not?
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
if we lose gay marriage, it's going to be because of overreach.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not super worried about that happening, but
I know. Look.
right.
Sitch does have an optimistic outlook on life. Yeah. Well, I'm an optimist too, but.
Okay. Hey Bizzle put a bunch more super chats here.
Oh, are these the economic ones?
Yes.
Let's jump to Michael's because Michael makes an important point here. Michael for $20 says, debt to GDP is a common measurement of a country's ability to pay back its debts. It's important when half of the government's budget is deficit financed, like ours, to have a good ratio because we want them to keep buying our debt.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Well, look, this is
kind of like
I don't look.
Effect of what I was saying, but yeah.
So I get what you're saying, and there's some truth to this because what debt is, you have, if you have a savings account, dollars are literally debt. They're meant, if you have dollars that you want to buy something with, you don't want to just hold paper your entire life. You want to turn that paper into some tangible good or service, right? So if we're creating a bunch of dollars out there and we're not creating corresponding tangible goods to go with those dollars, people are going to be pretty pissed, right? You save your entire life and then all of a sudden the economy collapses and all your dollars are worthless. There's no cars to buy. There's no iPhones to buy. There's no video games to buy. There's no nothing, right? You're going to be pretty pissed. So I can see from that point of view, GDP being an important factor. You want to know that the economy is producing stuff for that $32 trillion that's out there to purchase. So I would say that may be why a GDP metric is somewhat important.
Okay.
Now, when you get into this, we want them to keep buying our debt. Like I just don't conceptualize it that way.
We want our debt to. You want people to have faith enough in the government in our country in order to buy treasuries in the first place.
No, this is literally why inflation is important, because inflation is when I've saved up a bunch of those dollars that I want to be able to buy things with, and now there's nothing I can buy with them, right? That's what inflation basically is. There's less production, so the prices are going up of things. And now what $10 would buy a year ago, I need $20 to buy.
Right.
So my bank account is effectively worth half as much. But the reason it's worth half as much, I mean, there's two reasons why. They either printed too much money or there was a drop in the production of stuff.
Right.
So what bothers me about this conversation is everyone talks about the dollars. Nobody talks about the production side of it.
Right.
It's like the production side of it doesn't even exist.
Right.
So that's what gets frustrating about it. The whole idea, look, we want them to keep buying our debt. Buying our debt is just, I mean, our debt is a savings vehicle for somebody. That's a service that we don't have to offer them. We don't have to say, listen, we could tell people, fuck you. We're not going to offer treasury bills. You earn 5% interest on your savings? Ha! We're not going to do that. You keep your money in cash. Let it inflate away. I don't care. I'm the government. Fuck you.
I just bought a 5% CD yesterday.
See? That's a service that we provide. What do you mean we want them to keep buying our debt? Who cares? No, don't buy our debt.
Well, yeah, but if we didn't offer treasury bonds, wouldn't that increase inflation?
It might. Or they might just suck it up and keep it in their savings account, right?
Right.
Like the reason that we offer treasury bills is because treasury bills are not a liquid asset. They can't go out and buy a car with it.
Right.
Right.
But I assume that was to defer inflationary effects, spread inflationary effects out over time.
It is exactly to defer inflationary effects because it allows us to keep tabs on the money people plan to spend soon and the money people are saving for a rainy day, right?
Right.
If they put it in a treasury bill, we can say, okay, they're not going to spend that money and drive inflation. They're not going to be buying houses, cars. They want that money to be able to buy houses and cars in the future. And if we don't focus on that with the GDP, they're going to be screwed because they're going to end up saving a bunch of money that's going to be ultimately worthless. And this is why people in unstable countries, like they don't know if the GDP is going to collapse tomorrow. That's why they want to keep their money in dollars, something that is taken worldwide and can be used to buy cars and gold and jewelry, whatever you want to buy with it. So, but
I think we kind of lucked into this though. Like I don't think this was set up this way. We just kind of lucked into this being the case of how money is created.
Well, I mean, and we've just worked on it through the reiteration process. And also, I think having secure property rights, as secure as we have them in the United States, is a massive boon on our production and GDP and technological growth and all that stuff.
Right.
All the things that China doesn't participate in. I made an example when I was doing my rant before the stream. Like, I think a lot of people have this really dumb algorithm that they're running in their heads that government spending equal inflation. Any government spending equal inflation. Anytime the government spends, it equals inflation. When it's more complicated than that, it really is.
Right.
If the government can spend $1,000 and buy a machine that literally triples GDP, it would be stupid for the government not to buy that machine. Right? You buy a machine, you press a button, GDP is triple. Okay. That's going to cause deflation, massive deflation, because cars are going to start appearing. I'm going to have like 5 cars on my lawn, and it's going to be a pain in my ass.
So there's a presupposition to that, like the person that has the formula in their head that government spending equals inflation. There's a presupposition there, usually, which is that private business can solve most things, and markets can manage themselves, and private businesses can manage themselves and be fine on their own without the government sticking their nose in it. So they're already assuming that the government spending money to insert itself into the market is A, making everything worse, and is B, probably inefficient. So from their view, they're like, well, the government could just stop spending, and the markets would just take care of themselves, and everything would be fine.
Well, I mean, you would. Property rights would erode away, obviously. Like if you disbanded the justice system.
Well, sure.
Like
Okay.
people
So
would be cheating
right.
all over the place.
Right. Well, they're saying like, okay, well, you still have police and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not saying like there'd be zero government spending, but
look how,
saying, like,
okay.
A lot of the things they don't want, right?
So look, everyone is always, look, I want you to not spend any money on things I don't want and spend all the money you can on things I do want.
Well, I mean, that's literally what it is.
People, and even this super chat from Michael, which I thank you for the $20. Obviously, you've been a member for a long time.
12 months. Michael for 12 months says A-Team is adorable. Look at that.
Well, thank you. Yes. This idea that this is like business type thinking. This is very business type thinking. And I do think that's a big part of the problem, is because people run businesses, run a household, and they have this idea, we save our money and we don't live outside our means. And all those things that are good business kind of go out the window when you have an infinite bucket of money.
Well, here's that's a bad emotional way of framing it.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you say infinite money, people get triggered. Maybe here's a good way of putting it. If you run a business or even your own personal finances, your job is to make your business or yourself money. That's your job. And that's how you're going to look at the world through the lens of, how do I make myself money? If you're the government, your job is to make other people money. Your job is to make American citizens money. And that's why the framing doesn't work, because the government and you and the businesses all have completely different goals. Business's job is to make itself money. The government's job is to make you money.
Well, I mean, I think the government's job is to provide kind of the platform for people to make money.
I understand that, but you're needlessly complicating a simplistic slogan. Okay.
Right. To make you, I know. Look, you did this with me on some other thing, I remember, but
right. Because that's the problem, is that if you're looking at it from the perspective of, well, as a person who's trying to make money, the government's not doing that. It's like, you're right, because that's not the government's job. The government's job is to make everyone else money. It's not to make itself money. If the government's job was to make itself money, it would be doing different things. I agree. Yes.
Right.
So maybe that's kind of the problem with the framing.
Look, the whole idea that the debt doesn't need to be paid off. The debt, the purchasing power of the money that's in the American citizens' hands, that needs to remain strong. That's why inflation is the problem. The government debt is literally your savings, the money that you have saved in the bank. That's the government debt.
K Bizzle for $2 says, I sent more Streamlabs. I'll read them.
Oh no.
For 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Thank you, K Bizzle. Says, and the first one is like the end of your previous one, which I don't think I read. So I can't go back a little bit. Says the economy, which isn't obstructed by us paying like half our debt off, what does decrease the money supply is the Fed selling securities it purchases from the open market, which isn't what happens when we pay off the debt. And on top of that is that guy's video you uploaded to jerk off MMT in his comments. He states, we don't delete our tax dollars. It goes into reserves, but comes right out because of all of our obligations. I have $5,000 from saving from my job and I spend that on a treasury note. That money the government took was already inside the system. It doesn't magically get created because I bought a treasury note. And Sitch, your ignorance is showing. Well, I just want to be clear, when you're trying to say my ignorance is showing, you should probably use the correct spelling of everything. Your ignorance is showing. Yes, I don't have 5,000 when I buy a treasury note. Duh. I know that I was talking about when the government pays down some of its debt, i.e. to me, I get that 5,000 back in interest when it pays off debt to me, so that doesn't decrease. You guys don't get this simple concept. When me or you spend money from what we earned from working on treasury notes, we don't increase the money supply. It just changed hands from me to what the government obligations are. It's hard to have a conversation through these chats. Would be good to come on and chat. And my bad that reserves banking ended in 2020, but what I was getting at still stands, that banks can lend out a lot of money, not all of what it has. Yeah, but okay.
Look, we've talked about this before on the show. Like, you're acting like we don't know this, okay? There's two sources of money in the economy. It's spending and loans. So
okay, so wait. And you can just say this in the regular chat, Kate Bizzle, if you're disagreeing with us. If you're going to disagree that the government creating treasuries creates money, then where does the new money come from? How is I'll ask you the question. You can just put it in the normal chat, Kate Bizzle. How does the United States government, when they go into debt, okay, when the government goes into debt, how do they create that money? How does that money, like, physically, like, what is the logistical process that the United States government does to create new money that allows it to go into debt?
Yeah, when everybody shares the meme, print or go burr.
Yeah.
What are they talking about?
Yeah, what are they talking about? What is it? Like, is there just someone at the government just says, blah, 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 I demand you print up $1 trillion, right? Like how exactly, in the normal chat, just write out, like, what is the actual process of how the money is created? When
the printer go burr, how does the government get that money in the economy? Do they drop it from a helicopter?
Yeah. That's what I'm asking, because I don't understand what you're saying, where you're saying that's not how money comes, right? Like, if it doesn't come from the creation of treasuries, how does it come into existence at all?
Look, and also you can go back to our stream with Doug. All this we talk about in great detail. So it's like, it's annoying when people think because they disagree with us that we don't know what we're talking about. Like, there's two ways money comes into existence. There's government spending, or there's bank loans.
No, so everyone is not addressing what I'm saying. You're saying they're exchanging cash for bonds. They just add zeros. No. I'm saying
that's, like, an asset swap. Like, that doesn't create money.
Like, literally, okay. Literally, what do they do? Does a guy walk over to a building and just tell someone? Does the president pick up a phone? Does the president pick up the phone and say, "Excuse me, mint, I want you to mint $1 trillion," and then he closes the phone? Like, I'm asking you, what is the actual process that goes about to do this? Because it's an insane process that's completely, and we talked about that. We did a whole stream on this. The process in which money is created is extremely complicated and completely counterintuitive to everything you would think. And that's why they have to do this nonsense with the treasuries. So there's three ways, Sitch: issuing bonds from central banks to smaller banks, reducing interest rates for loans more borrowing, changing the reserve rates. No, that's not. No, I'm asking you, what is the specific physical process and how it's done? Because it's super. We did a whole stream on this, didn't we? Didn't we watch that video on stream, Adam, where the guy kind of, or did we just watch that between the two of us, where the guy goes through how money's actually created?
Yeah,
like the actual process, and it's like this super obnoxiously convoluted thing that explains how it's created specifically through the use and creation of treasuries, and that's really the main way in which money is created, except for just loaning it out, which obviously is done just digitally.
Right.
So I don't understand what Kay Bizzle is talking about.
I want the debt to go up and for your taxes to go down. I want middle class tax cuts for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I want them just to stop doing payroll tax for Social Security. Just pay Social Security out. So everyone's like, oh my God, the world's going to collapse. Adam, no. Anyway, I don't know. It's funny. Look, we got a big super chat here for Mark Twain's Revenge. Our favorite super chatter.
So, well, maybe I'm trying to think of how to describe this. Maybe we shouldn't have used the example of an individual buying treasury bonds because that works different than when the government buys treasury bonds for itself.
Yeah, Treasury Direct is different than how they make.
Okay.
They don't. Treasury Direct is, I believe, just an asset swap where they're basically saying, look, you own a. They're a good way to conceptualize it is they're turning your dollars into a treasury bond.
Right, but okay. So, here's my problem, Kate Bizzle. And this is why I don't understand if you don't know this or if you're being bad faith or what's going on here. But it's like, so if you want to make the point where you're like, okay, you guys should not conflate a private person buying a treasury bond with the government buying treasury bonds. That's a completely fair point, and we shouldn't have done that. But you only said half the story. If you don't talk about, well, wait a minute, the way in which government does create money is by the government buying treasury bonds from itself. That's how money is created. Right?
Right. Well, okay. I think a bank is obviously included in the process.
Yeah, there is a bank included in the process. Right. But I'm just to try to simplify the explanation. Is essentially the government is buying a treasury bond from itself. And that's how money, that's the convoluted way in which money is created is that the government buys a treasury bond from itself and it creates the money out of thin air to buy the treasury bond. Okay. That's the convoluted, stupid way in which the government creates money. And so that if you don't explain that process and you only fixate on like, yeah, so that's true. If you only fixate on the private part of it, then you're kind of missing half the equation there. But anyway, kind of boring everyone to death with these economic.
Of course,
stuff,
yeah.
So
it's so just annoying because
I never saw K Bizzle respond in the normal chat, so I don't know what's going on.
Everyone immediately jumps to the like. You can't have it both ways. You can't have the printer go burr idea, and then when we say, yeah, the government just creates money. What? Like what? Aren't those two positions contradictory? Sitch? It feels like they're very contradictory.
Well, it's funny because
they can't. They have to get my money in order to spend any money. Printer go burr. What? No.
It's why it's because the end result is different. So when someone says printer go burr, they're saying government spending bad. So it's okay. And then if you say, yeah, the government just creates money, the context is, well, that means that the government can spend more money. So it's
look, they understand. They understand.
Even though you're saying the same thing. Yeah.
The printer go burr meme, they understand that when the government spends, they print money to buy things. That's true. That's 100% true.
Yeah.
But as soon as you say, yes, you're right about that, and you take it to the next step, then they're like, what? No, look, the printer can't go burr until you tax me.
Right.
Wait a second. I just thought you said printer go burr. What? Now we're taking that back? Now there's a switch tied up to the printer that takes in your tax dollars and goes burr only occasionally?
Right.
Nah, printer go burr, man. You're right. Anyway, look, this is just...
Soto for $2 says, you look tired. You should take a halftime break. There you go. We're almost
I would love to, but how close are we to finishing up?
Well, let's just stop talking about
economics.
You need to stop reacting to shit. Okay. Mr. Sitch makes the streams too long.
Well, I mean,
like an hour long about economic questions. Okay, let me start from where we let off. So I don't. Blah, blah. Fondue for Joe says, can the money supply be increased by bank loans? Yes. Starlight for $5 says, question on the mechanics. In the ancient world, it seems to me that taxes were basically food for the army. How does MMT translate this to modernity? Well, I don't know if it does, because, I mean, obviously, the first M in MMT is modern, so... Though I don't know if it does.
Somebody says, Adam, you aren't taking in the money multiplier effect. The money multiplier effect has to do with fractional reserve banking.
No, we're trying to move on.
Look, if you don't have fractional reserve banking, the money multiplier effect is nil and void.
Stuck for $2 says, like the ancient model seems to be totally that, quote, taxes pay for government programs. Description that people always use, just curious. Yeah, well, I mean, that's because I don't know how every ancient economy worked, but I would imagine that most ancient governments and economies did not have fiat currency. They had currency based on gold or silver or something, right? I don't know. Is that true?
True.
Okay, so I'd imagine, yeah. So here's the difference: is that when your currency is not fiat and is pegged to gold or silver or whatever, then you literally do need to have like the government needs your shit to pay for government programs. Then the economy works completely differently. And you're completely correct, Doug. That way of thinking about the government spending is like the way everyone still thinks about government spending today, even though it works completely differently. And maybe that's kind of the problem. Is because like intuitively, it's easy to understand the whole gold situation. And so people just assume that's how it works when it doesn't. So that's a good point. Mythos Infinite for 5 Canadian says, argue more about your business strategies on stream just to piss that guy off. Perfect. Stug for 18 months says, the nation is totally only... Thank you for the 18 months, Stug. The nation in total only managed to produce degenerate pornography, bug-infested housing, and rotting foodstuffs. It was a gross domestic product.
Nice. You did a pun.
That's pretty good. Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much, Mark Twain's Revenge. Our surrogate got uncle for $100. Thank you so much. Says, we introduced the federally insured 30-year mortgage in 1948. Prior to the 1929 crash, the usual mortgage structure was 50% down with 5-year interest only.
Wow.
Remaining 50% due at the end of year 5. We started looking at fully self-amortizing mortgages after the crash.
Interesting. That is fascinating.
Joe the Make for 18 months says, it's not, thank you for the 18 months, Joe. Says, it's not a 1-year problem. Debt to GDP is calculated yearly and it continues to increase. Stop comparing it to paying off a mortgage in 1 year. Yes. Mark Twain's Revenge for $10 says, the 30-year mortgage built the middle class. It took us from 45% plus or minus home ownership in 1948 to 65% home ownership rate 20 years later.
I wonder why, Sitch. You got any ideas why that might have happened?
Because it's easier to pay off a 30-year mortgage than a 5-year one?
Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of people could never save up the half down. Oh my God.
There was this video that was making the rounds. I feel like this video is fake. This girl's talking about how both her parents were public school teachers and they're able to own like these 2 properties, like one which is like worth $1 million on some lake somewhere and one that's just like a normal house in the suburbs. And I'm like, I mean, I know things were like cheaper and labor was better back in those days, but I don't think 2 public school teachers were like rolling in the dough even in like the 70s or 80s. That does not seem realistic to me, but
maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I know things were definitely better, but they weren't like that. Joe the Make for $10 says, you need to have enough production to service the debt. Otherwise, you have to print money to service the debt, which will absolutely result in increased inflation. Well, you have to have enough...
This is why I hate these conversations.
Yeah, I wouldn't frame it that way, Joe. I'd say you have to have enough production in which people will buy shit that will... You have to have enough production to offset the inflation of people having more money. I think that'd be a more accurate way of saying that.
Look, when you talk about servicing the debt, you're talking about paying the percentage on whatever the debt is. The interest rates were like 0% for 10 years. What does it cost to service the debt at 0% interest rate, Sitch?
Yeah, but it's not right now. That's part of why the debt went up so much, is that the interest rate's high.
We chose.
No, I understand that.
We said, look, we are going to raise interest rates.
I know, to try to stop inflation. And then,
Right.
you know, there's some question about whether that actually makes inflation worse or better, because no one knows.
But I'm just saying, when people come out, look, when people come out and they say, look, we got to service the debt. Well, yeah, we have to service the debt now when
Adam,
it's 5% interest rate. We didn't have to.
Listen, you need to get on your hands and knees and open
And
your mouth. You need to service that
debt.
Okay. You need to service that debt. You need to get a big GDP all over your face.
Look, I'm not servicing any debt. Okay?
You need to get a big gross domestic process all over your face. All right.
You got people here complaining about servicing the debt when Americans have had money in their savings for 10 years that hasn't earned a nickel of interest.
Right.
And you're here worried about the government debt. Oh my God.
Okay.
I'm worried about the people.
Soto for $2 says incorrect. The ancient Lycans had fiat currency. Well, there you go. The Lycans. Good for the Lycans.
Fiat currency.
Fiat currency. Duke Norton for $20 says, here's a lighter economic question. Do you guys think the dollar will be phased out in the near future? Will I be paying ladies of the pole by swiping or tapping a credit card? S-class is the best class. I mean, I don't know if dollars, I mean, I guess at some point, I wouldn't be surprised at some point there won't be any dollars. I still think we're kind of far away from that, but I do think just over time will just become more and more and more and more and more and more and more digital, just because of the ease of convenience and things of that nature.
Even if the dollar is completely phased out.
Yeah.
These strip clubs will be exactly like the casinos. When you go to a casino, you
With
turn
chips,
your money into chips. You go and play the games.
You go to the machine, you put your credit card in, and it gives you a bunch of fake stripper dollars.
Stripper dollars, you will use them to put in the G-strings and make it rain.
Right. That's
the
a good
stripper
point.
dollars.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they'll be brightly colored so everyone knows what denomination of dollar you're putting
People
in the
will
stripper's
look.
G-string.
I remember I had a poker chip from Vegas. I used to carry around with me a lot because I'm cringe. People will take the stripper dollars with them home. They'll be like, "Look, a souvenir, a stripper dollar right here.
Dollar.
If I ever go back, I could use this dollar."
I have my stripper doll. It's got a woman gyrating her behind on a stripper ball on the dollar right there.
Yes. But I do think, I do think we could be moving towards a cashless society. So I do think that's a possibility. A lot of people barely use cash.
Yeah. No, I mean, we will just over time because it's going to get more convenient to do. People are horribly, I don't say horribly, people are incredibly biased. Horribly.
Strippers are horribly.
No, I didn't. That's not really much stripping. People are horribly biased in favor of convenience. People do so many things that are bad just because it's convenient. You know, like, you know, everyone's freaking out the chip that people put in their hand to pay for shit, which I would never do because that's like gross. That is going to be the future. I just hate to break it to you. That will be the future. I'm not going to do it. I will refuse to do it, and I will be the last person. But that's going to be the future. Everyone can get chips. They're either going to get chips implanted, or it'll be like maybe they won't get the chips. Maybe it'll be like Minority Report, where it scans your eyeball and you pay through your reticle scan. Like there's going to be just people just do whatever. It's more convenient at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So.
Give me convenience or give me death.
Yeah, it's funny. People are like, well, we'll sell out. Like, listen, we'll sell out our privacy for security. It's like, no, you'll sell out your privacy for convenience. Okay. That's really what's happening. Joe the Make for $5 says, ZERP interest rates created both housing bubbles post.com and created the current housing shortage, which isn't a physical shortage at all. Yeah, I don't know enough about it to agree or disagree with that statement. So,
yeah,
obviously, I would imagine the zero interest rate would definitely have helped create the housing bubble just because obviously the mortgages would be very low interest rates. So I don't necessarily disagree with that, but
well, look, what created the housing bubble was people taking out mortgages that they could never afford to pay back. So the zero interest rates were attractive, but bottom line, if the bank stepped in and said, look, this person makes minimum wage and they're buying a $2 million
you're not allowed, we're not going to give you a mortgage. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's true. Like, oh, maybe you shouldn't say that the zero interest rate created it. It's just that the zero interest rate creates an environment which could incentivize certain bad behaviors that need to be stopped from some other factor, right?
Look, I bought a house because of the housing crash. So I was out there in the market looking for people competing against other buyers. As soon as you buy a home, you immediately understand the market because you're placing a bid on a home and the real estate agent is coming back to you saying, oh, they got 20 other offers. And these real estate agents talk, so they'll tell you, look, I got 7 bids over list.
Right.
You know, I didn't get 1 bid over list. So you get a feel, and you know, in a seller's market, people, you know, you're incentivized by your real estate agent to put in bids way over list. They're like, there's no way we're going to get this home. There's 25 offers on this home. There's no way we're going to get it unless you do an offer that's 25% over list. Okay. So it doesn't take long for that to get crazy, especially in a situation where anyone with a pulse can walk in and say, I want to buy a home. I'm financially illiterate. I make $7 an hour.
Right.
Like, what is that person going to bid?
Right. Well, there's another thing too here that I didn't think about. I don't know if I ever heard anyone talk about this. I think another thing that's causing the increase in housing prices, besides everything that we talked about, including housing supply, everything else, is just that the internet makes it so much easier for people to collect the data to buy houses in the first place. I mean, I'm imagining most people are not just driving around neighborhoods like they used to in the 70s. Like, let's go look in a neighborhood to buy a house. Let's just drive around nice neighborhoods. Like, everyone's looking on the internet now. So you're kind of massively opening up the pool of people competing for housing.
That's true too. But I mean, they automated that long before this situation with the internet, but it was only accessible by real estate agents. I'd say they've had that for, I don't know, 20, 30 years.
But anytime you add gatekeeping to it, you're limiting the number of people that are going to be engaged in the activity.
Look, yeah, the housing crash was definitely caused by people who shouldn't be buying homes, being able to bid on homes,
right,
and bidding the prices up.
Of course.
If you had like a magic button that quadrupled 5x'd the housing stock, this wouldn't have been a problem because you wouldn't be getting like 25 offers on every home. Right?
Yeah. J-Mac, our surrogate godfather, our surrogate father. Thanks so much for being outside the simulation for 17 months. Thank you so much, Jay.
Yeah.
Says, hey, awesome. Sidequest member chat, I made a new Magic the Gathering commander deck and posted it on Twitter. I want to buy the cards before my wife gets home from her trip so I can destroy her. I love any Magic players to give it a look over for if free. Thanks. Well, there you go, guys. Listen, if any Magic players know a lot about commander decks, I'll admit I've actually never in my entire life played commander. I play a lot of Magic. I've never played commander. Usually because I was too lazy to sit down and make a commander deck. But so if there's any Magic commander players, go look at JMac's Twitter.
JMac, throw a link to the tweet in the chat. You're a mod, so you can put links in the chat. Put a link in the chat.
True.
Look, you're basically executive producer on the show. If you want to put a link to your tweet, do it up.
Right. Okay, let's see. Fondue for 2 hours says, knock, knock, it's debt inspection day. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Doesn't make for $5 says, people literally haven't had money in savings because it pays nothing. This is why consumer debt has spiraled out of control over the past 2 decades. Yeah, I mean, that is true.
I agree. Consumer debt is high.
Yeah.
But think about that for a second. If you take out money if you buy things with your credit card, what?
This is supposed to be a short stream, Adam.
Look, he's saying something ridiculous here.
Okay, you tell me. Okay,
there's a giant contradiction here. Look, Joe the Mig is one of my biggest critics on economics. I don't know how you could say this. Look, he's saying people pay 0% interest. When was the last time you paid 0% interest on a credit card, Sitch? Because interest rates are 0%, you go out and buy something on a credit card. Does that mean you don't pay it off at the end of the month? You're going to pay 0%? Is that what that means, Sitch?
No.
No, it means you're going to pay 20%, right? It's a credit card. Yeah. So what he's saying here is absolutely ridiculous. People are using their credit card because they don't have anything else they can do. They're not using their credit card because they're like, I want to keep my savings in the savings account where it earns 0% interest so I can pay 20% interest on my credit bill.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. Why are you even saying this, Joe? What is the point of saying this? Why you pay $5 to say this?
Okay. Well, I mean, it's true, though, that savings with low interest savings accounts are basically worthless, right?
Of course, but what does that have to do with
well, I think he was trying to say that
consumer debt?
Well, he's saying, well, because savings are worthless, I guess his argument is that
he says this. He says, look, this is why. He's like, interest rates have been 0%. This is why consumer debt is spiraling.
I'm trying to explain to you. Don't interrupt. Okay. I'm assuming what he's saying is that because savings are so low, people are not incentivized to save, so they go out and they spend. And then that, people always spend more than they have, and that increases consumer debt.
Okay.
Right. Now, the savvy person would say, okay, savings sucks, so I need to go invest it in some other vehicle because I can't just park it in a savings account. But most people don't want to be bothered doing that. So we need a sovereign wealth fund for the United States of America. That's the solution.
Joe the Meg, because it creates a culture that doesn't save anything.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
I think there's truth to that, though. But I think our government and I think everyone wants that because they want people to be spending money because that helps the economy.
Yeah, capitalism runs on sales.
I mean, that's part of the
sales helps.
Right. That's part of the people's complaint or part of the problem with Japan having all the deflations because people will just want to sit on their money and save it.
Yeah.
So
they don't want to spend anything.
Right.
They want to sell things to Americans, but
right.
Anyway.
Joe Make for $5 says, why is zero interest rate for any amount of time? Which is why zero interest rate for any amount of time is insanely. It's literally letting the shackled Leviathan completely off the chain. Okay. Look, I mean, well, first of all, was it really at 0 or was it like 1 or was it like a 0.01?
No, we had zero interest rates after September 11th, after the housing crash. They look, this is the only lever that they have. They're like, look, we'll lower interest rates to 0. The corporations will not be able to resist, even though the corporations literally have, stacks of money to the ceiling. Like, it's not like they need a loan, but they're like, look, they won't be able to resist. They'll take out a bunch of money and they'll start a bunch of new businesses. And
sure, I understand.
That's going to create production.
Yeah.
Have you heard that?
I understand, but maybe it shouldn't always be at 0.
Have you heard the phrase, you can't push on a string?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You can only pull it.
Do you know what it means?
I know what it means. Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Anyway,
Joe the Make for $2 says you need to have a behavioral economist on. Well, that'd be interesting.
Look, Joe constantly is on Twitter sniping at me and stuff.
I'm unfamiliar with you and Joe's back and forth.
Joe is sniping at me here.
Okay.
The logic doesn't add up.
Joe says for $2 it was functionally negative for several periods.
Right. Look, they want you to spend money in a down economy because they want to protect jobs. That's why they dropped the interest rate to 0.
Right.
Dropping the interest rate to 0 incentivizes people to spend because savings is dumb, and incentivizes corporations to borrow money to start new businesses and hire people.
Right.
Yeah.
WTF1A1A for $5 says, wait, if I pay all my credit debt in 1 month, I pay 0% interest. This is why we need an economics. I can't say economics anymore. Economics stream day, maybe on a Friday. Well, okay. If you use your credit card to pay for something and you pay the full amount every month, then you're paying 0 interest. I assumed when Adam asked me the question, I assumed implicit in the question he was asking me was that if I'm not paying off my full statement every month, then there's a gigantic amount of interest attached to it.
It goes back to Joe the Mig's super chat here.
Yeah.
Where he says, this is why consumer debt has spiraled out of control in the past 2 decades. Consumer debt is not debt that people are paying off on their credit cards each month. Consumer debt, and they keep track of this, is debt that they're rolling over every month on their credit cards and just paying the minimum payment due, which is basically paying 20% interest on the debt to the credit card companies.
Right, but his point was about so he said is creating a culture around saving versus spending, which is what he was talking about. Which, I mean, there's truth to that, but I don't know if we should change our economic policy based around that.
It completely ignores the entire there's more than one way to save money. You don't have to save it in a bank account.
Well, I think
you can invest it in stocks. You can
I agree,
invest
but I think
it in
that
gold.
The culture should be to try to get people, instead of just pissing away money, to invest it.
Yeah.
Right. So, but anyway,
but look, do you think because the interest rates are 0, everyone's going to stop saving all money? Money saving is going to drop to nothing.
Well, it obviously disincentivizes you saving money heavily.
Right? It disincentivizes you saving money in a savings account.
Yeah,
it does not disincentivize you from buying stocks, buying gold, buying property, investing in a business.
Right.
But there's a million other things you can do. The whole purpose of dropping interest rates to 0 is to incentivize you to do those other things.
Without having a 10-minute conversation about it, this is what I would say in response to Joe, is you actually don't want an economy or a country where everyone's just saving their money. Because that's okay, wait. Because if you save your money, that's just dead weight. Okay, that's awful. But what you do want, but you also don't want a country where everyone's just going into debt and just pissing a bunch of money away that they don't have. What you would want, theoretically, is a country where everyone, instead of saving all their money, is investing all their money.
Right.
Because that's going to create new businesses. That's going to, make the economy better. So that's really what you want to invest. I mean, that's really what you want to incentivize, is people to invest.
Why do you think the stock market has been such a boon?
Yeah,
when there's been 0 interest rates.
Because that's where everyone's shoving their money.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. But here's your easy tip. I assume everyone knows this. You should never, ever, 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 ever,
super chat about economics,
ever pay the minimum amount of your credit card statement.
Do you know how many people do that, Sitch?
That is a scam. That is a fucking scam. You should not be doing that, okay?
Do you know how many people do that?
A lot of people do it.
They do, yeah.
It's a scam. You should never do that unless you literally are forced to. You should always pay as much as possible because the interest rate on your credit card is absurdly high.
It's 20%, 25%.
It's a total fucking scam. Yeah. They're paying 0% interest rate. Well, they were, obviously now interest rates is higher. But back in the day, when there's a 0% interest rate, credit card companies, 0% interest rate from the government, and they're hitting you for 20%, it's a total scam. You should never, ever pay the minimum amount. That's a scam. You are getting scammed if you pay the minimum amount on your credit card. So. Joe the Make for $5 says, you want a system where both occur. Saving isn't solely the weight as the money in another loan. It's as that money is another loan vehicle for banks. Okay, well, I feel like we.
Let's just not.
The most dope for 11 months says, I'm optimistic too. Christian nationalist types are probably more of a vocal online thing. The biggest figures are pundits like Walsh and Knowles. Yeah, and even they're kind of just stepping I mean, the fact that they're stepping their toes in it is concerning because that is not a good sign. But you know, we do have super chats from Sunday that we never got to.
Yeah, we got to speed it up. Look,
I know.
obviously,
Well,
people know how to yank our chain here. They're like, look,
yeah,
I'm going to get the veins popping out in Adam's forehead.
Our chain. Okay.
I need to do some, I need something that does those cool graphic veins, the anime veins for my forehead when I get all triggered. That would be great. I should just move to laser eyes. Oh, big head. No, that doesn't.
Doesn't have quite the same thing. It's true.
Ah, look, the whole idea that you guys are going to convince me and I'm going to convince you. I mean, that ship has sailed long ago. So I just can't we just be friends? Look, I don't care how you spend your money.
Right.
I'm going to use MMT to get rich in the market. For me, it's market milker theory.
There you go.
I'm with Doug.
Andrew Clark for $2 said, this is from Sunday. Is this the Sitch and Adam show? I don't know what that was in relation to.
Oh, shit. And we didn't even do oh, God.
What?
We have another video to do, too. We have another video to maybe we'll just do it as a.
I thought we were going to do that as a standalone thing.
Okay, we'll do it.
I mean, we could just do it because it's going to be short if you just want to do it just the east.
No, we'll do it as a bonus. It gets way more views that way anyway.
Okay. Yeah, because it's going to be short. I don't really anything to say about it.
Man, I'm super beat. Like, you guys have really beaten me up here.
Okay.
No one's been servicing my debt all day.
There you go. Grendel Vat for $10 says, yes, FDR economics were wrong. He also heard Germans responding to the rise of AH. I don't know what AH is. With noises rather than applause or cheering, and knew nothing good would come from it. Oh, Hitler. Okay. Matt Rusconi for $5. Thank you. Says, Sitch, I'm sorry you heard this from me, but Adam told me that kids deserve the vote more than people of shadow. Don't tell him I told you, though. Is this true, Adam? Is this true?
100% true.
Wow. Yeah. What a scumbag.
I don't think people of shadow should even be allowed to vote. I hate to tell you.
Holy shit.
Look, they're just not smart enough. Their IQ is too low.
Can you mother? This is, you know what this is? You know what this is, chat? I want everyone to know what this is. This is jealousy. This is jealousy, pure and simple. He's jealous that my name comes first in the stream. Everyone's like, Adam is Sitch, Adam is Sitch. It's like, no, bitch, it's Sitch and Adam. And he's jealous. Now he wants to take away my vote so he can vote himself the ability to have his name first in the stream.
Look, I just don't like sesquipedalians. And Sitch.
Oh, Mister, I'm writing down every fucking big word that I use and keeping track of it.
Look,
touche, motherfucker.
I'm putting my foot down, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt Rusconi for another $5 says, Adam, word on the street is Sitch has another podcast, and he does. Gasp. What aboutism?
What?
Keep it a secret, though. I fear his wrath.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sitch, you're doing what aboutism?
I am. And whenever I do it on this other podcast, I do it about you. I say, what about, someone insults me and I say, yeah, but what about this thing that Adam does? That's a way worse. I hear Adam enjoys peanut butter and toothpaste together. And that's just
hilarious.
Disgusting.
That's hilarious. You save up all of Dr. Diddler's super chats and you throw those out.
Right.
That's harsh. That's very harsh. Anyway.
Stock for $2 says, why is Lucy Lemonbug a sticker? What does it mean? Well, it means that she's a dirty, degenerate sticker. Yeah. That's what it means.
A chopper and a sticker are the same thing. They're synonyms for someone who uses chopsticks.
Disgusting.
Yeah. See how it's chop is one word and stick is the other word? That's the origin of chopper and sticker.
Thoughts Apprentice for $2 says, I can tell you what school is like for Gen Z. Sad.
That's so bad.
Alternate Keck for $5 says, please tell my dog Rex he is a good boy. Rex, you're a good boy.
Rexy, you're such a good boy. Good boy.
Rexy, people
Good
are
boy.
telling me. I don't know because I've never met you, Rex, but I've heard from many people. Many people, they tell me, they say this dog Rex, he's the bestest, he's the greatest, he's the goodest of boys.
I've heard that too.
Let's see. Daniel for $5 says, it's crazy that every generation thinks the world is about to end. It's crazy to think that eventually one of them is going to be right. I mean, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Now, I mean, obviously we go through periods of instability, but keep on keeping on. Let's see. Ed Wood Sr. for $5 says, it's likely that politics will be based on the factors and weighting used in AI's analysis of policy. Compare Plato's Republic. I kind of think I understand what you're saying, but I'm not 100% sure I understand what you're saying. But okay. Let's see. Brave New World here. Andrew Clark. I don't know if you saw this on Sunday. I saw this. Andrew Clark's trying to stir some trouble here, Adam.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why would he do such a thing?
And I intentionally didn't read it because Andrew Clark is evil. This is Andrew Clark, who obviously we've found out is a big BDSM guy. So obviously he's a sadist. He said, Super Chat for $2 says, Alt Hiss, what do you think of custodial voting?
What's that?
Yeah, what indeed? So I said, I'm not going to read that one.
Oh, you passed that one up?
Pass that one up.
Oh, I remember when I saw that. I was like, I actually want to ask him about that.
No.
I think he'd be in favor of it, but
I don't.
Look, we've been trading book recommendations ever since that stream, so I could just DM him and ask.
Okay.
Let him know.
Stug for $5 says, don't know who needs to hear this, but cautious observation is not required for the double slit or other quantum phenomenon. Yeah, he said that there was some phenomena that did change depending on whether people were observing it. And again, I always get this like fucky thing where people say, no, it's true. And then other people say it's not true. And I'm like, well, I thought it was true because you have to observe it to observe something. You have to shine light on it. And it's the light that's affecting it. It's not you like literally looking at it. But then other people say, no, literally you looking at it changes it. So I don't know. I just throw my hands up and say, I don't understand.
You didn't want to challenge him on that one?
Well, I mean, I want him to be right.
Oh, okay, good.
But also we were trying to go through like a million topics. So.
Yeah, look, our MO, if you guys haven't figured it out, it's like we like to build a rapport with guests and then, you know, Dev, he's been on like 5 times. We're like full on yelling at each other.
Well, no. You misunderstood. Okay. So I like Alt Hiss a lot and I like talking to him a lot. But he's a person who he has a lot to say on given subjects. He's not a person who gives very terse answers to things.
Right.
And so if I say, well, what about this from what you say? I know that's going to spawn a 5 to 10 minute response.
Oh, okay.
And so I weigh in my mind, is that 5 to 10 minute response worth it? Or are there other topics we want to cover that I feel are more important to whatever we're streaming about?
Right.
And so I say there's other topics that are more important. We'll talk to him again because he's very interesting and I'll bring it up.
Good. Excellent method. Excellent strategy there.
Right. Okay.
I 100% agree with that strategy. And I am actually going to bestow voting on shadow people now. I'm so happy with that response.
Thank you. My response was so good that I gained the right to vote.
Right. You're
welcome, my shadow brethren. Okay. Soul Doge for $5 says, probably the only thing I agree with alt history on is that we were founded on a country of libertarian ideals, the superior ideals that allow us to flourish. There you go. Theo Wolfie for $5. I guess Soul Doge wasn't a big fan. Theo Wolfie for $5 says, for Rudyard, what's your favorite civilization and how based is the Minoa civilization? Sorry, I didn't get to that, Theo Wolfie.
I don't even know what the Minoas is.
They were like the Minotaur people. Holy shit, I just said it as a joke and it's like true.
Wow.
They're
Really?
the Bronze Age culture, which was centered on the island of Crete. Oh, is that where the term Minotaur comes from? I just said it as like a joke. Because wasn't the labyrinth on the island of Crete? It's like in mythology or something. So there you go. Yeah, King. Their name comes from the legendary King Minos. Booyah.
I hope you don't mind. I made an executive decision on the show, Sitch. I decided to change the name to Adam and Sitch and Adam.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did
Look,
you make this change?
I like having my name in the name twice.
Right. Okay.
Really hits home.
Okay. Yeah. How did you're not gonna get paid this month, but
That's hilarious.
till the name goes back to normal.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
Look, we did kind of take over your second channel, so
Yeah. True. Okay. Let's see. Stream Troll Mike for $5 says people complain about post-war architecture, but I've never seen anyone talk about the space age architectural movement that was popular in the 50s and 60s.
I love that. I love that stuff.
What I don't even know what that is.
Like the
that's like
Jetson style architecture.
Like the Space Needle, like Sonic's, like how Sonic looks.
Yeah.
Like Fallout, like the way everything looks in Fallout.
Where they're going for, this is what the future's going to look like, but it kind of never did. It looks like retro futuristic.
Retro future. Yeah. Well, it can't look like the future because they did it. So it was retro. So it becomes like, how can something look like the future that you make everything look now?
Yeah, now it's Cybertruck. That's the future.
Which is the worst fucking thing ever. The official name for this is called Googie architecture. I agree. You know what? I really like that kind of bizarre retro 50s Googie space architecture too. It's neat because it's very like unique and weird, but not like, but still aesthetically pleasing to me. So 70s architecture was really awful. I don't know what architecture, I don't know what the architectural style for now is. Or like the 2000s. I have no clue what's going on the last 20 years in architecture. But I don't even know if have we had like a style?
My God, what is this?
What are you? Adam's not listening.
It's like it's like 1,000 cards in this deck. How's this work?
Are you looking at JMAX commander deck?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be 100, I think.
What? Like 100 hand-picked cards?
No, you don't pick. You don't have a hand of 100 at a time.
Right.
It's 100 in your deck.
Okay.
So like a normal Magic deck has 40 to 60 cards in it.
Right.
Depending on the format, and a commander has 100, I believe.
It's a lot of cards.
Oh,
this one looks spaced.
Well, the difference is, so in commander, one of the big differences
the ponder
is
card.
You can't have any in commander, you can't have any duplicates.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. In normal Magic, you can have 3 duplicates. What was the card you liked?
Ponder looks pretty cool.
Oh, I was like, why?
But when I click on it, it's a different picture.
Yeah,
look, I only like it based on the picture. So
I was gonna say, like, you like Ponder. Oh, you're right. Like the one when you mouse over it, I don't know.
It's completely different. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, because they reprint the cards, and whenever they reprint the cards, they change the art.
Okay.
You're right. They have like when you mouse over it, has this like really cool psychedelic 70s.
Yeah, I like that.
Like
picture.
Insane art, and then when you click on it, it's like the really boring art that existed when I played Magic from like whenever 2012. It's just like a hand holding up some planets or something.
One of the guys in Comicsgate did a bunch of art, I think, for Magic the Gathering.
Oh wow!
He was like, "That's one of my regular gigs." I can't remember, but I remember him saying,
"Okay."
He'd done a lot of Magic the Gathering stuff.
The blue-black deck. Your commander is a 2/3 flyer. Other fairies, it's a flying Death Touch fairy, so I guess the fairy deck. Other fairies you control get ++1/+1. Whenever another fairy you control dies, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. Wait. Whenever another fairy you control dies, you draw a card. Oh, you lose a life. That sounds awful. You lose life. when your fairies die? Just so you can draw a card? Just to have a card draw? Okay. I guess I'm assuming you have ways of gaining life back in this deck, but...
So when it's your turn, what do? You throw out a card or something? You play a card?
You can play one land per turn.
Okay.
Land... You see, okay, look at the commander card. You see the fairy?
Yeah.
The fairy guy? Okay, you see how at the top right it says there's a number 1, and then there's a teardrop, and then there's a skull.
Right.
Okay, so that's the cost of the card. So that means it costs 1 of any color mana, 1 blue mana, and 1 black mana. Still with me?
Theoretically.
Okay. So the way you get mana generally in Magic is you have these things called land. If you look to the left, you see where it says land 38.
Right.
Okay. There's all these little things called land. Now these are all fancy special lands. But normally in Magic, you just have a bunch of like land that's just a normal land, like an island. And it just says click, it says tap this land to produce 1 island blue, right? And so every turn you can put out 1 land. So to play this card, Adam, this fairy card, you'd have to have 3 land. 1 which can be any color, and then 1 that's a blue colored land, and 1 that's a black colored land. And you'd tap your 3 land to produce 3 mana, and then you play this fairy from your hand onto the field.
What does tapping mean?
Tap. So tap in Magic denotes that you're using something. So you tap it with your hand, or you turn it to the sideways just to denote that it's in use.
Okay.
Okay.
And you're kind of building a collection of cards that's going to do what?
On the field. So everyone has 20 life when you start, and the goal is to make it so they have 0 life.
Oh, really? So you're basically trying to take life away from the other player.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you see at the bottom right of the card, I don't know if you have, probably should bring this up if we're going to talk about this, but
I guess I probably should, huh?
Or just bring up the still photo or something of the fairy.
Are we talking Duke of Splendor?
Yeah. Just bring up the Duke of Splendor. Right click, open image in new tab.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, whatever, do whatever you want. Anyway, okay. You see how it says 2/3 at the bottom right of the card?
Yes.
Okay. So the first number is the power of the creature, and the second number is the toughness. So that means if you have no creatures on the field, Adam, and this creature attacks you, you will take 2 damage.
Ouch.
So your life will go from 20 to 18. Okay.
Painful.
Right. But the toughness means, so if say you had a creature that could block this creature. Okay. So you had another little fairy on your field, and say it was a 3/3. That means that it does 3 damage and has 3 life. So it would block this creature and kill it because it does 3 damage. Do you understand?
Right. So we're doing creature versus creature?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Now, this creature is a little more complicated because it's flying and death touch. Flying creatures can only be blocked explicitly by other flying creatures or by creatures that say they can block flying.
Right.
And it says death touch. Now, death touch means...
Do we roll dice in this or anything? How do we figure out how the attacks work?
There are a couple cards that roll, but not mostly, no.
Okay.
Well, what do you mean the attacks work? You just put the creature down and then you just say, I attack you.
Okay. Well, attack what creature on the other side?
Okay, so you don't...
How many people can play, first of all? Like 4, 5, 10?
So normal games are usually 1v1, but you can have a game with like 6 people playing at once, which when I used to play with my friends, we would play in these giant games of like 6 or 7 people at the same time. So, and you weren't really teams. Everyone was kind of a free-for-all. Whoever was the last person standing wins.
Okay, cool.
So, but anyway, so you don't really, usually with a creature, like if it's a creature on creature, you're not saying my fairy attacks your creature. You're saying I'm attacking you. And then the person defending gets to determine whether they take the damage or whether they throw their creatures in front of it to block the damage.
Right. Okay.
And you see, it says death touch. And what that means is that if the creature does, so normally, if you were to block this fairy, this 2/3 fairy with a 3/3 fairy, your 3/3 flyer would not die because this creature only does 2 damage. And that creature has 3 health. But since it has death touch, that means that if it does any amount of damage to a creature, it kills it because it has death touch.
That death touch is pretty valuable.
Yeah, Death Touch is very nice. So
I like that.
and then underneath it, it says other fairies you control get +1/+1. So it means as long as that's on the field, if you have other fairies that are other creatures that are fairy type, they just get automatically +1/+1 to their stats. That bottom right number becomes +1/+1.
Cool.
And then it says when another fairy you control dies, you draw a card, and then you also unfortunately lose 1 life. So there's your basic tutorial in Magic. There's also non-creature spells that you can cast and all sorts of shit that just have random effects and do a million different things. So
we start playing the game.
Yeah.
Are there any cards visible, or do we start flipping cards? Is that how the
no, you shuffle your deck.
The game goes?
You
So it's
shuffle your
random
deck,
what plays what? What creature fights what creature is random?
No. It's not random. Well, what cards you get is supposed to be random. Like you make a deck, so you know what's inside of it.
Right.
You shuffle before you start. You have to shuffle it, so you can't like arrange it in some specific order or something.
Right.
And then you draw 6 cards.
That's the random part.
Right. And then you draw 6 cards, and it's your turn. And say, okay, it's your turn. You look at your hand. Usually, you're going to say, okay, well, you're going to put down 1 land because you can always put down 1 land per turn. Doesn't cost anything. And then you look at your hand and say, does anything in my hand cost 1 mana? And if there does, then you can just do it. If there doesn't, then you just say, oh, that ends my turn. And then it's their turn. And it kind of goes back and it just keeps going back and forth until someone builds up enough mana to do something. So you build up 3 mana, you play your little flying fairy guy, and then you say, I attack you. You can't attack on the first turn because unless it has haste, but just
there's no mana credit cards in this game. I can't just put my mana on the credit card.
There are spells that produce mana similar to the way a credit card produces
nice.
mana. Yes. But I'm just trying
so if I have one of those cards, I could just be like, look, I'm going to play my spell card, doctor me up 20 mana and start going to town.
If sure.
Oh, nice.
I mean, not exactly that, but
look, I'm already an expert at this. I already know how to destroy everyone.
Oh, really? Well, so yeah, so one of the most expensive cards, or like one of like the most famous cards, is the Black Lotus, which is a card that just costs 0 to play that adds 3 mana of any color to your turn for 1 turn.
Now, JMac is buying these cards. Do they?
Yeah.
Does the manufacturer of the cards sell new cards, or do you buy them from other players? And they're like collectible cards.
So I don't believe the manufacturer sells individual cards. They do is they sell like packs of cards that are randomized to an extent. I think every card has to have either a rare, has to have at least 1 rare, I believe, or 1. I don't know if it's uncommon. Yeah, I think every card has to have at least 1 rare in it. Like the power of the cards, there's common, uncommon, rare, and mythic rare. And that's like denotes how powerful the card is usually. And every card has to have at least the very minimum 1 rare, but they're random-ish. And so basically what happens is that people buy these giant packs of cards, then individual people will then sell individual cards online, essentially.
Right.
And so it's usually more economical, I believe, if you're creating a commander deck to buy individual cards than to just try to like buy packs and get lucky.
So. And what is a commander deck? Is that a deck that you're just, this deck is undefeatable?
So the commander's different. So the way a commander's different is, as I said, it's a 100-card deck where you can't have duplicates at all. In the normal deck, you can have up to 3. In the commander deck, you can't have duplicates. And there's this thing called the commander, which is the fairy, which I've never played commander, so I don't remember exactly how it works. But there's something like you can summon this commander at any time if you can pay for it or something. I don't know. It's not important. Who knows? Who cares?
Cool.
Anyway, there's your Magic the Gathering nerd explanation.
Look, I'm so glad you know this stuff. It's like I got a nerd friend that
there you go.
Nerd-splain me all of this stuff.
Right.
Amazing.
I don't know if you would actually like to play Magic.
Why?
I don't know if you'd have the patience for it.
I love playing Hearts because I love shooting the moon. That's like my thing.
Well,
it seems like in this game,
yeah,
There is an equivalent to shooting the moon.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
But it's usually, well, it's different in that you create your deck. So you create whatever win condition you want.
Right.
So like, for example, and this is why when we're talking to Aiden about Magic, I was making fun of her. There's so the main way to win Magic is to reduce your opponent's health to 0.
Mm-hmm.
There's another way to win, which is called milling, which is there are cards that make
the mill deck.
Yes, there are cards that make you discard cards from your deck.
Do I get to keep your cards? I get to take
no. Well, actually, there are some cards that make it so you do.
That's
there are
what
cards,
I want.
Yeah,
I
there
want
are
a whole
creatures,
deck of those.
Yes, there are creatures that'll say like whenever your opponent mills or discards or a card, you get it, or something to that effect. But the way the mill decks work is it makes you throw cards from your deck directly into your graveyard, and if you do that enough so that they have no card to draw on their draw face, then they automatically lose, regardless of how much health they have.
Nice.
So that's usually, I always looked at that as like a gross way, like a dishonorable way of winning.
I know you got mad at Aiden for that.
It seems like it's a very dishonorable way to play Magic, in my opinion. I don't like it. It's gross.
There's no greater feeling than when you're playing Hearts and people realize that you're shooting the moon and they can do nothing about it. Oh, it's so good.
Well,
so good.
My friend would make really obnoxious decks like that, where he would construct a deck where you know what he's going to try to do, and it'd be in such a way where you can't stop it.
Yes, that's what I'm going for right there.
Right, like it.
That's it.
He has a very annoying deck he called "There Will Be Peace," where essentially there's a creature that when it entered play, it made it so your opponent had to skip their combat phase, so they could never attack you.
Nice.
And he had a way, and he would just make it forever, like bounce in and out of the field, and he would protect it from like every kill spell that existed, so that you could just never enter combat. And he always see, I could see this is Adam being the troll. He would always say, "There will be peace." You can play the guy. And you'd be on the other side, like seething, like fuck.
I love this guy.
Yes. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe you would like Magic because there's so much trolly shit you could do when you play Magic.
Is this where all the troll culture comes from in the Zoomer class? It comes from, look, in all of our games there's trolling.
Yeah. I think it's just that people are just trolls, so they add trolling into all their games.
When we were playing D&D when I was a kid, like Scott, my friend Scott, was always the dungeon master.
Mm-hmm.
And man, that guy was a master troll. Oh my God, he'd be trolling all of us.
Of course. That's the way.
I'd be like, look, I've had this character for 7 years. You just killed my fucking character.
Well, that's beyond trolling. That's like evil.
You just killed my 7-year character.
Right.
I've had this character since 3rd grade. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
But then he'd always be like, oh, look, but you fell in a fountain of magical water.
Resurrection water. You're fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. He'd have guys in like tears.
He's smart because he knows if he wouldn't, he doesn't want the game to end. He just
of course. Yeah, we'd play for days.
Right. Because that's when you stop playing. You're like, listen, my character's not dead, and I'm just not playing with you anymore. Go fuck yourself.
Exactly.
Right.
Look, I'm playing D&D with Larry down the street.
Right,
you suck.
Exactly. Yeah. Being a good dungeon master is a very difficult skill. So.
Yeah. Look, I could never dungeon master because I can't read. So obviously it was beyond my ability. Yeah. So
Fondue for $5 says that guest, talking about all his, was pretty smart. He says things I agree with. There you go.
Of course. And that's how you can tell someone is smart.
True. Living Does Wall specifically for $5 says, I will not stop LARPing. I will hit nerds with foam covered sticks while dressed up as an elf because that is my right as an American. True.
Yes.
True.
That is your right.
You'll be casting fireball at people.
God bless you.
J Bond for $2 says, read The Unseen Realm by Michael S. Heiser. The Unseen Realm. Let's see. In The Unseen Realm, Dr. Michael Heiser examines the ancient context of Scripture, explaining how a supernatural worldview can help us grow in our understanding of God. He illuminates intriguing and amazing passages of the Bible that have been hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, I think I looked at that when we were.
Yeah.
But it didn't seem like my cup of tea since I'm not really a Bible guy.
Stock for $2 says, bring on the Maverick versus Reploid Wars. Jesus. Okay. CT for 2 Canadian says, you guys should play Cyberpunk 2077.
I'm dying to play that game.
Yeah, I know you are.
Look, I should just play it on stream with
You
Sitch.
should, yeah.
Then we can stream at the same time.
Yeah, I've never played it, so.
Can we play 2-player or is that
I don't think so. I think it's single player.
Gotta play it 1-player.
Yeah, I'll just watch you play it and comment.
No, you can play the sandwich game. We'll do like a split screen.
No, that never works. So. CT for 2 Canadian says, at the very least, Sitch, look up Atom Smasher.
Is that like a...
From Cyberpunk?
No,
Atom Smasher. He's a guy.
A collider, a particle accelerator.
He looks like the robot. He looks like the evil robot from. I'm assuming this was the inspiration. He looks like the evil robot from Terminator 2. You remember that guy?
Cool. Yeah.
He had like the weird face.
Guy's
like
amazing.
That was like in the robot body.
I love that.
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I just said Terminator 2. RoboCop 2.
Yeah.
Terminator is the liquid guy. I'm talking about RoboCop. You know what I'm talking about?
Peter Weller. That's the actor from RoboCop.
Okay. Anyway.
Read some super chats. I gotta go.
Great. Gene the Angry Payment for $5 says, I'm becoming immortal to hunt and yeet transhumanists. Sings, who wants to live forever? There you go. CT for 2 Canadian says, Atom Smasher is a chromed up gonk. Fuck that Borg. There you go. I don't know what those words mean, but sure. Lily as well, specifically for $2 said, add Psychopath Season 1 to Adam's anime watch list. Okay, check it out. I never liked it, but maybe
Psychopath Season 1?
Psychopaths, yeah.
I'm gonna watch that.
Mob Psycho.
Mob Psycho, yeah, that's badass.
Highly recommend that.
Can't wait till I am not fully exhausted when I start watching it.
I love the music too. I would use the music in a lot of my videos too. Maybe they'll recognize it. Like, oh, I recognize that from a Sitch video. CT for 2 Canadian says, not you, Adam. You a chum. Different Adam, no relation. I think CT's using cyberpunk language.
Oh, good.
Valve Go for $5 says, all the right-wing stereotypes Destiny denied came out during his Vosh Emma panel. He was cringing so hard, it was so gratifying.
Right-wing stereotypes of...
Greedy racist. All the things that he was denying in our conversation. Vosh
Oh,
Emma
really?
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Right.
Hilarious.
Supposedly. I haven't actually seen it, but... Mark Twain's Revenge, thanks so much for $10, says, Adam, right now the Davis-Bacon Act is the single largest block to publicly... The Davis-Bacon Act is the single largest block to publicly constructed housing in the U.S. It ties government construction projects to union rates, raising construction costs by 15 to 20%.
Boo! Dumb! Stupid!
There you go.
Why are they... Look, Sitch.
We need more illegal labor, obviously, to build the houses for cheap.
Look, this is why I want to have these conversations with people who are actually economically literate.
Right.
It's like, oh man, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Look, we want something. We want more of something. How do we get more of it? We tax the shit out of it.
Right. Mason George for $5 says, early 2000 Ghost in the Shell anime. It's amazing. It's the closest way I see human robotics integration happening. S-Class is the best class. Yeah, Adam would probably love Ghost in the Shell. It's all about that. So, and it's got like a hot
Ghost in the
lady
Shell? What are you talking about? I've seen that a bunch of times.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah. I saw the movie too with Scarlett Johansson, right?
Right. ScarJo.
It was okay. I mean, the anime is better, but
Right. Andrew Clark for $2 says, of course, Contra has clickety switches, insufferable. There you go.
for the typing.
Yeah, I didn't notice, but Fondue for $5 says, quote, I wouldn't prank Jeffree Star at a food court. PSA Sitch. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that whole situation?
Jeffree Star getting pranked at a food court?
No, there was some YouTuber that went up to some delivery guy at a food court and was like holding his phone in the guy's face, and he was like using Google Translate to say something. I'm assuming it was insulting. It's hard to tell from the video. And the guy keeps telling him, no, get away, get away. And he's kind of like just following him with his phone in his face. And the guy takes out a gun and shoots him.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I guess I have to see the video. Like, how annoying is he?
I mean, just kind of walking up. He's got his phone in his face, and he's just holding it near his face while doing whatever he's doing.
Sounds like he fucked around.
I mean, he did. He definitely did.
Right.
So a jury on Thursday found 31-year-old Alan Coley not guilty of aggravated malicious wounding in the shooting of 21-year-old Tanner Cook, who runs the Classified Goons YouTube channel.
So he got away with it. He shot him in the face and got away with it.
I think he got a different... Coley was found not guilty of aggravated malicious wounding and malicious discharge, though he still faces charges of shooting an occupied dwelling. So he's not fully off. He can face up to 10 years in prison for shooting an occupied dwelling. I'm kind of shocked, really, that he got off on that charge, because, like, I mean, it's really does not seem at all like self-defense, even remotely.
Well, I mean, if he's annoying enough, a jury's going to side with the guy who's getting annoyed.
I guess. I mean, because the question is, like, is the action threatening enough to merit it? And I don't see how someone walking up to you with their phone out, like trying to play something to you, I don't understand how, like, no matter how annoying this person is, that you could say that that's like a threat.
Well, I'm going to tell you, my gut tells me that, yeah, I'm glad he got shot, and I hope people get the message that don't fuck with people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's everyone's response, which is like, okay, listen, I agree with that idea. Don't fuck with people. People doing these prank shit's really annoying. But that doesn't give you justification to shoot someone.
We as a society decide.
Okay.
If it gives you justification to shoot someone. And it sounds like you're okay with the decision society has made.
I mean, I'm not super bothered by it. I just think it's weird that I don't understand how that guy got off. Like, legally, it does not seem like the guy should have got off at all for doing this. So.
Yeah, but morally he should, so.
I don't even think morally. Listen, if he swung at that kid, I would have been okay with it. I think taking a gun and fucking shooting him is just, like, too much. I mean, he's lucky. The only reason, I think the only reason that he didn't get arrested or charged or convicted, I should say, is because the kid survived. And I think he had to get, like, his gallbladder removed, or I don't know, he had to get something removed.
Where did he shoot him?
In the chest.
Okay.
Or the stomach. He shot him in the stomach. And when the kid's doing it, I'm gonna be real. The guy who shoots him looks like insane. Like there's something wrong with him. Like he doesn't look like, his face is not processing information a correct way.
Just what you want to see in a gun owner.
Which makes sense, because usually the person who pulls out a gun and shoots someone in that charge is, makes sense.
Why was he? Do we know why he was accosting this guy?
He was filming him doing some kind of YouTube stunt or something, I imagine.
So it was just like a prank thing.
Right.
He's like, let me just annoy you by listening to my phone. Was the phone speaking in a different language? It was.
Says the phone was playing the phrase, "Hey, dipshit, quit thinking about my twinkle," using Google Translate. But I don't know if it was speaking in American English or some other language.
Right. The guy's Japanese or?
No, the guy looks white.
Okay. But white could mean he's,
I don't know what he is.
I don't know, Ukrainian. He could be speaking Ukrainian.
Coley backs away from Cook, telling him to stop 3 times and tries to knock the phone away before pulling his gun out and shooting him in the lower left chest.
Sweet. No, I'm going with the shooter, man. You want to antagonize people, you should get shot.
My heart goes with the shooter, but my head does not.
Well, because you've seen the clip, but
I'm just saying, it doesn't seem. I don't understand how he. I don't understand what the how he legally was not just I don't understand how the jury. What the fuck was going on with the jury?
Look, if I'm on the jury, I'm like, hey, I don't like people messing with me either.
I don't either, but doesn't mean you have to shoot somebody.
It does.
Okay.
If you got a gun and you're getting messed with, shooting should be top on your priority list.
Okay. I mean, listen.
What's the point of even carrying a gun if you can't shoot somebody?
I'll say this much: if this is like a sign that gets YouTube pranksters to stop, then it's a worthy sacrifice. Okay.
Right. That's it. Look, we're putting too much value on human life right now.
That's true.
We need things to change. There's a crisis of authority going on.
I want everyone to vote just said that we're putting too much value on human life.
Things need to change here. We need people to know that if you mess with people, they are well within their right to blow you away.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I just think that should be the way it is.
Did you see there's a crazy video of this biker? I don't know what precipitated it. He jumped on the back of this person's car.
Mm-hmm.
And then he stomped on the windshield and knocked the windshield in. Apparently the woman had kids in the car and she got out of the car and got almost, even though he had a gun, she got up in his face. It was yelling at him and shit.
Where are you seeing these amazing videos? Why don't you send me some of these?
On Twitter. It's everywhere.
DM me that shit.
I don't know whatever happened to that guy though. I don't know if he ever got arrested or whatnot.
DM this stuff to me, man.
Okay.
I want you to light up my DMs. I don't look.
I didn't know you were interested. I'll send you all these clips that I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see some guy getting shot at the food court.
There you go. Brick Nose for $10 says particles don't operate differently when you're looking at them with a camera. We can't measure particles without interacting with them. Seeing an electron means bouncing another particle off of it. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was my understanding as well. Sodos for $2 says hi Rags. Lizzie Does Walls for $2 says hi Rags. Lucy Lemonbug for $2 has a little rags with hearts emoji. Well, there you go.
Love you, Rags.
Zoke for $2 says, I own a Beretta 92 FS. Guess I'm A team now. Well, you shouldn't be, because Adam didn't even know the gun was a Beretta 92 FS model.
Well, I don't think it's called a Beretta because I think it's
not real.
Like the prop guns. It's the same exact design, but it's called something different. So
right,
I can't remember what it's called.
Angry Bellspot for $5 says, imagine the housing crisis if we got rid of a few million invaders and stopped calling their children citizens. Well, I don't know how much illegal immigration played into the housing crash in 2008. I would guess very limited amounts.
Right.
And I mean, frankly, calling them invaders is a little too racist for my liking, Angry Bellsprout. But the whole thing about stopping birth citizenship, okay, listen, if you want to do it, you're going to have to amend the Constitution. This is kind of the problem, and the thing that annoys me about it is it's when Vivek says it, the way that it reads to me is that Vivek thinks that you're an idiot, that you're too stupid to understand what he's suggesting would require a constitutional amendment, which is possible, but highly fucking unlikely that would ever be changed. So why don't you actually talk about policies like what I talked about, which is the end amnesty given at the border, that seem potentially feasible instead of starting to argue for constitutional amendments that are never going to happen. Just my thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, and on the housing stuff, every time I go around and see these new housing projects and stuff like that, it seems like all the workers on the project are actually immigrants. So I just like,
Sure. Yeah,
there's that. I mean,
that's
it seems
true.
like they're, look, if
They're
you
the
want to
ones building the
say,
houses.
if you want to say, you know, come to America and, you know, build your own house and build one for your neighbor, they're probably to take you up on that.
Right. Matthew Newman for $5 New Zealand dollars says, I was there on conservative side slippery slope argument during the gay marriage. Was the argumentation will justify all marriages. Sentiment catches up slow. There you go. Armagod for $2 says Lily Tay dropped a new music video. Yeah, I saw. All the people were talking about Lily Tay again. She had some video of her playing guitar and piano. People were excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird that she's dead and dropping a music video. So, I mean, that's like a first.
Wait, what? Why are you saying she's dead?
You know, she faked her own death. You
Oh,
don't remember that?
right. I forget.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Listen, she's very talented. She can die and then come back to life like Jesus and then, you know, do a music video.
Somebody hacked my account.
Yeah, sure. I've never understood anyone's fascination with Lily Tay at all, but that's just me. Bad Dragonite for $5. That's a hilarious name. Says Blair has done infinitely more help to trans people be more accepted than Contra has. There you go.
Agreed. 1,000 times agreed. All Contra is doing is preaching to the choir to the people who already adore trans people and hope 5 of their kids are trans.
Doug for $5 says, for $7 says, who was a Roman senator who talked about how the influence of Greece was degenerate and unmanly, and he wore some kind of raggedy toga? Cato. So there you go.
I didn't know that.
Is that why they call it the Cato Institute? Because that's kind of fucking hilarious if that's the case. I don't know if that's why they call it the Cato Institute, but it's funny if it is. They're like, Wilson, we're channeling the energy from all the way back here. Okay. Let's see. Bad Dragonite for $5 says humanity's progress also involves refining existing traditional ideas at work, not just what progressives want to move away from working systems. That's true. But you do need to have the progressive intuition to even refine existing things that work in the first place. You just don't want to go full prog. So Suck for $5 says, Rags, are you sure you don't think Hitler deserves to burn to hell for like just a few years at least?
Yes. Yes.
I think Rags would be okay with Hitler burning in hell for like a few years. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Can
Creature
we pop his eyeballs like pimples?
Yeah, just a couple years. I think it's the infinity. I mean, for Rags, it seemed like it was the eternity part that's like excessive, which
Right.
I agree with. Eternity seems excessive for anything. So, Creature JK for 5 Canadian says, listening to a bunch of non-Christians completely strawman the argument for hell is triggering my elephant. Adam, thanks for trying. Y'all missing the point. There you go.
Right.
WTF1A for $2 says, how long is Rag staying? I'm curious to his answer.
Well, I don't think we ever got to it. Yeah.
Right.
What happened? We had a look. That stream was like 12 hours long.
It was. That's why we never finished the chats.
Right. You're right. We ran out of time.
Stug for $5 says, I believe SDL debated ContraPoints about teaching young kids about sex to save them from molestation could be worth a look at some point. Sure. Sounds horrific, but okay.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like my cup of tea.
Did you send SDL the message to come debate his horrible rape take?
No, I said, look, you got to know how to do this right.
No. Okay. I know that it's not what you sent him. I'm just asking, did you send him the message?
Hey,
dumb fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know that's not what I'm asking.
Exactly.
Right.
Oh, look, maybe there's a response here. He says, sure. I said,
awesome.
Hey, how's it going? You want to stream with us again sometime? He said, sure.
Okay.
Actually, he sent that at 6:31.
There you go. Listen,
I'm too beat now, but look,
Yeah.
maybe he can come on next Tuesday. I don't have anyone lined up for next
So if
Tuesday.
he wants to come on next Tuesday to talk about his informed consent about trans dating,
Right.
trans relationships. That's probably the way to say it.
Cool.
Wonton Tiger for 5 Canadian says, if you believe in rigid ideology, you will inevitably get conundrums that require cognitive dissonance. That is true. Wait. I thought we did have someone scheduled for next Tuesday. I thought that's when we were talking to Adam.
Oh, you're right. We do. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad I said that. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to do Adam and then STL the same day.
Right. Well.
Wonton Tiger for I read that one. I read that one. Randon Bombaker for $5 says Adam was born in 1970? Question mark.
Close. Yeah.
History. Afro Fly Cook for $5 says bonk, too much horny. There you go. Sammy G for $2 says, so I'm hearing you want more elf art, Adam.
Elf art, yeah.
There you go.
Just art that makes Sitch cringe. I want elves. Right. I think he likes hairy armpits and penis ears.
Afro Fly Cook for $5 says, they think conservatives have the same concept of progress that is always moves one way. It seems to me that we tend to set it in cycles instead.
I agree. Yeah.
Right.
They have completely different understandings of culture and cultural evolution. Conservatives would never call it cultural evolution.
Landor for $5 says, leftists touting themselves as the leopards eating fascist face party. Liberals are in for a shock when they realize their faces are on the menu too. True. That's a great point.
They always seem so shocked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a second, I'm a leftist.
Andrew
How
Clark
dare you leak my DMs?
Exactly. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, that is because you're vanilla. Look at you. You're vanilla.
Who said that?
Andrew.
Oh.
The kinky guy.
Oh, man.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, hi, Rags.
Hi.
PC for $2 says, the real question is, do all dogs go to heaven?
Yes, of course. Even those pit bulls that eat like a baby.
Ultra for $5 says, Sitch, how do you not know about how the rapture works? It was represented well in This Is the End film, and who made it? It was Sitch controlled Hollywood. Well, there you go.
I like that movie a lot. I think that movie's super funny.
It was okay, I guess.
You don't like it?
I didn't think it was that funny. It felt a little too Seth Rogen-y and Jonah Hill-y, if that makes sense.
Look.
That makes sense?
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So.
I'm more a Danny McBride type guy.
Okay.
But I think Danny McBride is in it.
He is in it, yes.
Yeah.
This is like everyone is in that. Everyone in that crew is like in that movie.
Yeah.
Fondue for $2 says, aged like fine wine. Perfection.
Cool.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Kidda's cats do tricks for treats. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Tricks for treats, huh?
Yeah.
Sweet.
It's just Abby for $5 says, you guys need to do a game stream. I want to watch Adam suffer.
Look, every stream.
It's the only reason to do a game stream, right?
Every stream you basically watch me suffer. I don't like what's different about a game stream.
Right.
I feel like there's been lots of suffering on this stream.
CT for 2 Canadian says, finish the comic, play Cyberpunk, Adam. It got DLC.
What's DLC?
Like additional content.
Sweet.
Like something that's like not enough to be a sequel, but still additional content you generally have to pay for. Okay. Kate Bizzle for $5 says, since Adam is too chicken to have me on, you didn't address my point about the guy's vid Adam uploaded. He states that we don't delete our tax money.
Right.
What was the response to that?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. There you go.
Yeah.
Quincy McBurger King for $5 says, I had a dream last night that I was an ape in a zoo. What does this mean? You know what it means? It means that you are a man and not a number, and that you are a prisoner trapped in the reality that is the condition of humanity.
Right. I think it means
Dun,
that
dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
you are finally becoming aware of the ever-present surveillance state.
Right.
That is watching your every move, watching every detail of your life in perfect fidelity.
Right.
You're brushing your teeth. You're in the shower.
Yeah.
You're starting the car. You're mowing the grass.
Oh, okay.
You're like an ape in a zoo.
Right.
Just being observed
by
the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh, okay.
Constantly watching you through the TikTok.
Wow, that was deep. That was deep.
Yeah.
Anyone who got my reference gets 100 free will points.
Oh, you had a reference?
Mine was a reference. No one's gonna get it.
Oh, wow.
It's such an esoteric, bizarre reference.
Tell us. Oh, I
guess. I want to see if anyone gets it.
Yeah, let them guess first.
100 free will Sitch free points. If anyone gets my reference.
Do you really? You think they can handle that much free will? You're always so stingy with the free will. I can't believe
If anyone
this.
gets this reference, they deserve that much free will. Okay.
It's going to be a big weekend.
Gonna be a big weekend, yeah. I'm
got
predicting
so much
no
free
one,
will.
I predict no one will get the reference at all. So.
Okay. I didn't even know you were making a reference.
Right. Oh, looks like someone's got the reference.
Who is
Someone
it?
might be, we'll see. Someone knows what I'm talking about. I can see it. I can see it. We'll see. They didn't say what the name of
it's a movie? Is it a movie?
I'm not gonna say.
I think it is a movie.
I'm not gonna say.
Look, I might need to Google real quick here.
You're not gonna get it.
Why?
Because you would have picked up on it. I mean, you're old enough to get it.
I know the movie, yeah. I just can't remember the name of the movie.
It's not a movie, so.
Oh.
It was a TV show. There it is. Max Attack. You get 100 free will Sitch points. I'm so impressed with you, Max Attack. Thank you. Look at this. The Prisoner. That show from the 70s that no one has seen except for me and Max Attack. Remember The Prisoner? They did a terrible remake with Gandalf that no one watched.
I mean, this... It looks like
Patrick McGoohan.
Looks like The Prisoner came out in 1967. That's even before my time.
That's the show. Ever seen that weird thing where the guy? You probably maybe seen the meme. The guy's on the beach and there's like this weird white inflatable ball that's like chasing him and it like sucks him up. You seen that GIF?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, that's from The Prisoner. Prisoner's a cool show. It's like this guy who was a spy. It's supposed to be like James Bond character. A James Bond character who's like a British spy. He quits his job at being a spy. And so the government gasses him and he wakes up on this weird island where it's like, you're going to live the rest of your life here. And it's like, everything's provided for, but it's like very bizarre, like kind of Stepford Wives. Like everything seems nice, but also like really fucked up at the same time and strange. And they keep saying, the big line from the show was they keep saying, he doesn't have a name anymore. He's a number, you know. And he keeps trying to find out, like, who is number one? Like, who's in charge of everything? Because the number, like, denoted rank. And the show is actually really good. But the end is, like, one of the dumbest endings of all time. It's, like, a complete shit show. It's, like, the stereotype of, like, dumb 60s hippie nonsense. So at the end of the whole series is building up to, like, who is number one? Who is the person in control of the island? And finally, when he gets to, like, the end, it's like the last episode, he finds number one and he pulls off the mask of number one and it's a guy in a monkey suit.
But is it supposed to be like a monkey, an ape, or
It's like a guy in a gorilla suit.
is it supposed to be like a gorilla? They just couldn't afford to
No,
hire
and then
a
he pulls
gorilla?
off the guy in the gorilla suit's mask, and it's him. It's himself. He's number one.
What? Oh, that's some David Lynch shit there.
And then the guy, if I recall correctly, I could be misremembering this. He like puts on the monkey hat again, and then it's like him and the guy in the gorilla suit like go around like saving people and freeing them from their existence of like being trapped. It's like the dumbest, most 60s hippie nonsense ending of all time. You're like, why does this good show have this awful garbage ending?
Don't you hate that? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed when that happens.
It's just like whenever, like, okay, a good movie or a good TV show has a balance between symbolism and like reality. And whenever one goes into just nothing but symbolism, then that's almost always garbage. I can't think of a movie or TV show that goes purely into symbolism that's not just trash. Because it becomes completely detached from like the reality of whatever the story is.
Yeah, and you always wonder. I mean, I don't like stories like that are up to interpretation because
Yeah.
it just
Well, to some extent.
Well, I mean, if it's thematic, okay, I can handle some interpretation there. But like if you're asking yourself what is going on, like that's not good.
Right.
That's not good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like anything that can drift into becoming headcanon bothers me. A lot of people have no problem with that, and it physically disgusts me. If you have to basically write the movie in your head because it's so ambiguous.
Yeah, I agree. It's lazy. It's stupid and lazy.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I don't like the end of Inception. Because it's like, first of all, there is a clear right or wrong answer to the end of Inception. They're just trying to make you do homework to figure it out. I'm like, no, fuck you. That's like you could fake. I think, and I said this before and I'll say it again. I think the good way to do an ambiguous ending is American Psycho. Because either interpretation of the ending could be valid and both say interesting and cool things about the 80s that are relevant to the time period. I think that's why being ambiguous is kind of genius. But usually that's not the case. Usually it's ambiguous in like the what happened.
Isn't the ambiguousness in American Psycho that either he imagined doing it all or whether he actually did it all? Isn't it?
I mean,
that's what's ambiguous.
But yeah.
Look, the movie's a million years old.
Okay.
I think I saw that movie when I was in my 20s.
Sure. I think American Psycho might be the most memed movie in existence currently.
Yeah, totally. Look.
But I don't think most people have actually seen it. It's a really good movie. They've just seen the memes.
Right.
Yes. The end of American Psycho is he actually a psychopath killing all these people, or is it all just his fantasy?
In his head, yeah.
Right. But both of it.
But you got to admit, it's better in Fight Club when it's clear.
Well, they're telling a different story in Fight Club than they are in American Psycho. Because in American Psycho, the reason so in American Psycho, it's genius because if he is killing all those people, there's all this weird shit going on where he's killing all these people and getting away with it, and no one cares. Right. And that's kind of a message.
That says something completely different. Yeah.
Right. And that's kind of this message about the 80s where it's like the rich are able to literally do whatever they want. No one cares. The value of life is so low, as long as you're making money, it doesn't matter. And there's also this whole thing where like his own lawyer doesn't even know who he is. And so there's this complete, like, everyone's just so self-interested and so self-absorbed. No one actually knows who any of the other people they're interacting with are.
Right.
But if he just made it all up, it kind of is more like in line with, even this guy's basically being paid to do nothing. He's living the kind of perfect life that we would all want, where he's just super, in shape.
But he's bored.
Attractive, and he's getting paid, to basically do nothing. And yet his life is so empty and meaningless because he's not actually producing anything of value. He's had to create, like, it's driven him to the point of insanity where he's created all these fantasies in his head to basically try to figure out who he is as a person.
To survive, yeah.
Right. Because that's, he has that ending speech, that really fantastic ending speech about how, he's kind of living in hell because his entire experience of whether he was killing these people or not killing these people and the threat and fear of, you know, being discovered has led to him not discovering anything of value. He just simply shifts back into the exact same meaningless existence that he was in before the movie started. So
yeah, doesn't he basically do a full confession in the speech, but everyone thinks it's like a comedy bit?
he does a full confession to his lawyer. His lawyer tells him that what he's saying can't. His lawyer thinks he's joking because the person he admits to killing, his lawyer says he saw and is still alive, and so he's saying that he's wrong. He's saying he's directly wrong. But then his lawyer doesn't even know who he is. He doesn't even know he's Bateman, Patrick Bateman. So it could be could be that his lawyer just didn't know who the person he's talking about is either. So that's why it's like super ambiguous.
I do. Yeah, now I remember.
Right.
Yeah, no, it is a great movie.
No, American Psycho is a fantastic movie, and it's hilarious. It's a very funny movie. If you don't go into it thinking it's going to be funny, you might be disgusted by it because it's lots of like graphic violence and stuff. But it is a funny movie. It's supposed to be funny. It should be interpreted as a funny movie. But anyway, I love American Psycho. Fantastic movie.
Yeah, we should do a video on it.
We should.
Yeah.
And it's also, I don't know why, but it's like the most meme movie of all time. It's weird now to watch it because it's like, I can't imagine like a Zoomer watching it now because they'll watch every scene like, well, there's the meme. There's like, they're not watching it like a movie. They're watching it like, there's the meme. There's the meme. There's the meme.
To memes.
Yeah. So, though some of the best parts of the movie are not actually memes. So there's still things that you haven't seen yet. My favorite part, it's actually shocking. One of my favorite bits in the movie is not a meme. It's when he shoots the cop car and it explodes. And then he just looks at the gun confused. Remember that? He's just like, what?
It's been a while since I saw it, and I think I only saw it once. So
it's like he's having the complete breakdown at the end, and it like the ATM machine tells him to it says feed me a stray kitten. So he's trying to shove the kitten into the ATM machine. And then it's like the woman screams, he just starts shooting people like left and right in the street. He's like killing all these people.
I do remember that.
That's some of my favorite jokes.
That scene is amazing.
Yeah.
He grabs the kitten, he's like, how do I put this in the thing?
In the ATM machine. And then he just decides to try to shoot it. He's like, and then I love to say that whole scene's amazing. Then he shoots the cop car. The cop car explodes. He looks at the gun confused as to how that's even physically possible because it's like a movie.
Right.
And then that's my second favorite joke is when he walks into the building and he realizes he's in the wrong building. He walks in the building thinking he's going home. He realizes he's in the wrong building. He's too embarrassed to acknowledge that he walked into the wrong building. So he shoots the guy so he doesn't know that he walked in the wrong building just so he can walk out again. I love that movie. That movie's so good.
Streak.
That movie's so funny. Okay. Let's see. Fondue for $5 says, Sitch, you start with 40 and a card advantage outweighs the loss of life. The only life point that matters is your last one. That is true. That's a good point. That's a good point. Though it's a commander deck, so I thought all commander decks have to start with 100. But JMac for $20 says, life is just a resource, Sitch. As long as you have it, spend it, baby. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
100% true.
Right. Liz and Deswall specifically for $5 says, hot take, Netrunner is better than Magic the Gathering. Also, there should be a federal fund given to Richard Garfield to allow him to design whatever he wants. I've never even heard of Netrunner. I don't even know what that is. So, Richard Garfield is the guy who created Magic. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. JMac for $20. Thank you, JMac. Says, Adam, if we ever hang out, I'm teaching you Magic. You can borrow one of my decks. That's all. Yeah, cool. That's how you always play Magic. Is you say, here, I have a stack of decks. Here, use this one. This is a very easy deck. It's a green deck, a green creature deck. It's not complicated. You're going to summon a bunch of big creatures and throw them at me. That's basically how everyone learns to play Magic. So,
throw them at me, or I defend against them, or I throw them at them.
You
throw them at Jay.
You throw them at Jay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was speaking from first person as Jay. Would say, here's a green deck. You're gonna make a bunch of creatures and throw them at me.
Sweet.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, Sitch, explain the stack to Adam. I'm not explaining the stack to Adam. That's why would you want to complicate this so much? Magic is, it's funny because Magic is one of those games that's kind of simple, but like stupidly complicated at the same time. So it's like, okay, I'm going to just teach you like the basics. And then
Yeah, you just a little bit at a time. You need to start
Right.
with the broad strokes.
Yeah, I don't need to
Very
teach Adam the
simple.
stack. Yes. JMac for $20. Thank you, JMac. Says, I buy singles from my local game shop. Oh, that's based. They love me there. I just bring them a gross list of cards, sometimes spending upwards of $1,500. Well, I can see why they love you, Jay.
Of course.
Dad, see, you're not just our daddy. You're the daddy of the local game shop. You walk in and you're like, they're like, oh, look, it's our surrogate father, JMac, here to drop $1,500 on a bunch of single Magic cards.
But it's got to be fun for them too, because aren't they fishing them out of the big decks? I mean, they're like dealers of these.
Well, they're probably not fishing them out. If it's a store, they're probably
but they're buying them from people that bring them in and
they're probably buying them from other people.
Yeah, look, I get it. Collecting is fun.
Right.
Whatever you collect is fun.
Excuse me. Okay. Fondue for $20 says, one of my favorite EDH decks is built on milling everyone's deck, including my own. Then use my commander to bring things back from my grave that brings things from their graves, killing people with their own decks. Now that's just evil. That's just evil, Fondue. Oh.
Yeah, I like it.
I say that I've never built a mill deck because it's against my moral code, but I have built a discard deck, which is very annoying and evil. Which is where I make people discard cards from their hand, so they never have a hand to play anything.
Can you just make up a deck? Say, I guess your friend made up the peace deck, right?
Well, we didn't just like make it up. Like the cards have to exist. So.
Right. But the strategy is in the deck, right?
Well, so
is the peace strategy his strategy?
Yeah. Well, presumably when someone created the card, there was a thought that there would be some mechanism like to make the creature come in and out of combat at will to create that situation. But like it doesn't say that on the card. Like the card doesn't say what the combo is, if that's what you're asking.
Right.
But they're different rules. So like there's a rule where you can only like I think it's like 3 times a year Magic comes out with new cards. And so there's one rule set where it's like you can only use a deck that has like whatever the last 3 current sets are combined. And then there's another rule. It's like you can use any card from any set like that's ever existed.
And that's the rule for a year?
Well, I'm saying there's one that's like you can only use like the current year set. And then there's one that's like you can use any cards that ever existed.
Right. Okay.
Which is different because like a lot of times, like because the way that Magic is made is that they make the cards specifically to kind of go with the set of the year. So then when you start using any card from any set, you can get like really fucky wucky combinations that can be like really overpowered and stuff.
Interesting.
So. But anyway, CT for 2 Canadian says, oh, I read that one. Mythos Infinite for 10 Canadian says, I cut the lawn so grass can grow so I can cut the lawn. I eat food to poop so I eat more food. I sleep so I can wake so I sleep again. Get me out of this hellish cyclical zoo. I am no ape. There you go. True.
Right. We're all stuck here together.
True. Totems for $2 says, I'm not sure Adam's conception is useful, of course. The government could print infinite money if you ignore all real-life constraints, and consequence is not really a solution. Sure. Domes from $2 says, Adam, it's because of debt interest payments grow faster than your economy. It can become a runaway problem. And debt to GDP is the major factor in that calculation. You can't print your way out of an exponential problem.
Sitch.
Yeah.
What do you think would happen if the interest rates were causing a problem with the national debt?
Well, they would lower interest rates.
You think the Federal Reserve would come in and say, "Oh, this is unsustainable. We're gonna have to lower interest rates."
Sure, but I mean, even with low interest rates, you still want your GDP to grow. At a
Yeah,
ratio,
you do.
At a ratio that's better than your debt growth, one imagines.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Well, they use interest rates to control inflation.
I understand.
But do you think the Federal Reserve takes in how much the debt is and how much refinancing the debt is going to be, like any at all, when they adjust interest rates?
I would guess.
I don't think they do.
Okay, then maybe not.
Yeah.
Arithmetic for $4 says, Sitch, it's okay for a jury not to convict if they believe that there is a moral argument that trumps the legal argument. There's a lot of leeway all throughout the justice system in favor of the accused. The real problem is the reverse scenario, where a judge decides to convict even when the legal argument is weak. That's a violation of the principle of innocent until proven guilty. The bar for conviction should be high. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of agree to an extent. Like, if there's a situation where there's some kind of loophole. I mean, I agree with the second thing they said 100%. But regarding the first thing you said about convicting based on a moral argument versus a legal argument, I would only be comfortable with that if the law is constructed in such a fashion that it's not accounting for some situation that I believe is moral for a person to act in such a way. Like, if there's a situation where a person it's moral, in my opinion, for a person to act in that way, but it's illegal, then yeah, that can lead you down this weird pathway of like, well, should you have jury nullification? Should you just say the person's innocent because fuck you? Regarding that, so I don't necessarily disagree with that in theory. I don't see this situation at all as being, memes aside, because everyone's just memeing about this case because we all hate YouTube pranksters, and that's fine. Memes aside, I don't see how it's moral that just because someone's putting their phone in your face and they're playing some weird phrase on a loop, that means you get to take out a gun and shoot them. Like, that's not at all the case. I would imagine, I haven't seen law of self-defense talk about it, but I'm imagining he would say that there's like no reality that that's justified self-defense either legally. So, and I would argue morally that's not justified self-defense either. So, at least the way it played out, because he's like, he pulls out the gun and just shoots him. It's like the guy doesn't even have a chance to react to him pulling out the gun. And the guy's not physically threatening him. He's just holding his phone up and playing a sound. So he's not charging him. He's not throwing his phone at him. Nothing to merit getting shot, in my opinion. And
what he was saying on the phone was offensive. I didn't like it.
I actually have a pretty low... And I have a pretty low bar for shooting people, I think. Like, I think if someone... No, seriously, like, I think if someone's, like...
Clip it, CT!
There are people that say, like, oh, if someone tries to rob you, you shouldn't get to shoot them. I'm like, no, if someone tries to rob you, you 100% can just shoot them.
Get to shoot them.
Right. Yeah. It's like, if someone's like, if a guy, like, comes up to you and he starts saying, give me your wallet, give me your wallet, give me your wallet. Even if he doesn't brandish a weapon, I think it's completely justified to pull out your gun and shoot him in the face, right? Or the chest or whatever. So, I mean, I do have a kind of a low tolerance for a lot of shooting people, that are like screwing with you. But I don't think someone just walking up to you holding their phone in their face is like enough. That seems way off to me. So
that phone, there's a lot of radiation that comes off that phone.
There you go. Well, that's what's crazy. Like, I wonder what's going on. What's going on with what was the guy's name? Mizzy?
Oh,
Mizzy the moron.
Look, I think
whatever happened with Mizzy. Everyone stopped talking about him. Yeah.
They got rid of him. I don't know. Now they're talking about some other guy in Japan that evidently got sentenced to like 20 years.
Right.
Which, I mean, I'm in favor of that. Good for them. Throw him in a Japanese jail.
Yeah. That guy was being a huge piece of shit. So. Yeah, because I don't know, everyone stopped talking about Mizzy. I don't know what happened to him. Did he ever get convicted or anything?
What is this?
Well, anyway, the reason I brought it up was there was one of these videos with Mizzy where like him and his friend were running up to people, like demanding that they give him their phone. And I was like, in that situation, if that happened in America, because this was in Britpong land, Or there's no freedom. In America, if someone runs up to you and says, give me your phone, give me your phone, give me your phone, and they're like aggressing on you super hardcore, and you pull your gun and shoot them, I'd say, oh, self-defense. You can't just aggress on someone like that. So, but anyway. Dotems for $2 says, to be more concrete, if inflation is your constraining factor and production to money supply ratio affects inflation, since production cannot be infinite, neither can money printing. GDP is production, henceforth debt to GDP question. Yeah, I mean, I assume that's what I said in, you know, dumber terms, but I'm assuming that's what you're talking about when people do the comparison. So GDP is a kind of a stand-in for production, even though it's not exactly production, but CT for 2 Canadian says, okay, so I asked my kinda gentleman friend, aka biblical bed guy, if he thought I was generally propositioning for sex. He said no. He didn't think that, and he knew I was joking. So there. So take that, Adam.
Who was joking about what?
God, he wasn't even listening.
Sorry.
Remember CT with the sharing a bed question the other day?
Oh, you asked?
It says I asked that guy.
Turns out he was joking, huh?
If he thought I was generally propositioning for sex, and he said no, he didn't think that.
Right. Okay.
Of course, that's what he's going to tell you. CT.
Yeah, I know. Sitch, like, do I even really need to say anything?
Come
here?
on. Of course, that's what he's going to tell you. CT. Come on. What are you, naive?
Right.
Bronco laid out how it does meet all 5 levels of self-defense. Really? I'm shocked by that. Holy shit. Okay, I'll go listen to his critique. I genuinely don't understand how it is, but Stony for 7 months says, have you guys heard of Tolosa? It's a city being built by a billionaire somewhere in the US desert. Look it up. Also, Sitch, debate me, coward. Let's see, Tolosa. Tolosa is a proposed utopian planned US city conceived by American billionaire Mark Lohr, announced in September 2021. The project has a target population of 5 million people by 2050. The first stage of construction is expected to house 50,000. The location was not initially chosen, with the project's planners intending the city to be built on cheap land in Appalachia or the American West Desert. Tolosa is planned to be a 15-minute city with workplaces, schools, basic goods and services all being within a 15-minute commute from residents' homes. Vehicles that are powered by fossil fuels will not be permitted within the city, with the emphasis instead being placed upon walkability and the use of scooters, bicycles, and autonomous electric vehicles. I mean, I think that's, listen. The proposed land ownership of the city is based on the Georges principle, so which some people might not like. I think that's cool. Listen, I'm all for billionaires who have some idea about creating some utopian city where everything's within 50 minutes of itself to like try and build that. That sounds awesome. I don't know if it'll work, but like that guy, I give that guy a lot of credit for trying to make it happen, trying to make the dream a reality.
Yeah.
So good for him.
Trying something is always good.
Trying something. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. I think we're still not done.
We got to be close, though, right?
I have to read all the Streamlabs from Sunday. Solodoge for True says, despite all the doomsayers, the reality is that we live in a time of unparalleled wealth. True starvation has dropped to near zero. The average person has the luxuries of kings 100 years ago, and Americans are the 1%. No one here knows what true poverty is, where you live on $1 every day. So get out of here with this BS on how hard our economics are. Even US poor people won't risk their current luxurious life, which is why we won't have La Revolution. Let's not get into the historical illiteracy of it all. The idea that all the complexities of history can be reduced to some easy formula is insultingly stupid. It requires broad leaps of logic, omissions of contrary evidence. There you go.
Disagree.
I agree with that, not with you. So Dr. Diddler for $2 says, what's the difference between a normal person and a sociopath? Sentient robots won't be made because they're incapable of empathizing with us. The fact that they'll never feel real pain makes us incompatible. Ooh. There you go.
Yeah.
Robots will be sociopaths.
Ooh.
CT for Drew says, just a heads up, I know more than I want about Jeffree Star because I watch beauty content. He's like not a good person. It's that heartbreaking, the worst person you know made a good point meme. There you go.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, I
okay.
know Jeffree Star sucks. I think I even did a video on Jeffree Star for some insane reason back in the day, but
Wow. Going
Dr.
for the views.
Yeah. Well, no, it's just I forget. There's something going on that was triggering me. So, Dr. Diller for 2 hours says, curious how height handles the lefty aversion to guns and big trunks and the like, but seems like a discuss mechanism. Is it decadence, waste? How does it fit in? Oh, how does
guns is care harm?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It's super easy.
It's not. Yeah, so Dr. Diller is saying, it's not disgust is the question. Is it disgust? I don't think it, I think disgust is a very specific thing. And here's the thing, because I kind of I think I said this, I kind of disagree with all his too. What I see when like the socialist, when they have like their quote purity spiraling, it doesn't seem, I know we use the word purity, but it doesn't seem to me to trigger like the disgust thing. I mean, I'd be curious if Haidt's redone his moral foundations with woke people. If it does, and then like, okay, then that'd be very interesting. But it doesn't seem to me to hit the disgust moral foundation the same way that I think it hits conservatives. So,
yeah, they're not disgusted by guns. It's just bang bang sticks hurt people. It's literally called the Care Harm Foundation.
Yeah. Well, they see it as
guns
a tribal
cause harm.
They see it as a tribal signifier, as like what identity you're in. Guns
Look, and it plays like into the stereotype that conservatives are harmful people.
Right.
That they don't care about people's well-being.
Right. Yeah, because even like the big trucks, the environment thing, it's not like this, it's not like, oh, it's dirty. Like even when you like think about it this way, when you hear about, and maybe this is like a good example, when you hear about lefties talk about the environment, they never talk about it being dirty or gross, right? They talk about it like you don't care about the future for your children. You don't care about all the people that are going to get like fucked over by climate change. They never really talk about it in terms of like, oh, it's just gross. You know, you walk around this trash and like smog and it's just disgusting and gross. It's not really talked about in that frame. It's really talked about in the care harm frame. So
of course it is. Yeah. We have to care for the children.
Which is
for
interesting.
The Greta Thunbergs.
Because I feel like when I was younger and you'd see these like environmental messages and cartoons, it was more hitting disgust mechanism. Like you'd have the bird stuck in the oil, or you have like some kind of gross looking place that people are like, ew, look at all this trash. Like it was definitely more aimed, I think, at like appealing to conservatives as well by hitting that disgust mechanism. So CT for $2 says Jeffree is from the scene emo era, like Warped Tour shit. Straight up, he's got those Ollie London vibes, and it wouldn't not surprise me if it was 100% a grift from him. Well, there you go. Arithmet for $2 says true rent control has never been tried. Vosh for $2 says that's the real Vosh. Says, there I was holed up in this quarry when Batman came nosing around. He was getting closer, and I threw a rock at him. It was a big rock.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Excellent. Thanks, Vosh.
Yeah, thank you, Vosh. The Distributus, look at that. It's the real Distributus, definitely not the fake one. Says, I disagree with Rags. We should not police the racist out of our party because the truth is that in order to have a good moral society, we cannot allow people to not avoid not being not racially segregationists never again. There you go. There you go. Dr. Liv for $2 says, the whole quote, we're going to form a niche and make you accept us doesn't work. Ask yourself, why did the Zoot Suits riots occur? Most people don't know about them at all. I don't know about them at all. Basic rundown is America entered World War II and put rations on wool. Zoot Suits used a lot of wool. Some Hispanic young men in LA decided they were going to carve out an identity by wearing bright, large suits. Didn't end well. Quote, I'm the avatar and you got to deal with it. That's hilarious. I had no clue about the zoot suit, right?
They were mad about the wool.
They were mad about the wool. That's so funny. Fucking zoot suits. Listen, I think we can all agree zoot suits was the dumbest one of the dumbest fashions to ever exist, right?
Right.
We all agree with that. Zoot suits were stupid.
Did pulling the wool over your eyes come from this scuffle?
It did not, but it should.
Right.
It should. Yeah, I'm sorry. Anyone who disagrees is just objectively wrong. Zoot suits, awful fashion design. They should have restricted the cost of wool just to stop them from wearing these idiotic outfits. Okay. Terrible fashion. Terrible fashion. Let's see. Dr. Different $2 says the craziest thing to me is seeing the camps they put the Uyghurs in, or the death camps. But oddly enough, the trans genocide has been ongoing and so far has produced 0 deaths. But also, it's proof society is evil. Tear it down. There you go. That's true. That is true. My Dumb Movies for 12 months. Thank you so much. Says, happy anniversary to the best damn show on YouTube. Thanks for all what you do. Cheers. Well, thank you. My Dumb Movies also asked an impossible question in the chat.
What's that?
You have to choose between 2 fashions. Zoot suits or the current 1970s mustache, mullet. Are you homeless or a pedophile fashion? What do we choose here?
What is the question?
Okay. Adam's like dying. You have to choose between.
Well,
we're almost
kind of dying.
We're almost over. Okay. You have 2 fashion choices. You have to choose to bring one back. You have the current terrible Zoomer aesthetic of like everyone has the creepy porn star / pedophile mustache with the mullet that looks like they're homeless.
Okay.
Or we bring back the zoot suits.
I don't really know what a zoot suit looks like.
Go look it up. That's like the big, gigantic, colorful suits that they would wear, that the peoples would wear. The zoot suits.
Okay, well, I'm going with zoot suits. This is kind of crazy. Sure.
Yeah, I would go with, as much as I think zoot suits are awful, I would take the hilariously stupid zoot suits over the offensively disgusting Zoomer, is he homeless or is he a pedophile aesthetic. Zoot suits are stupid. They're just stupid looking. They don't like disgust me. So I'm going to go with the zoot suits. Because at the end of the day, at least zoot suits are just silly. They're not like harmful. They're just dumb. So there you go. Zoot suits won. Listen, you found where I'll support the zoot suits. Okay. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, I love you all. End of message. Well, thank you, Dev. Or living in Dev's Walls. We love you
Thank
too.
you so much.
Stoic for $5 says, why don't we talk about how certain positions can draw on multiple moral foundations at once? We seem to treat them like it's only one ever at a time. And Secretary says, there you go, proving me right again after $5. I've said this, Stug. What do you mean? I've said this. I've said that there are multiples. Yeah, I've literally said this. I've said that there are multiple positions that can draw on multiple different moral foundations. And very oftenly, you can see the left and the right can argue different, or can argue the same thing from different moral foundations. So, because I kind of made the argument about how the right could make an argument in favor of pro-choice using kind of their moral foundations, how the left could completely make an argument against abortion using their moral foundation. You can argue you can argue almost any position that exists from multitudes of different moral foundations. So
Liberty, oppression, and authority subversion are constantly in conflict, and usually when it's over like a president or something.
Right.
Some people say FDR is a tyrant, right?
Right.
And some
But
people
see,
say, no, look, he's legitimate authority. He's helping us.
Right.
He's saving the nation from inevitable harm.
But this is why it's important to understand the moral foundations, because so that like people on the left, when they argue climate change, they only argue from their care harm moral foundation because they don't realize that's what they're doing. When they could also be arguing it from a disgust, purity. They could also be arguing from a liberty, oppression. They could be arguing it from other found loyalty. They could be arguing it from other. They kind of do argue it from loyalty, I guess, a little bit like loyalty children, but they could be arguing it from other moral foundations that would have more appeal than just harping on care harm all day. So.
True.
Right.
Fairness cheating is the good one.
Suck for Joy says, that's why I said you proved me wrong. Oh, you're right. Sorry. It's late. I'm like not reading correctly. Well, thank you, Suck. But I know I've talked about it in the past too. So, but yeah, I mean, that's what's interesting about them. Anyways.
Oh, we're ready to go?
We're done.
Look, had a very light lunch.
Because you were like, oh, it's going to be a quick stream.
Because I thought this stream was going to be 2 hours long.
Like a fool.
8 hours later.
You know, whenever, it's so funny because whenever you say it's like, oh, it'll be a quick stream, I'm like, my mind, I go, yep.
Really? I don't, look, you do realize we control that, right?
Do we?
Yeah, we totally do.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, we're going to watch multiple videos, or we're going to watch a video, talk about multiple topics, read all super chats we missed and super chats we got in, and you think it's going to be a quick stream. I'm like, all right.
Well, we can, look, if we want to do a 2 hour stream, we'll just ditch topics, or if like it's going to take us 2 hours just to read super chats, we just read the super chats. We don't even do a topic.
Okay.
Like I live in a world where I set, I'm like, I'm going to accomplish this.
I agree with you.
And so, look, I make a plan and I usually stick to it, but.
I agree with you. Okay. We have the power here.
Yes.
Right. But
it's just a matter of.
We don't have the discipline. Okay.
I have the discipline.
You went off on like a 2 hour conversation about economics. Fuck you. You don't have discipline. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, once
what are you talking about?
Once a train is already off the rails.
Oh, look at this guy.
Once we're drifting into hour 5 and somebody calls me out on some economic stuff, I'm like, I'm gonna do it.
Look at this fucking
guy.
It's not my fault.
No, maybe this is part of the problem. Maybe it's like you lean on the other one, so we don't need to have discipline.
There you go. It's neither of our faults, because it's both of our faults collectively.
This is classic tragedy of the commons. Like the time is our common time, so therefore we just like, I don't think we're efficient with it, but
there you go. There you go. Anyways, I should put up a poll. Who makes streams longer?
We don't have time for a poll. Look, let's just go 1 more hour so we can let this poll play out.
Right. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who make it in the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true fuel seekers. You are the true enlightened centrists. And we'll see you all maybe on Saturday?
Bye-bye.